Well, let me give you a little bit of a review of what you're going to be hearing this weekend. Tonight, I'm going to give you the big picture on creation, kind of give you the whole scope to frame the testable creation model that we're going to be describing tomorrow. So tomorrow will be 3 lectures giving you a survey of the testable creation model that we've developed at Reasons to Believe. And it'll be focused primarily on the second book that God has given us, the Book of Nature, the scientific record. And then Sunday morning, we're going to be placing Genesis 1 in the context of the 26 other creation accounts that exist in the Bible. So just like I'm going to try to show you tomorrow how to integrate all the scientific disciplines to get a clear picture on the history of the universe and life, likewise on Sunday, we're going to try to help you integrate all the creation texts in the Bible to get a clear picture on what God is telling us there. And of course, if you want more details, there's a dozen books out there that'll take you into more depth than you probably want. Tonight's talk is going to be focused on the passion of astronomers. I called it an astronomer's quest. And a little bit about me personally. I've been passionately pursuing astronomy since I was 7 years of age. I once asked my parents why the stars were hot at that age, and they said, well, you need to go to the library to find out, and I did, and I began to read everything I could find on astronomy. And from the age of 8 onwards, I knew that astrophysics would be my future career. And by the way, that's fairly typical of professional astronomers. Often they get involved at a very early age. And the reasons for my passion and quest is the same as it is virtually for every astronomer. And I think it was Britain's Stephen Hawking that said it best. In his best-selling book, in fact, it's the best-selling science book of all time, now over 20 million copies sold. He says in that book, we want to make sense of what we see around us and ask, what is the nature of the universe? What is our place in it? And where did it and we come from? Why is it the way it is? And I would bet, just looking at all of you out here, it's not just astronomers who ask these questions. Every human being asks these questions. We all want to know why the universe is the way it is. And this is a book that came out last October and was focused on the big picture, but also trying to address the question that the aggressive atheists like Richard Dawkins and Victor Stenger have proposed. They say there can't be a God because he's done such a lousy job of designing the universe for us human beings. And so this is part of my passion in writing this book, is not only to give you the big picture, but to address the atheist challenge. Now, while I was here at the University of Toronto, I was at that university for 5.5 years getting my PhD. I happened to take a summer course from Carl Sagan. Our university invited him up to address our astronomy department. And in that course, he said the same thing that he did in his book called Cosmos and his video series by the same title. Namely, that the cosmos is all that is, or ever was, or ever will be. And that's a mantra that's been repeated by a number of the leading atheist scientists throughout the world, Victor Stenger and Richard Dawkins included. The universe is all it is, or ever was, or will be. Well, if the universe is all there is, what does that mean for our future existence? And what I want to alert you to is a paper that was published not too long ago in the Astrophysical Journal. Life, the Universe, and Nothing. Life and Death in an Ever-Expanding Universe, and was published by one of the world's leading secular humanists, namely Lawrence Krauss, chairman of the Astronomy and Physics Department at Case Western Reserve University, although now he's taken up a post at Arizona State, but much more famously known for leading the fight against intelligent design and creationism. But he wrote this paper looking at the future that the universe holds now that we astronomers have proven that dark energy is the dominant component of the universe. This is a self-stretching property in the space surface of the universe. And we now know that dark energy makes up 72% of all the stuff of the universe. And because it is dominant, it is accelerating the universe at a faster and faster rate in its expansion. And so what Lawrence Krauss does in this paper is simply look ahead as to what the accelerating expansion of the universe holds. And the first thing he points out is that the field of view for astronomers is bound to shrink. Now, thanks to technology, we now have the telescope power to see to the very limits of the universe, and when we do that, we're looking back in time. You know, I remind my wife that I know nothing about the present because I'm an astronomer. I only know about the past. And that's because it takes like time to travel from the sun and stars and galaxies to reach our telescope. And the farther away we look, the farther back in time we see. And we actually have telescopes powerful enough we can look all the way back and actually directly observe the universe being created. We can watch the birth of the universe directly through our telescopes. But Lawrence Krauss points out that because of dark energy, in the relatively near future, that radiation from the cosmic creation event will be accelerated away from us at greater than the velocity of light. And therefore, the light will never reach our telescope. And as the universe gets older and older, more and more of the universe will disappear from our view. Now, this is a fairly depressing consequence for astronomers to think about, that from now on, we're condemned to see less and less of the universe because of its accelerating expansion. In fact, there will come a time when we won't even be able to observe the sun. It'll be accelerated away from us at greater than the velocity of light. But as Lawrence Krauss goes on, he says there are more dire things to worry about in the future of the universe. Namely, a time will come when the universe will be expanding so rapidly, it'll be impossible for new stars to form. You know, how do stars form? They form by gravity collecting gas and dust and collapsing it so that a star ignites. But there's going to come a time when the universe will be accelerated so rapidly that the gas and dust will be so dispersed that gravity will no longer be able to collect it to make newborn stars. Now, already we observe that star formation has shut down in about 90% of the galaxies. Ours is one of the few galaxies where it's still going on, but a time is coming when it'll shut down everywhere. And stars are like candles. They only have so much fuel, and so after a given period of time, they run out of fuel. And when that happens, the universe is going to get very dark. The stars will burn out, and there's going to be a severe drop in the flow of heat from hot bodies to cold bodies. And as Lawrence Krauss points out, it's the efficient flow of heat from hot bodies to cold bodies that enables us human beings to gain knowledge. And that with the burning out of all stars, the heat flow will become so inefficient that it will no longer be possible to store knowledge or to gain new knowledge. In other words, in the future, because of cosmic expansion, knowledge will decrease. Now, this is also especially disconcerting for research scientists. The pride of research science is that with every year that goes by, we learn more and more. In my own discipline of astronomy, the knowledge base doubles about every 4.5 years. But a time is coming when the knowledge base will shrink. Instead of getting smarter and smarter, we're going to get dumb and dumber until we know nothing at all. I mean, because of the expansion of the universe, a time will come when we'll be completely ignorant and know nothing. Won't be able to store anything. And again, especially disconcerting for any research scientist, or for that matter, any human being. But Lawrence Krauss points out it gets worse. Eventually, the expansion of the universe will make heat flows so utterly inefficient, it'll be impossible for metabolic reactions to run. Proteins won't be able to fold. You won't be able to digest food anymore. And with the end of all metabolic reactions and protein folding is the end of all life. And with the end of all life is the end of all consciousness. And with the end of all consciousness is the end of any possible hope, purpose, or destiny, not just for our life form, but for any conceivable life form that could exist within the universe. Now, I've been reading the Astrophysical Journal since I was 16 years of age, and this ranks by far and away as the most depressing paper I've ever read in the Astrophysical Journal. In fact, it probably ranks as the most depressing paper published in any science journal. That the future has utterly no hope, purpose, or destiny. Now, This is widely becoming acknowledged. Back in October, I had an opportunity I was actually invited to address the Skeptics Society International Conference. And all day long they had these research scientists, world-leading scientists, promote atheism through their scientific perspective. And at the very end of the day, they brought me on to debate the particle physicist Victor Stenger. But what I found interesting is that these speakers throughout the day, as they were promoting atheism, objected to the conclusion that there was no hope, purpose, or destiny for the human species. But in debating Victor Stenger, in my opinion, he's written the best book in defense of atheism from a scientific perspective, the book called God, the Failed Hypothesis, way better than what Richard Dawkins has put out. And I actually complimented Victor and said, this is the best book I've seen defending an atheistic worldview perspective. But what he told the audience at the very end of the debate, he was given one final word to say to them, and his last words were, remember, you are all cold nothing. He was the one honest atheist at that conference, recognizing from an atheistic worldview perspective, there is no hope. There is no purpose, there is no destiny, there is no meaning in our life whatsoever. Now, as depressing as this paper may sound, it's actually worse than what Lawrence Krauss pointed out. Because all Lawrence Krauss did was look at the future. He failed to examine the past. If we were to examine the past, we would see more depressing news. Matter of fact, what we would recognize is that if we human beings were brought on the cosmic scene any earlier than what we've been brought on, light from the cosmic creation event would not have adequate time to travel along the space surface and reach our telescopes. So if we showed up any earlier, we wouldn't see the light from the cosmic creation event. But in that, there is a glimmer of hope, because what that implies is that we human beings happen to be on the cosmic scene at the best time, or more strongly, the only time when we can see 100% of the history of the universe. If we're created earlier, creation light lacks the time to reach our telescopes, but if we're created any later, dark energy expands the universe at greater than the velocity of light. Both ways, you don't get to see the beginning of the universe. We are living at that one moment when we can directly witness the origin of the universe. Now, the significance of that, I'm going to be talking about this tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon. The significance is that our ability to directly observe the cosmic creation event provides us with the most compelling and rigorous scientific evidence that there must be a being beyond space and time that created the universe for the benefit of the human species. But this also addresses the question, why do we live in a universe that is so very old? Well, only a universe that's 13.73 billion years old is a universe where we human beings can observe 100% of the history of the universe. So if we were created 5 billion years earlier, we'd only be seeing 2/3 of the history of the universe. And if we were created 5 billion years later, again, we'd only see 2/3. We're living at that moment when we can see everything. Now, not only must the universe be very old for us human beings to be able to observe the glory of God in creation and His righteousness in creation, it also must be exceptionally dark. The universe is extremely dark. In fact, it's the darkest thing that we scientists can possibly measure. Nothing is darker than the universe. Dark energy, which is a dominant component of the universe, and dark matter, which is the second dominant component, make up 99.73% of all the stuff of the universe. The stars, the galaxies, the planets that we observe, that's only 0.27%. It's exotic dark matter, ordinary dark matter, and dark energy that make up almost the entirety of the physical universe. And there's a good reason why. If the dark stuff quantity were changed by just 1 part in 10 to the 122, no life would be possible. It's because the dark stuff governs the rate at which the universe expands from the creation event. Now, if it expands too quickly, then gas and dust will be dispersed at such a high rate that stars and galaxies will never form. and in such a universe, there's no place for life to live. On the other hand, if you were to expand it too slowly, gravity would quickly collect all the gas and dust and collapse it into black holes and neutron stars. Now, the minimum density in black holes and neutron stars comes in at about 5 billion tons per level teaspoonful. So dense that molecules are impossible, atoms are impossible, even protons and electrons are impossible at that density, and of course life is impossible. So to have life, it's critical that we expand the universe at exactly the right rates throughout all of cosmic history so that we get the stars and planets that are critical for advanced life to be possible showing up at exactly the right time in cosmic history. Now, I won't go into the details. It's also critical that the universe be 13.7 billion years old just to have the physical possibility of human beings existing. We can't exist any earlier, we can't exist any later. I'll give you a little bit of insight into that a little bit later. But we're looking at a change as small as 1 part in 10 to the 122 upsetting the balance. That's 122 zeros after the 1. Now, to make that fine-tuning mean something, what I'm going to do now is compare the level of fine-tuning in that dark energy density with the best example of human engineering achievement, which would be a set of gravity wave telescopes that were designed by Caltech and MIT physicists and financed by the US taxpayer. And the level of design we see just in the dark energy term. Tomorrow I'll talk about 140 other characteristics of the universe that must be fine-tuned to make life possible. But just looking at this one feature of the universe, the fine-tuning design we see there exceeds the best that we human beings can achieve by at least a factor of 10 to the 97 times. Now, what this implies is that the one that created matter, energy, space, and time and bringing the universe into existence, at a minimum, must be 10 trillion times more intelligent and more knowledgeable than those Caltech and MIT physicists. Now, I've worked with these men and women. They're incredibly brilliant people, but they're not as brilliant as the one that designed dark energy, nor are they as well funded as the one or the government that made these gravity wave telescopes possible. Now, the important feature here is my peers in astronomy and physics who are not believers in God or Christianity, they will recognize, yes, astrophysics proves there must be a causal agent beyond space and time that brings the universe into existence, but they dispute that that's the God of the Bible. My point here is it's not just an entity beyond space and time, it's a personal being. Because only a personal being can manifest the attributes of intellect, knowledge, creativity, and power. And it's a being that's able to manifest these characteristics many, many orders of magnitude beyond anything we human beings are capable of. So we really are talking about the God of the Bible, not just some ethereal causal agent. But this is not the only factor that indicates the supernatural design of the universe for the benefit of the human species. It also turns out that our planet Earth and our galaxy is in the darkest possible spot of this very dark universe where life is even conceivable. Earth is in the darkest location. And this is a recently, by the way, can we dim a few of these lights up front so that you can actually see a little bit of the detail here? Is that possible? This is a recently reconstructed, detailed map of our Milky Way galaxy. And what we can see in that map is that our solar system is situated a goodly distance from the central galactic bulge. I mean, if I were to come up here, you would notice that you have this very bright bulge here, and about half of all the stars in our galaxy are in that bulge, and it's a good thing we're far away because we would be incinerated by the radiation. It's also a good thing we're far away because if we were any closer, light from that bulge would blind our ability to do astronomical observations. The other thing we note is that our solar system is located halfway between the Perseus and Sagittarius spiral arms. And these spiral arms are filled with bright stars and gaseous nebulae. And if we were close to those spiral arms, again, it would prevent our capacity from doing astronomical observations. And what's especially unusual about our Milky Way galaxy compared to other spiral galaxies is that the gas clouds, the gaseous nebulae where new stars are forming, are all tiny. Our galaxy has no large gaseous nebulae, and they're all evenly spread throughout the spiral arms. So there's hundreds of them spread evenly along the spiral arms, and our solar system has the good fortune of being located a long ways away from the nearest gaseous nebula. And so the light from the gaseous nebulae does not prevent us from doing astronomical observations. The nearest is almost 1,500 light years away. In fact, here's a photograph of the nearest and brightest of the gaseous nebulae. It's the Orion Nebula. You can barely see it with the naked eye on a clear night, although if you're living in Toronto, you can never see it with the naked eye. But if you get out to Markham, you might have a chance to see it. But that's the Orion Nebula. And what I want to show you in the next slide is the largest gaseous nebulae in a nearby galaxy that's only 6% the mass of our Milky Way galaxy. But this nearby galaxy is typical of galaxies where stars are forming, and by the way, it's a critical requirement for life. Life is only possible in a galaxy that's still forming stars. This is the Tarantula Nebula, and as I said, what's typical of other galaxies forming stars is that they have several very large, very bright gaseous nebulae. And what I want to do in the next slide is show you a side-by-side comparison to scale, where we got the Tarantula Nebula on the right, and we have the Orion Nebula on the left, where everything is scaled to size and to brightness. And so you can see the bright, large Tarantula Nebula on the right. Can all of you see the Orion Nebula? If not, let me point it out to you. It's this little tiny speck right there. That's the Orion Nebula. And actually, I had to cheat a little bit. I had to brighten it up beyond its actual brightness compared to the Tarantula Nebula, just so you'd be able to barely see it with the lights dimmed. But here's a thought experiment. What if we were to have the Tarantula Nebula and the Orion Nebula trade places? In that case, the Tarantula Nebula would fill 80 moon diameters across the sky. It would be so bright you could read a newspaper by it. It would be so bright we'd have to shut down our astronomical observatories, although we could still see the sun and the moon and maybe Venus and Jupiter, but beyond that we wouldn't be able to do any effective astronomical observations, and of course we wouldn't be able to see the light from the cosmic creation event. Now, it's not just that Earth is in the darkest possible spot of our Milky Way galaxy, it also turns out that our Milky Way galaxy is in the darkest possible spot of the universe. Now, life is only possible in a cluster of galaxies, but our local group, that's the cluster in which we live, is unlike any other cluster of galaxies. This is a typical small cluster of galaxies. And right here we have a spiral galaxy that's a little bit larger than our Milky Way galaxy. But notice that we have this supergiant galaxy here and a supergiant galaxy at the upper top of that photograph. And so if you're an astronomer in that spiral galaxy, most of the night sky would be obliterated by the light of these nearby giant galaxies. What's unusual about our local group? It has no supergiant galaxies, it has no giant galaxies, it's got two medium-sized ones, the Andromeda and our Milky Way. Everything else is a dwarf galaxy. And unlike other clusters of galaxies that got 10,000 plus members, our local group has about 50 or 60 member galaxies only. And unlike other galaxy clusters where the galaxies are about this far apart, in our local group they're spread quite a good distance apart. And so we astronomers living in the Milky Way galaxy, because of our unique position in the galaxy and position in the universe, we can see 100% of the history of the universe. Now, the reason I spent a little bit of time on this, not just because the photographs are beautiful, it's that often skeptical astronomers will say concerning the time observation, that we happen to be at the one time when we can see everything, they say sheer coincidence. It's just a lucky break that we happen to be at that ideal time where we get to see everything. But notice, we're not only at the ideal time, we're at the unique location. As vast as this universe is, with 50 billion trillion stars, and that makes up 1% of all the stuff of the universe, we're at that one spot where we get to see everything. We're not only at the ideal time, we're at the ideal location. Now, that suggests that there must be some purpose in us human beings being able to witness 100% of the history of the universe, particularly when we recognize that our capacity to observe the cosmic creation event gives us the most rigorous scientific evidence for a being beyond space and time. Now, if that's the purpose of the universe, is to provide us with this unique observing location so we can see all of cosmic history and discover the one that created it all, does that not at least suggest that we human beings must have a purpose? Why would this creator put us at the one time and the one place unless there was some actual value or purpose for the human species? Well, what I'm doing here is presenting you with evidences independent of the Bible that Lawrence Krauss must be wrong when he says there's no hope, purpose, or destiny for the human species. And on purpose, I'm using scientific evidence, looking at the raw science and saying, based on science alone, the record of nature, it seems like we're forced to conclude that we really do have purpose and destiny. And so what I've given you here is one piece of evidence. We are at the unique time and place to see the entire history of the universe. And I'm going to quickly review for you three more. One called the anthropic principle inequality. Sounds like a mouthful. It's really not that bad. And if you thought all you were going to hear was physics and astronomy tonight, and kind of dreaded those physics classes you took at high school, well, I've got good news for you. We're going to look at some biology as well. We're going to look at the drives that undergird all forms of life. And I think what's most fascinating, at least for me, both as a pastor and as an astrophysicist, is it seems like the physics of the universe has been optimally designed to bring about the end of all evil. So that's what you're going to hear in the next few minutes. Let me first get to this anthropic principle inequality. And this is one arena where the intelligent design debate has been won, and has been won decisively. I don't know of any astronomer who's doing research in this particular area that doesn't recognize that when we observe the universe, we see it's got highly fine-tuned characteristics to make us human beings possible. And Freeman Dyson, an atheistic physicist, said, when we look at the universe, it seems like the universe knew we were coming. The universe knew ahead of time that we were coming. Well, I don't think the universe is a person, but someone knew that we were coming ahead of the origin and history of the universe. But this amazing cosmic fine-tuning for the benefit of the human species shows that one purpose of the universe must be to provide a home for human beings. And so that's scientific evidence number two. And in the words of Paul Davies, an agnostic physicist, says when we look at the universe, we witness overwhelming evidence for design. No one disputes this today. But that overwhelming evidence tells us that one purpose for the universe is to make us a home, and if the universe has a purpose to make us a home, we must have a purpose. But it was Brandon Carter back in 1983 who discovered what is now known as the anthropic principle inequality. What he observed is that the laws of physics that govern the universe require a minimum of 14 billion years to prepare a home for human beings. You could take more time, but it can't happen any faster than those 14 billion years. But he also noted that those same laws of physics limit the longevity of human civilization to less than 41,000 years. So we have this very narrow window of time in which we can live in a civilized state, and it takes us enormous time to prepare a home for us. And there's a factor of 1 million between the two. Now, before I get into the philosophical implications of that, let me give you just a little bit of science that supports this inequality. You'll find a whole lot more in this book here. But one piece of evidence is what's called the uranium-thorium abundance. Uranium and thorium are radiometric elements. And without a huge quantity of uranium and thorium in the interior of our planet, we wouldn't have plate tectonics and we wouldn't have a strong magnetic field. That strong magnetic field protects us from being killed by cosmic radiation, and it also prevents our atmosphere from being sputtered away by the sun's radiation. But that uranium and thorium provides a heat source that drives plate tectonics, and without that, we'd have no continents. Planet Earth would have been permanently a water world. And obviously, we need continents and oceans together for advanced light to be possible. Uranium and thorium comes from just one source, the furnaces of supergiant stars. So when star formation is aggressive in the early history of the universe is producing lots of uranium and thorium. But there comes a time when star formation begins to decline, and uranium and thorium are radiometric. They decay with respect to time, which means you're going to have a moment in the history of the universe when the abundance of uranium and thorium hits a peak level. Then it's going to decline. Well, notice the timing of that peak level. The peak occurred 4.5 billion years ago. What's the age of planet Earth? 4.5662 billion years. We now know it to 5 places of the decimal. But notice that the two numbers agree. Earth formed at that moment when uranium and thorium hit that maximum abundance. You say, well, why didn't God create us 4.5 billion years ago? Well, there's a good reason. Stars are like human beings. They're very unstable when they're young. They're also unstable when they're old. They're maximally stable when they're middle-aged. And so this is the situation for our star, the sun. When it's young, it's throwing out lots of nasty flares and X-ray radiation. That will also happen when it's old, but that flaring activity hits a minimum when it's 4.57 billion years old. Now, of all the stars that exist, the sun has the optimal stability. Only stars that are exactly the mass of the sun will be as stable as the sun. So it's got the best possible mass. The flaring minimum took place 4.57 billion years ago. So obviously you want to bring human beings on the cosmic scene at 9.2 plus 4.57 billion years after the cosmic creation event. But what's especially interesting is a few years ago, astronomers, in looking at neutrinos coming out of the sun, recognized that the sun entered an extreme luminosity stability phase 50,000 years ago. And it will only last for another 50,000 years. So it kind of gives you a little clue why there's this narrow time window in which we can live in a civilized state. Now, Brandon Carter came up with an analogy to make a philosophical point. In writing this book, my wife gave me what, in my opinion, is a much better analogy. And the analogy she came up with was the wedding ceremony. Now, I've been a pastor for 34 years. I've done quite a few weddings. And what I've noticed is the typical wedding ceremony in North America takes about 20 to 25 minutes. And I did a little bit of searching on the internet and discovered the average American family. I don't know what the statistics are here in Canada, but in the United States, the average American family spends $20,000 on a wedding. And the average American bride spends about a year preparing for her wedding day. From what I understand, in the Armenian culture, it's even more expensive and more time-consuming. But the whole point is, what drives a rational father and the bride to spend so much money and so much time? I mean, it's $1,000 a minute. What's going on here? Well, the reason why it's considered a rational investment is because of the very high value and the very high purpose those 20 to 25 minutes have for both the bride and the family of the bride. So it's considered to be a good investment. Well, likewise, Brandon Carter concluded that the only way to explain this enormous inequality of a factor of 1 million is there must be something out there or someone out there that has a very high value and a very high purpose for the human species. There's really no other explanation for that huge inequality. Now, let's just spend a couple of minutes on the drives of life. Every animal life form that we observe seeks self-preservation. They seek to preserve its life, the life of its offspring. It also seeks to maximize the quality of life. And we human beings are no different. We are all motivated to live as long as possible and at as high a standard of living as possible. And we look at the higher life forms, the birds and the mammals, what the Bible calls soulish life. We see that they are designed not just to nurture one another and emotionally relate to one another, they're also designed to nurture us human beings and relate to human beings. Each bird and mammal species is motivated, programmed to either serve humanity or to please humanity. And what's interesting is each bird and mammal species does it in a distinctly different way. Now, tomorrow I'm going to mention how this is a profound challenge to any evolutionary paradigm. Yeah, the donkey and the horse look physically similar, but notice that they serve and please human beings in radically different ways. Something designed them to please us. And moreover, all this was done before we human beings show up. How can evolution explain these properties when we human beings didn't even exist when these creatures showed up on the terrestrial scene? But if you look at the human beings have another piece of software. We are motivated to seek ultimate purpose. That's one thing I noticed at this atheist conference, is that Victor Stenger was the only one that said we had no purpose. All these atheists were arguing, yeah, there is no God, but we got purpose. They couldn't identify it, but they said we must have it. Well, I actually helped them to identify it. I said there's a creator out there who's written upon your heart that you really do have ultimate purpose and eternal destiny. Also, God has placed software within us that motivates us to serve and please God. As the birds and mammals are motivated to serve and please us, we are motivated to serve and please God, which is why Job said to his friends, look at the higher animals and they will teach you, they'll instruct you. You'll learn a lot about God by looking at the way the birds and mammals serve and please us. Now, when I've presented this in front of scientists who are not Christians, I say, we object. Birds and mammals run away from us. They're afraid of us. And people run away from this God that you're talking about. And I says, yeah, you're right. There is something getting in the way. Something the Bible identifies with the word sin, or you could use the word evil. Sin or evil is what causes birds and mammals to run away from us. We abuse them, so of course they run away from us. And likewise, it's our sin and our evil that causes us to run away from God. But let me get to the final piece of evidence I want to present tonight, and that is that the universe has been designed with the physics to bring about the end of all evil. What does it tell us in Romans 8:20-22? The entire creation groans, subject to its bondage to decay, a reference to the second law of thermodynamics. Everything in the universe is decaying. But what is interesting is that the rate of decay that God has built into cosmic thermodynamics is highly fine-tuned. Now, I see there's a number of men here in the audience. One of the things I've observed about men, we all like to create things, but we hate to maintain things. We all hate maintenance. Now, if that law of decay were any more efficient than what we see in the universe, every time we would create something, it would immediately decay, and what would that do to our motivation to create? Or for that matter, what would it do to our motivation to do any work? It'd be pointless to work. It'd be pointless to create, because everything would immediately decay and we wouldn't be able to maintain things in an adequate fashion anymore. But what if the rate of decay were any less? If the rate of decay were any less than what we observe, then evil would run completely out of control. And here's how it works. The more evil we commit, the more pain we experience in trying to reverse the consequences. Because what evil does under the laws of thermodynamics, it makes things decay faster. And in making things decay faster, we experience more pain trying to reverse the effects of that additional chaos. It also means we got to work harder. And it also means we waste a lot of time. And if you go back to Genesis 3, when Adam and Eve rebelled against the authority of God, God pronounced curses upon them. He said, from now on, you're going to experience more pain, more work, and more wasted time, and it'll be in proportion to the evil that you commit. And this was already programmed by the laws of physics. Now, One of the things I've observed as the father of 2 sons is just how clever my sons are at transferring the consequences of the laws of physics from themselves to their mother and to me. They'll mess things up and they try to avoid the consequences. But notice how the laws of physics are also designed to motivate those in authority. If those in authority don't take action to restrain the evil of those under their authority, then they and all of society suffer more pain, more work, and more wasted time. So that's why you have a police force. A police force is in place to make sure that the perpetrators of the evil are the ones that suffer wasted time, more work, and more pain, and not society as a whole. Likewise, parents are motivated to discipline their children for the same reasons, and that's why we have an Army, an Air Force, and a Navy, so that on an international level, the perpetrators of evil are the ones that suffer the consequences. Now, this is also true of space and time. Notice that in this universe, we are confined to a single dimension of time that can't be reversed and it can't be stopped. 8 different experiments in physics prove that it's impossible to stop or reverse the arrow of time. And because of those properties of time, there's a limit to how much damage we can do to other people when evil takes over our inner being. And this is also true of space. Space limits how many we can harm. We're in a universe described by 3 very large, rapidly expanding dimensions of space. So if I'm upset at somebody who lives in Germany, there's probably not a whole lot I can do about it, unless I go to all the trouble to get on a plane and get there. But if I do that, then I can't wreak any damage on the people that bother me back here in Canada. So space and time limit our human contacts. It limits the number of people we can make contact with. Space separates us. And then we have our short lifespans. A little bit of history. We all know that Adolf Hitler was responsible for the termination of the lives of 6.5 million Jews. And we also know that Joseph Stalin brought about the death of about 3 million Jews and 20 million of his own people. But in 1944, Adolf Hitler became aware that he was bound to lose the Second World War. Now, in coming to that recognition, who did he blame? Not himself, of course. Evil people don't do that. He blamed the German population. And so he concocted a plan that in his defeat would come the death of 85 million Germans. But he was dying of Parkinson's disease. And because of the news from his doctors that he didn't have much time left anyway, he made some very rash decisions in 44 and 45. And because he was confined in space and time, he couldn't get to all the Germans he wanted to get to execute them. And so many Germans survived the Second World War. Well, that applies to all of us. Space and time are designed to limit the spread of evil. Well, I've given you 5 independent scientific evidences that we really must possess some ultimate hope, purpose, or destiny, or at least the opportunity for gaining that hope, purpose, and destiny. Which raises a question. What's the flaw in this mathematical theorem published by Lawrence Krauss? Well, I would argue that the flaw is the same flaw I heard in that course from Carl Sagan when I was here in Toronto more than 30 years ago. The presumption that the universe is all there is or was or will be. Now, I didn't become a Christian till I was 19. I didn't meet Christians really to have any kind of a conversation with one until I was 27. I didn't know where to find them here in Toronto or Vancouver or Montreal, where I was born. But when I began to go through the holy books of the religions of the world, after I became convinced through my astronomy there had to be a God to explain the birth of the universe, what I noticed is all these different religions all said the same thing, that we human beings started off in paradise, and how we lost paradise, and how God or gods or cosmic forces are on a mission to restore us to paradise. What I found in the Bible was something very different. By the way, this is a Gideon Bible I was given when I was 11 years old in the public school in Vancouver. And going through that book, I recognized something very different. Namely, that the Bible tells us that it's not just one creation, there are two creations. It's a two-creation theology, different from all the other religions of the world. Let me give you a quick review of that theology. How God creates the universe of matter, energy, space, and time. Then he prepares the universe and planet Earth for human beings. Very carefully and painstakingly, he prepares a place for us to live. And then he places the first humans that he created in paradise, in the Garden of Eden. But notice what he does. He invites the most powerful and most wicked being that exists in all of creation to come into the Garden of Eden and to test Adam and Eve. Now, they were no match for Satan. God knew exactly what was going to happen. Evil came into the human genre. But then God is at work to bring about the end of all evil. He himself became a human being and paid the penalty for all the evil that we ever committed when he died on the cross. And he's also the one that's willing to help us beat the forces of evil through his Holy Spirit. And God prepares a new creation for every human being that desires to go there. And then he permanently removes evil and then places those redeemed human beings in a new creation where it tells us that those humans will rule with Christ over the angels in the new creation, in a new creation where evil will never exist again. Now, I've got a little piece of parchment that says PhD on it. That PhD guarantees that never again will I have to be tested on my competency in astronomy. And it's based on the myth that my professors at the University of Toronto subjected me to the most rigorous and difficult tests that they could possibly throw at me in terms of astronomy. And since I passed this most difficult test, they said it's pointless to test me again. So I got a guarantee with that piece of parchment. In the same way, God is taking us through the most difficult tests. And as we pass that test with his help, we get a guarantee that in the new creation, evil will never have any impact on us ever again. So we go into the new creation with our free will intact without any possibility of evil. That's something that God could not grant to Adam and Eve. They had never been tested. Testing was a critical aspect to make all this happen. Let me close with just a quick review of what you've got to look forward to in the new creation. There's a couple of chapters at the end of this book that goes into that in much more detail. What is this second creation like? Well, it begins immediately after the removal of evil. It's not paradise. It's deliverance from paradise. In paradise, we were shackled by the laws of physics and the space-time dimensions. And once evil has been removed, the universe will have fulfilled its purpose. It was created to be a platform or a theater to bring about the end of all evil. When evil is gone, there's no need for it. God speaks it out of existence. And when I debated Victor Stenger, he complained that there can't be a God because if God really loved us, he wouldn't have confined us to such a tiny environment as planet Earth. My response is, well, it's the same thing as when you have a newborn child you bring home from the hospital. You have this little playpen that you restrict it to. Why? Because if you let it have a bigger habitat space than the playpen, it's going to hurt itself. And from God's perspective, the human species right now is like that little baby, too immature for a bigger habitat. But in the new creation, we'll have an unimaginably large habitat in which to wander and explore that will make this universe puny by comparison. It's a place where there's no thermodynamics. Nothing will ever decay. Everything you create will need zero maintenance. Won't that be fun? It's a place where there's no gravity. You won't have to worry about your face sagging with age. That's not going to happen. You won't have to worry about your skin wrinkling up through electromagnetic radiation. That won't happen either. It's a place where there's no darkness and no shadows and no grief and no remorse. We'll understand everything from God's perspective. It's a place where there will be dimensions, but it won't be length, width, height, and time. It's a place of unimaginable joy, beauty, and peace, and unimaginable reward and splendor. As the Apostle Paul says, no one can think or imagine how great and wonderful it will be. A place of continual fellowship with God. We'll never be apart from him. Moreover, we'll never be apart from one another. There's no marriage in the new creation. There's no family in the new creation. There won't be a need for that. Why? Because in the new creation, I'm going to be permanently and continually beside my wife for the rest of eternity. Right now, she's 3,000 miles away. But when in the new creation, we'll never be apart. But guess what? We'll never be apart from any one of us. One of the things that bothered me when I signed my name in the back of this Gideon Bible at age 19 was thinking about how wonderful it would be in heaven to actually be able to spend a private appointment with Moses or Peter or Paul. Wouldn't that be incredible? And then I thought about how many billions of people would be ahead of me on Paul's appointment calendar and how many millions of years I'd have to wait to get a private appointment with the Apostle Paul. But in reading through the book of Revelation, I recognize God's going to grant in the new creation to the Apostle Paul the capability of taking millions of simultaneous private appointments. And you'll be able to carry on millions of simultaneous conversations. I mean, we're going to mill around after this thing is all over. You'll be talking to one another. But frankly, because of the way we're limited in space and time, it's one person at a time. In the new creation, we'll be delivered from the limitations of linear time. Now, our staff philosopher, Ken Sample, says, Hugh, there are times when I really enjoy being all alone by myself with nobody talking to me. And I says, fine. With geometric time, you can have an infinitely long dimension of time where you're always by yourself. At the same time, you're in continual fellowship along other dimensions of time. As a result, pleasure limits are limited. The other thing that's going to be fascinating is when we enter the new creation, God removes, 1 Corinthians chapter 3, everything that's obnoxious about each one of us. No one will be obnoxious. There's no boors in the new creation. You're going to be fascinated by everybody you meet in the new creation, which is why, again, the Apostle Paul says we can't even conceive how great and wonderful it's going to be. And in closing, I want to leave you with Hebrews chapter 2, verse 3. If we really consider what God is offering us, the magnificence of His offer, how can we escape if we ignore such a great salvation? If we really appreciate what's being offered, how can we turn this down? Hey, if you want to read more about it, we got this book, Why the Universe is the Way It Is, purposely written for the layman, very easy to read. And tomorrow, I'm going to take you through our latest book, More Than a Theory, which surveys our testable creation model. And if you're not into reading a 300-page long book, I've got good news for you. We have a 24-page summary with no endnotes, no footnotes, nothing technical in it at all. We already wrote this for pastors because we realized pastors don't like to read big books. So with that, I want to entertain any questions or discussion points.
Hello, Dr. Ross. Thank you so much for everything that you've done tonight. My question was in regards to the theory of the space and time and how it limits how many we can harm. I was wondering how you think the advent of technology affects this idea, whereas we might be separated, but with the internet, high-speed internet, fiber optics, Blackberries, mobile web, we're all so connected right now, where we might be able to harm a little faster, harm more. How do you think technology affects that idea?
Well, I think greater technology works both ways. It enables the spread of good. It also enables the spread of evil. Sometimes people ask me, when do you think evil is going to be conquered? Well, Jesus answered that question when he was here on earth. He said it would be conquered shortly after you, my people, bring the good news of salvation to every ethnic group on the planet. And we have the standard of that in Zechariah 13, where it talks about the fulfillment of that Great Commission for the ethnic group of the Jews. And it will happen when 1/3 of the Jews are followers of Jesus Christ as Creator, Lord, and Savior. So if we apply that to all the other ethnic groups and ask the question how close we are, well, a friend of mine, Ralph Winter, at the U.S. Center for World Mission, has been tabulating statistics. And he pointed out in the year 1500, 1% of the world's population was committed to fulfilling that Great Commission. In the year 1900, it was 2%. In 1950, 3%. 1980, 6%. Today it stands at over 15%. So if this exponential trend continues, we could be within a few years or a few decades, and also something that I can quote to you from Ralph Winter. He said that evangelical Christians today already have the money, the technology, and the people resources to fulfill the Great Commission in 5 years. All they lack is the motivation. And so technology is enabling us to spread good at a rate we could never imagine in the past. At the same time, it's enabled, say, the purveyors of pornography to spread their wares at a rate that we've never even imagined before. And our church sponsors a missionary in Saudi Arabia working with the Muslims there, kind of undercover. But what he tells me is that Bahrain, a little island community in the Gulf, is a free city where they don't have these oppressive religious laws. But he tells me every weekend there's a traffic jam from Saudi Arabia over to Bahrain, and there's 2 stores that sell out all of their product every single weekend. The Bible bookstore and the pornographic video store. So it kind of gives you an idea that, good is being spread at an untold rate, but also evil is. And we were warned in the book of Revelation that in the last days, evil would spread out of control, similar to what happened in the days before the flood of Noah. And indeed, just looking at our television, who would have believed 50 years ago we would have the quantity of the pornographic broadcasting that we have today?
It's amazing to me how our God is just hiding in plain sight for anybody who just cares to look, and you've just brought that out today, and I thank you. But my question is, I didn't take physics in high school. What's the difference between dark matter and dark energy?
Okay, what's the difference between dark matter and dark energy? Well, dark energy is like a gigantic anti-elastic band. I think I had one here. No, I don't. It's in my case over there. But imagine I had an elastic band here. An elastic band has the property that the more you stretch it, the more energy it gains to force contraction. Now, the universe is like planet Earth. We human beings live on the 2-dimensional surface of the 3-dimensional Earth. All the stars and galaxies are on the 3-dimensional surface of the 4-dimensional expanding universe. But that surface is like a giant anti-elastic band. The more you stretch it, the more energy it gains to force forward even more rapid stretching of the cosmos. So it's not a force of physics. It's a self-stretching property of the universe. But that self-stretching property makes up 72% of all the stuff of the universe. Now, the second dominant component of the universe is something we call exotic dark matter. Exotic dark matter is made up of particles like neutrinos, axions, neutralinos. These are fundamental particles that have the property that they do not strongly interact with photons or with light. And because they don't interact with light, they are permanently dark. But it makes up 23% of all the stuff of the universe as exotic dark matter. And actually, that exotic dark matter resides in giant halos around our Milky Way galaxy. But there's a second halo inside the exotic dark matter halo. It's a halo of ordinary dark matter. Now, ordinary dark matter is made up of protons, neutrons, and electrons. But if they don't coalesce to make a big massive body, they won't radiate light. So if they're the size of pebbles or sand or smaller, they're not going to radiate light. Now, it turns out that there's a giant halo of ordinary dark matter around our galaxy. The picture is this. If my fists were the size of our Milky Way galaxy, there would be an ordinary dark matter halo around our Milky Way galaxy that's about 10 times the dimensions of the stuff we see. And then beyond that, there's an even bigger exotic dark matter halo, a factor of 10 bigger than the ordinary dark matter halo. But it's a combination of those two halos of ordinary dark matter and exotic dark matter that stabilizes the spiral structure of our Milky Way galaxy. If it wasn't for those two giant halos, we wouldn't have highly symmetric, stable spiral arms. both of which are critical for advanced light to be possible in our Milky Way galaxy. Now, there's a verse in Job 38. Job is the oldest book in the Bible in terms of its content. But God in chapter 38 asks this question, verse 19, to Job and his friends. Do you know where darkness resides? Can you take me to its place? And I was sharing with some students here during the break that when I was a student, I was taught that darkness was simply the absence of light. But notice that 4,000 years ago, the Bible was telling us darkness is not just the absence of light, it's an actual substance, and it's got a geographical location. Now, if you were to ask me the following question, what's the most spectacular scientific evidence that you can provide for supernatural design? I'll hit this in my first lecture tomorrow. The answer I would give would be the quantity of dark stuff in the universe. It's the most spectacularly fine-tuned entity that we can measure in all the universe. And if you ask me what place is second, it's the geographical location of the three different kinds of darkness. And I find it interesting that God alerted Job, and through him the entire human species, that this dark stuff would be the greatest key to seeing the handiwork of God in creation for the benefit of human beings. By the way, if you want a little bit of a challenge, God asked Job and his friends in chapters 38 and 39, 59 questions about the record of nature. Today, we can answer 10 of those 59 questions. We still got 49 to go. But every one of those 10 has yielded a spectacular new proof for the God of the Bible and his plan to redeem us. So we got 49 more to go. And also, when God told Adam and Eve in Genesis 1, I'm giving you charge of the whole planet. Manage its resources for the benefit of all life. What you see in Job 38 and 39 is not just questions giving us new evidences for him, they're also the questions you need good answers to wisely manage the planet for the benefit of all humanity. So one of the reasons why we're not doing such a good job is that we don't have the answers to those other 49 questions. And that includes global warming. To me, Job told us how to take care of global warming thousands of years ago. We're just not reading it. If you're wondering, that's going to be my next book, Answers in Job. So there's a lot more to learn. Okay, who's next?
I've had a problem in my mind about some of the fine-tuning arguments for creation of life and so on. When I hear stuff like, say, oh, you know, the Earth is just the right size, it's just the right temperature, it's in the right place in the galaxy for life to form and exist and so on. And the question that comes, well, isn't that kind of circular? Isn't it possible that a different kind of life could arise in a different kind of environment? Maybe, does it have to be carbon-based? Can it be silicon-based or sulfur-based? You know, in an environment where there's a small planet, maybe the beings could be bigger, you know, things like
Sure.
that.
Well, that's a good
how
question.
Does that work out?
And I did make the assumption that it's carbon-based. That's the only assumption I made. I didn't care whether it's got 4 eyes or 2 eyes. The only assumption I did in developing these statistics was that it's carbon-based. But there's a consensus in the scientific community that given the laws of physics, life can only be built on carbon. When I was a graduate student, they were speculating about boron-based life and silicon-based life. What we now know about silicon-based life is you can't make proteins with more than 100 silicon amino acids in them. That's the maximum length. And long before you get to 100 amino acids, that protein becomes highly unstable. So carbon is the only element in the atomic chart that allows you to have the complexity of molecules and the stability of those molecules. Boron is actually better than silicon for stability, but also it forms compounds that are deadly to life. Boron is one of the vital poisons that we have to deal with. You need boron in your diet, but not a whole lot. It's kind of like arsenic. You need a little bit to live, but you have too much, it'll kill you. And the boron is in that category, whereas you can't die from too much carbon. So carbon-based life is the name of the game, And everyone, atheists included, concedes that it must be carbon-based.
When you were talking about the fine-tuning of the universe, it took me back a couple of years when I was reading Martin Rees' book, Just Six Numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in that book, Martin Rees says that the fine-tuning argument is not a good argument for a creator or a god because of the multiverse concept. And if the multiverse is true, then it's inevitable we would be in a universe with these characteristics. So how would you respond to that? Because I've heard other atheists
Right.
use it as well.
Well, that's a good point. The multiverse is now the most popular rebuttal from atheist scientists to this evidence for a supernatural designer. And the argument roughly goes like this, that if there's an infinite number of universes, where there's an infinite number of the sets of the possible laws of physics being manifested, so it's really an infinite number of an infinite number of universes. It's not just a simple order infinity. But the whole idea is that we have an infinite number of universes sampling each and every conceivable set of the laws of physics. Then they could argue that the laws of physics that apparently are fine-tuned to make human life possible are simply pure chance. And I've written in a number of my books that this is really akin to the gambler's fallacy. And one of the ways I illustrate that fallacy is to pull a coin out of my pocket and I flip it in front of the audience multiple times and it always comes up heads. And I can continue flipping it through the rest of the night. It will continue to come up heads. And the whole point is if you see a coin coming up heads 100,000 times in a row, you're going to conclude one of two things. It's designed to come up heads every single time, or it's a fair coin. And what's really going on is there's an infinite number of coins out there all being flipped by an infinite number of people. And if that's the case, one of those infinite number of people flipping an infinite number of coins will have one that will come up with heads 100,000 times in a row. And therefore, when you see my coin coming up 100,000 times as heads, you'd say, it's a fair coin. I'm going to bet tails on the next flip. We call it the gambler's fallacy because you have no evidence that that many coins exist. You have no evidence that that many people are flipping them hundreds of thousands consecutive times each. And you especially have no evidence okay, let me put it this way. If I was to witness this coin coming up heads 100,000 consecutive times, I would say, before I bet tails, can I please examine the coin? If it's got heads on both sides, I'm not going to bet tails. No matter what odds you give me, I'm not going to bet tails. Or if it's weighted to always come up heads, I'm not going to bet tails. Now, the atheist skeptic will say, well, fine, you can do that with a coin, but you can't do that with the universe. I say, that's not true. We can do that with the universe. In the next 30 days, we can determine to do more research on the features of the universe. And in doing that additional research, if we uncover additional evidence for the supernatural design for the benefit of the human species, we would say that the universe has been rigged by a being to make it habitable for human beings. But if in the next 30 days the amount of evidence for fine-tuning becomes less, then we would say maybe the multiverse folks have a case. Maybe it really isn't designed. And so my challenge to the skeptic is wait 30 days and see how it goes. Now you say, is 30 days enough time? Well, what you're going to see tomorrow is that roughly every month the evidence for the supernatural design of the universe for the benefit of humanity becomes 1,000,000 times stronger. 1,000,000 times stronger every single month. So I'm willing to bet that a month from now we'll have at least 1,000 times more evidence than you got tonight or tomorrow. Let's just wait and see how it goes. A couple other things about the multiverse. It wasn't even suggested as an alternative to the existence of God until the evidence for design became overwhelming. Only then did the atheists present the multiverse argument. So in one sense I say the timing is not coincidental. They were forced by the strength of the evidence for design. Number two, it really explains too much. I could argue, for example, taking this multiverse hypothesis, that there's not only an infinite number of opportunities to bring about the fine-tuned laws of physics that will enable human beings to exist. If it really is an infinite number of universes, that would produce an infinite number of planets exactly like planet Earth. It would also produce an infinite number of planets exactly like planet Earth with the same beaches that planet Earth has. Also, there'd be markings that the wind and the waves would make in the beaches, and there'd be an infinite number of planet Earths with markings in the beach that would be identical to the first page of this book. In which case, I'd be forced to argue that everything in this book is simply pure chance and has got nothing or any connection with the mind whatsoever. In other words, no point you guys buying my books. It's all meaningless gibberish. However, if a scientist were ready to believe that, why would that scientist bother doing any science? That would mean everything is meaningless, and everything in our lives is meaningless, but none of us believes that. And therefore, why would we ever appeal to a multiverse hypothesis? Another point I would make is every multiverse model is subject to the space-time theorems. I'll describe those tomorrow. These space-time theorems state that there must be this ultimate beginning of matter, energy, space, and time. And whether God creates one universe or an infinite number of universes, they're all subject to those space-time theorems. So these atheist models demand that there must be a causal agent beyond space and time to explain the origin of the multiverse. So they're stuck with a metaphysical answer to the existence of the universe in spite of the multiverse. If you want to read more, there's half a chapter responding to the multiverse hypothesis in this book, and my colleague Jeff Zwirink, a gamma-ray astronomer on our staff, has written a booklet called Who's Afraid of the Multiverse? So you can check that out as well. Next question.
Okay, I'm asking a slightly philosophical question, but when Adam and Eve were first formed from the dust of the earth, I'm assuming that they were fully formed. I'm kind of applying that same logic to the formation of the universe, and I'm wondering if maybe you're not making a fallacy just presupposing from a naturalistic point of view that the universe took time whatsoever. Just with Adam and Eve, you could, as a scientist, look at them and say, okay, they were formed as infants and then they gradually formed into fully matured adults. Can't the same apply to the universe where it was fully formed and we're looking at it as a naturalistic point of view and we come to these conclusions because of our presuppositions?
Okay, this is the argument that Adam and Eve were created with the appearance of age, and therefore couldn't the universe be created with the appearance of age and actually be thousands of years old and not be billions of years old like the astronomers and physicists measure. The response to that I developed in some detail in a book called A Matter of Days. I notice it's out there in the table, making the point that from the Bible, we would be forced to conclude that God never creates with the appearance of age. And this would apply to Adam and Eve just as well as anything else in creation. Adam and Eve were formed 5 or 6 feet tall. However, they were the only two human beings that did not come from the womb of a woman. The only reason why anyone would presume that they were created with the appearance of age is that they thought they came from the womb of a woman. But the Genesis text tells us that's not how they were formed. God created them from the dust of the earth. With respect to Adam, with Eve, he had the benefit of a DNA biopsy from Adam, along with the dust of the earth. But the whole point is they were both created fully size. Now, given how frequently the Bible, and it says this 8 times, that it's impossible for God to lie or deceive, and therefore he's not going to make something look old that in fact is very young. That would be counter to God's character. And that if we were there to measure Adam the moment that God created him, we would observe several things. No baldness, no gray hair, no chipped teeth, no liver spots on the skin. And you know, I'm probably a good enough scientist, I could wander around here no matter how young you are and point out a liver spot. But if you show me a newborn baby, I can't point out liver spots. By the time you're 3 or 4 years old, they begin to show up in a noticeable way. And those of us that are quite a bit older than that, we have very noticeable liver spots. If you look closely at me, you'll see some dramatic ones. They're there, okay? But that's true of a lot of you in the audience as well. With Adam, no liver spots. If we were to measure the cholesterol in his bloodstream, it would come in at about 60 milligrams per liter, not the 120 plus that almost everyone in this room manifests. He had no signatures of the appearance of age. Sure, he may have been 6 feet tall, but God created him brand new 6 feet tall. Likewise, the argument that the wine that Jesus transformed from water at the wedding feast was old, that's not what the text says. The text says that the wine tasted of very high quality, not that the wine was old. And after all, we have a Japanese distillery that's making Scotch whiskey that tastes like it's 30 years of age, but they make it in 3 weeks. So we can do it. Certainly Jesus at the wedding feast could make water turned into wine brand new that would taste to be of very good quality. So nowhere does God create with the appearance of age. In fact, both Peter and Paul make the point that the natural world is fully trustworthy and labels those who don't believe that as being Gnostics. God gave us 2 books, as it says in the Belgic Confession, the Book of Nature and the Book of Scripture. Both reveal different things, just like Hebrews and Romans reveals different things, but both are utterly reliable and trustworthy. And for that reason, I would say to all of you, according to the Bible, every one of us is commanded to be a theologian. Likewise, every one of us is commanded to be a scientist. It's not just for us professionals. We're all commanded to study the record of nature. We're all commanded to study the book of Scripture. Okay, next question.
Hi. Seeing that you are a scientist, and I see that your background is pretty heavy in the sciences, as you have a PhD, I'd like to know what your personal disposition is towards the Bible. Do you take it as a historical document, or do you take it as a I don't know, culmination of allegorical myths? And by that same account, are you a scientist first and a pastor second, or a pastor first and a scientist second?
Yeah, am I a scientist first and a pastor second, or is it the other way around? Well, it's kind of like asking me, which do you think is superior, the book of Hebrews or the book of Romans or the book of Genesis? Hey, it's all revelation from God, and I'm to equally study and appreciate all the books of the Bible. And likewise, if you ask me, what's your favorite discipline of science? Well, as a child of God, I'm commanded to research and study all the scientific disciplines. So again, sometimes Christians argue, which is superior, the revelation from Scripture or the revelation from nature? Both are the perfect, error-free Word of God. And therefore, it's really meaningless to argue which is better than the other. It's like arguing, is the book of Hebrews superior to the book of Romans? No, they're both the error-free Word of God. And how do I treat the Bible as a scientist and a pastor? I believe that the entire Bible is to be interpreted literally unless the context clearly indicates otherwise. If there are metaphors in the Bible, they'll be defined as metaphors in the Bible. If there's symbols in the Bible, they'll be defined as symbols in the Bible. If I can't find a symbol definition or a metaphor definition, I take it literally. But also, this is very important, it's not enough to take the Bible literally, we must take it literally and consistently. By demanding that the entire Bible be consistent with everything else in the Bible, that helps us to better appreciate those parts that are metaphorical versus those parts that are meant to be taken literally. Another rule of thumb is that you want to interpret the narrative passages in light of the didactic passages. There are creation accounts that are narrative, there are creation accounts that are didactic. We're to interpret the narrative creation text in light of the didactic creation text. And didactic scripture can either be prose or it can be poetry. The beauty of the Hebrew language is the skill with which you can use poetry to do didactic teaching. Probably the best example of that would be the book of Isaiah. The best doctrinal teaching on the doctrine of the Trinity is found in the poetic text of the book of Isaiah. If you want to ask me anything else about my hermeneutics, feel free, but that's kind of a rough sketch. Thank you.
Dr. Russ, a while ago you mentioned that the universe was designed and created as if the universe knew that humanity would come. And then you mentioned that humanity was put on the earth as a little playpen or a crib, so to say, and the evil was allowed to come and test humanity. Now, the biggest argument against the people who are against Christianity is that if God was so good, why would he allow evil to exist?
Right, right.
And my question, and I'd like to hear your opinion, is that if evil, or Satan, which is the embodiment of evil as we Christians call, did he exist outside of the universe as darkness, or as he came into the universe, he became darkness? Or B, question, second part of the question is, that 97.3% of darkness in the universe has anything to do with evil or Satan himself?
Okay, that 99.73% of the universe that's dark stuff has nothing to do with the evil that's being manifested by Satan and his demons. You asked a lot of questions for which I don't think they're good answers. We don't know when God created Satan. The only passage we have in Scripture that gives us any hint is Job 38:7, which says the angels were witnesses to God laying the foundations of the earth. So that means they've been around for 4 or 5 billion years, but it doesn't tell us when Satan rebelled against God. It doesn't tell us whether God created the angels before the universe or after the universe. We don't know. Now, people who take an Arminian perspective on Scripture as distinct from an Armenian perspective on Scripture believe that God doesn't really control the outcome of human thought, actions, or words. And therefore, in their theological system, as opposed to the Calvinistic perspective, would argue that the evil must have come first and God built the universe to respond to that evil. But those of us who take a more Calvinistic perspective that believe that God predetermined every word we speak, every action we perform, every thought we think, well, in that theological system, it simply doesn't matter. God would know ahead of time that evil was going to come, and therefore he pre-designed the universe ahead of time to deal with the future advent of evil by the hand of Satan. And therefore, from that perspective, it doesn't really matter when Satan sinned, as long as we appreciate that he sinned before Adam sinned. So we need to recognize that Adam was not the first sinner. Satan deserves that credit, not Adam and Eve. But exactly when he sinned, we don't know. And as far as his capabilities go, he can invade the universe whenever he chooses, if God so permits. But he can also leave. He's not confined by the universe. We human beings in our present state are confined by the space-time dimensions of the universe. We cannot leave, at least as long as we're alive physically. We cannot leave the space-time constraints, and we're confined by the laws of physics. That's not true of the angels. On the other hand, the Bible is quite clear that the angels are restricted. They do have dimensional limitations, just like we do, but their dimensional limitations are not as restrictive as ours are. On the other hand, there will come a time when we will be greater and more powerful than the angels, but not until we first go through this course of being exposed to evil and suffering. And you're right about one thing, that when you talk to atheists, and I've seen this in a number of the debates I've had with them, they only have one positive argument for their position. They got lots of negative arguments, but they go like this: you Christians do a terrible job of arguing for the existence of God. And I have to agree, yeah, we don't do that great of a job arguing on behalf of God. But that doesn't disprove God, that just simply shows that we're incompetent. It's an argument against the competence of Christians. It's not an argument against God. The only positive piece of evidence they have is the argument from the context of evil. And you said the argument very well. If God is all-powerful and all-loving, why would he subject his creatures to something as horrible as evil, suffering, and death? and therefore they say such a God cannot exist. But he could exist if God's got a higher purpose for exposing humanity to evil, suffering, and death. And the analogy I use and why the universe is the way it is what every university student goes through. A student goes to the university, plunks down a lot of money, and wants to use that money so that he can suffer or she can suffer at the hand of a group of professors. And the thing, I've been both a student and a professor. The thing I've noticed as a professor is this: if I don't make my students suffer enough, they will complain to the dean. They'll also complain if I make them suffer too much. So the question is this: is God subjecting us to the most loving level of suffering possible given the purposes that he has for the human species? And that's the argument I make in my book in response to the atheists, that the level of evil and suffering God is exposing us to is optimal for preparing humanity to receive the magnificent reward of the new creation. Any lesser degree of exposure would be inadequate to prepare us. So just like a graduate student goes through more suffering than an undergraduate, but gains a higher eventual reward than the undergraduate, likewise God is taking us through a fairly challenging exposure to evil and suffering, but it's because of the high reward he has for us. And what I notice is this: the people that complain the most about the evil and the suffering are the same people that have the least understanding of the reward that God intends for us in the future. And so that's what I tell my students in the classroom. You know, what you really need to do is understand what your future career is going to be like. If you gain an appreciation for what your career is going to be like, you're going to want more suffering from me, not less suffering. Okay, next question.
Last questions.
Okay.
Hi. I just wanted to ask you about, you believe, I could be wrong and maybe I misunderstood earlier, but you believe that the world is, or the universe is more than millions or billions of years old?
Correct.
Yet in the Genesis, God only talks about 6 days.
Correct.
7 day of rest. So
Correct.
I'm just asking how you see that.
Okay.
Because I don't see it the same, so I'm just asking.
Well, notice that this controversy of does the Bible teach a young earth or an old earth is really a product of the English language. You know, as I travel around the world and speak to people in different language groups, this isn't a controversy. It seems to be unique to the English language. And I think I know why. Biblical Hebrew is one of the smallest vocabulary languages that humans have ever invented. The vocabulary size of Biblical Hebrew, if you don't count the proper nouns, the names of people and cities, is only 3,000 words. The English language is the largest vocabulary language that any people has ever invented. It now stands at more than 4 million words. So the challenge for Bible translators is to take those 3,000 words and translate it into a 4 million word vocabulary language. That kind of explains why in English and only English, you have more than a dozen Bible translations. I personally own 16 different Bible translations. And each one translates a particular aspect of that original Hebrew in a better way than the other translations. For example, I don't use the New American Standard to understand the humor of the Old Testament. The New Living Bible does a far better job of pulling the jokes out. And so I will go there for that part of it. And when it comes to Genesis chapter 1, in the biblical Hebrew language, you have this word yom that's translated day. And like almost every Hebrew noun, it has multiple literal definitions. The Hebrew word for earth has 5 different literal definitions. The Hebrew word for heaven has 3 different literal definitions. You know that from the English translation, because what did Paul say in Corinthians? I was taken to the 3rd heaven to distinguish the heaven he was speaking about with the other 2 heavens. Okay, the word yom has the following 4 literal definitions. Part of the daylight hours, all of the daylight hours, a 24-hour period, or a long but finite period of time. And in the English language, we have over a dozen different words for a long, finite period of time. In biblical Hebrew, you have just one word, the word yom. Moses had no other option but to use the word that's translated day to describe a long, finite period of time. Now, knowing that you got those 4 different definitions, you read all the creation accounts in the Bible and say which one of those 4 definitions allow you to read all 27 creation accounts without contradiction. Well, in my book, A Matter of Days, I make the point that only the 4th definition permits that. If you go with 24-hour days, you got several creation accounts contradicting one another. If it's 6 long periods of time, there are no contradictions. But where I do agree with my young earth creationist friends is that Adam and Eve were created thousands of years ago, not millions of years ago or billions of years ago. In our book, Who is Adam?, we document the new DNA evidence that we have that establishes that Adam and Eve indeed were created just thousands of years ago. DNA, as I'll share with you tomorrow, has been able to prove that the human species is descended from one man, one woman, one location, thousands of years ago. And the scientific literature, this is now the dominant explanation for human origins, and they call it the Garden of Eden hypothesis because of how closely it matches what the Bible teaches. Okay, a quick word about some of the contradictions. Genesis 1 tells us that the first human male and the first human female were made on creation day 6. Flip the page to Genesis 2. It tells us that Adam was made first and that God created him outside the Garden of Eden. Then he placed Adam in the Garden of Eden, and there he observed the growth of the trees of the Garden of Eden. And then God had him work the garden. He tended the garden. Tended it long enough to realize there's got to be more to life than gardening, and then God had him name all the birds and mammals. Now keep in mind the book of Job predates Genesis. And the book of Job, it tells us these birds and mammals were created by God to serve and please us human beings, each in its own different way. Well, what God was asking Adam to do was name each of these bird and mammal species in the manner that they served and pleased him. And he recognized that these creatures provided much more fulfillment than the plants of the Garden of Eden. And he carefully examined each one, related to each one, and was able to assign an appropriate name. But after Adam had done all that, the text tells us he was lonely. It takes time to become lonely. And then God put him to sleep, performed an operation on him, and took a biopsy from his side. He recovered from the operation, and he wakes up and he sees this new creature. Now what's interesting is the word in the Hebrew that's recorded coming out of Adam's mouth when he sees Eve. The word is hapa'am. You'll find it used 4 other times in the Old Testament where it's translated at long last. So numerous Bible scholars have pointed out there's a considerable passage of time between the creation of Adam and the creation of Eve. It can't be the few minutes at the end of a 24-hour period. Now, what persuaded me the first time I read Genesis at age 17 was you look at Genesis chapter 1, and you've got these 6 creation days that are bracketed by an evening and a morning. But when you get to day 7, there is no evening and morning. And it's that period of time when God ceases from his work of physical creation. And when I read that at age 17, it answered for me the fossil record enigma. And this is something that bothered me ever since I was 9 years of age. And the enigma is this. When you look in the fossil record, we see extensive evidence for speciation events. It's so aggressive that it averages 1 new species showing up every year. But as soon as human beings show up on the scene, that evidence disappears. We can't document the appearance of a single animal species in the record of nature during the human era. And to me, Genesis 1 gave me the answer. For 6 days God creates, on the 7th day he stops creating. Elsewhere in the creation accounts it tells us the 7th day is that period during which God conquers and removes evil. And that's why there's no evening and morning for day 7. We're still in the 7th day. And Revelation 21, you got day 8 when God creates again. But that won't happen till after he conquers evil. Then we'll have an evening and a morning for day 7. Now, if you want 19 more biblical arguments, you got to get the book A Matter of Days. Last question.
Hi. I understand that it's your view that there was no worldwide flood. It's a common Christian belief that the world was flooded in Noah's days, and I understand that you believe in a local flood. Could you just give the defense for that and possibly the geographical locations of
Sure.
that and why God would do that? Thank you.
Okay, we do believe that the flood of Noah was not global in extent. However, we also believe that it was universal, which means that every human being was impacted by the flood of Noah. The reason why it need not be global, humanity at that time was resolute in disobeying God's command to multiply and fill the earth. God said that to Adam and Eve. They didn't do it. He said it to Noah. His descendants didn't do it either. And in Genesis 11, God is forced to step in and scatter humanity over the whole face of the earth, which tells us that in the days of the flood, humanity was local in its geographical distribution. And therefore, God could take care of human reprobation by flooding a portion of the planet, no need to flood the entire planet. You say, what about all the animals? Well, it's interesting that the text there uses the word basar for the birds and mammals that were destroyed by the flood. And that's a reference to these soulish creatures that are attached or related to human beings. Therefore, if emperor penguins had never had contact with human beings, they would not be part of the basar. I don't think God flooded Antarctica. Now, in terms of a biblical defense for this interpretation of the flood, keep in mind that not all the answers are in Genesis. You have answers in other creation accounts as well. And in 5 creation accounts, it talks about creation day 3, when God changes the planet from a water world to where you got oceans and continents together. Psalm 104 reviews God creating the continental land masses. But in verse 9 it says, once the continental land masses are in place, never again will water cover the whole face of the earth, which means the flood of Noah cannot possibly be global in extent, because God has already said, once there are continents, never again can water cover the face of the earth. That's repeated 5 times. You'll see it in Psalm 33, Job 38, Proverbs 8, as well as 2 Peter 2 and 3. So in that context, we would recognize that the flood would not be global in extent. You say, what do you do with the verse Genesis 7:19, where it says that water covered the whole face of the earth? Well, if you go to Genesis chapter 8, verse 5, it talks about the waters receding. And here's Noah on top of the ark, and he's looking out. And at that time, he's able to see the distant hills and mountains. And then in verse 9, he releases a dove. And this dove is flying low over the water. And what does the text say? In the context of the dove, there's water over the whole face of the earth, which means from the dove's perspective, all the dove could see was water from one end of the horizon to the other. So in Genesis 7:19, where you got the 40 days of rain falling from the sky, the context is simply that from Noah's perspective, he could see water and only water from one end of the horizon to the other. Now the ark is 45 feet high, so you can see a goodly distance. So it means that the flood is not a minor flood, it must be a major flood. In fact, in our flood model, you're asking me how extensive we think the flood is? We think it filled the entire Persian Gulf, all of Mesopotamia, and a good chunk of southern Arabia. You say, why the Persian Gulf? Because we believe the flood took place when the Persian Gulf was dry and the Red Sea was dry. Now, that would have been the case with the close of the last ice age. And there's other good evidence we can draw from Genesis 10 that God created Adam and Eve towards the end of the last ice age. Roughly 40, 50,000 years ago. You can get that date from using the Genesis 5 and 11 genealogies and calibrating it. I'll talk a little bit about that on Sunday afternoon. Okay, given that date, we have geological evidence that the Persian Gulf was dry. That solves a huge biblical problem that atheists love to bring out, where it tells us in Genesis 2 that the Garden of Eden is located where the Tigris, the Euphrates, the Pishon, and the Gihon come together. Well, the Tigris and the Euphrates flow through Mesopotamia. The Gihon and the Pishon flow through southern Arabia. And atheists are fond of pointing out there's no place where they all come together. There's no place where they all come together today, but if the Persian Gulf is dry, you've got the Tigris and the Euphrates flowing through the Persian Gulf out to the Gulf of Hormuz. You've also got the Pishon, the Gihon, flowing down into the southern part of the Persian Gulf. And if you look at a map of the Persian Gulf when it's dry, the four rivers come together at the southeastern part of the Persian Gulf. So it solves a huge problem there, but it also means that the flood was something that took care of all of the Persian Gulf, all of Mesopotamia, and a good chunk of southern Arabia. And I got to explain this at a conference debate we had with young Earth creationists and old Earth creationists. And my appeal to the old Earth creationists is your flood model is too small. You need to make it bigger. And my appeal to the young Earth creation is your flood model is too big. You need to make it smaller. And can't we meet in the middle with this new model? So, thank you. We'll see you tomorrow. Now, last night, there was a lot of discussion going on after the event had actually was wearing down a little bit. A lot of you asked me questions about exactly what is Reasons to Believe all about. And based on your suggestions, I'm going to show you a 3-minute video clip. So this video clip will give you a quick introduction to what Reasons to Believe is all about. By the way, we have Reasons to Believe USA as well as Reasons to Believe Canada. And since I've got citizenship in both nations, I'm actually the president of both organizations. So, but here's the video clip that we've prepared.
Established in 1986, the nonprofit organization, Reasons to Believe, is dedicated to integrating all of God's revelation into one comprehensive framework.
At Reasons to Believe, we believe that the Bible is the error-free Word of God, error-free in all disciplines. We also believe that the record of nature is a trustworthy revelation from God. Therefore, we expect that the words of the Bible and the facts of nature will be completely compatible and consistent.
And certainly Christians are interested in what science has to say about God's world and how that physical world corresponds to the larger Christian worldview. Reasons to Believe certainly is at the forefront of doing that very thing.
The cultural stronghold of evolution looms large in the minds of many Christians. But rather than treating non-believers as an enemy to be defeated, Reasons to Believe thinks there is a better way.
Reasons to Believe is unique in that it is able to penetrate a lost people group of sophisticated intellectuals, university professors, lawyers, architects, people that have an academic problem with the truth claims of Christianity.
If we want to be effective at reaching scientifically minded people for Christ, we have to be taken seriously by the scientific community. And in order to do that, we have to present credible science.
Scientifically minded people do recognize that there are flaws in the Darwinian explanation for the history of life on planet Earth. But they will not abandon the Darwinian model until they see a superior model with greater explanatory power to take its place.
Why would the scientific community take anything that we're saying about the gospel seriously if the science that we're presenting is nonsense?
But if we can come in and provide an effective tool, this creation model approach that has scientific credibility, that then helps open the next door, which is a gospel presentation. And for the first time, often they've never even gotten that far in conversations with Christians.
In our interactions with them, instead of chiding them or mocking them, we actually invite them to ask questions.
And what we're doing at Reasons to Believe with our creation model approach is taking the recent scientific discoveries made by the scientific community seriously, as well as taking Scripture seriously.
Maybe they don't immediately believe, but they are surprised that there is as much information that they can get their teeth into.
Reasons to Believe has been effective in reaching thousands of scientists, skeptics, and secular leaders for Christ around the world. But a lot more needs to be done. We invite you to partner with us in continuing this important work. We want to bring Reasons to Believe's testable creation model to university campuses, colleges, business firms, churches, and schools as a way to introduce unbelievers to how they can have a personal relationship with the Creator of the universe. Well, that's what Reasons to Believe is all about, and our main tool is to use new reasons to believe in Jesus Christ as Creator, Lord, and Savior. And every day we feature an article on our website that gives you more evidence for the Christian faith. And you can get that as a free email sent to your computer, or you can get it sent to a computer that's a friend of yours. Do get their permission first, though. They might appreciate that. Today's new reason to believe. And I can tell you, if we had the scientific staff, we could actually publish 10 new reasons to believe every single day. That's how fast these discoveries are happening on the frontiers of scientific research. In this video clip, you heard about our testable creation model. And that's our primary approach when we're on the university campus, is rather than attack evolution, we present a positive case for creation through a testable model. I mean, the biggest complaint I hear from science professors on the campus is that creation is not science. They say it's not science because it's not testable, it's not falsifiable, it's not predictive. Well, we've developed a model at Reasons to Believe that is all three of those: testable, falsifiable, and predictive. And what I'm going to review for you in this particular lecture is a little beefed up version of what we presented at the University of Texas 4 days ago. We had a major presentation there. 3,000 people showed up, and our model was responded to by the executive director of the Skeptic Society, Michael Shermer, and then we had a panel of 3 scientists who took a non-theistic perspective that critiqued our model. And so in these next few minutes, we'll do this, although what is going to be missing is the complex science part. I didn't do this by myself. It was Fazal Rana that you saw there. Fuz Rana, our staff biochemist, he took on the complex sciences, I took on the simple sciences. You say, what's the difference? The simple sciences are those sciences where we can describe past, present, and future behavior through differential equations. You can't do that with the complex sciences. It works for galaxies and stars and planets. It doesn't work for dogs, cats, and as I found out, it doesn't work very well on my sons either. For 20 years, I've tried to develop differential equations to predict their future behavior and have failed quite miserably. Those are the complex sciences, but the whole point is this. We have found it's quite helpful to present the case for the complex sciences in light of the simple sciences. So wherever on the campus, we always start with the simple sciences first, the big picture. I gave you the big picture last night. Today, we're going to take you through mathematics, physics, and astronomy. But relax, I'm going to do it without any reference to equations. Okay? More Than a Theory. This is actually the title of a book, our most recent book. It's only been out for 6 weeks. More Than a Theory, which is our attempt to put in one book a summary of the full scope of our testable creation model. And that's what we're going to present here, is our testable creation model, and how can you put creation to the test? How can you demonstrate that it's testable, falsifiable, and predictive? Well, design is really not the issue. Paul Davies, the agnostic physicist, said in his book, The Cosmic Blueprint, when you look at the universe, the impression of design is overwhelming. Every astronomer I know would agree with that statement. There's no question that we're seeing design. The question is, who is a designer? Atheists and agnostics will say it's some kind of a what. We're saying that it's some kind of a who, and we think we can identify the who. It's the nature of the designer that's really at stake. And that really explains why the intelligent design movement has failed on the university campus, because they failed to identify the designer. And really, everybody agrees there's design. The real issue is who is the designer. And so we try to identify that designer by asking two questions. Is the evidence for the Creator's existence shrinking or growing as we learn more and more about the record of nature? If it's growing, then the scientific case for the Creator is valid. But if it's shrinking, then the atheists and agnostics would have a point in their favor. And most people would agree that it is growing, but the real issue is it at a point now where we can eliminate some or all the alternate explanations? Is it possible, for example, to accumulate enough scientific evidence that we can distinguish between the God of Christianity and the God of Islam, the God of Hinduism, the God of Buddhism, etc.? Now, the model we've developed at Reasons to Believe is a biblical creation model. And the first book I ever read on cosmology, the science of the origin and structure of the universe, was when I was 7 years of age, and it was Sir Fred Hoyle's book, The Nature of the Universe. Now, Sir Fred Hoyle takes a Hindu perspective on the universe, but in that book he said, there is a good deal of cosmology in the Bible. It is a remarkable conception. He personally rejected it, but nevertheless he conceded that the Bible was loaded with content on the origin and structure of the universe. And indeed, when I went through the holy books of the religions of the world, my spiritual search in my late teenage years, I observed that the Bible has over 10 times as much content on the origin and structure of the universe as all the other holy books put together. And therefore, it's possible to build a detailed biblical cosmological model. Now, if I were to summarize what the Bible's got to say about the origin and structure of the universe, there are 4 points that it repeats over and over again and in considerable detail. It's got more than this, but these are the 4 main points. The Bible claims that the universe is traceable back to a singularity beginning, and that means a beginning of all the matter and energy that makes up the universe, and even all the space-time dimensions over which that matter and energy is distributed. It also claims that the universe continuously expands from that point of beginning, and that it expands under constant laws of physics, and that one of those laws is a pervasive entropy, a law of decay that pervades the entirety of the universe that we spoke about last night. Now, many of you in the audience here, whether you've been to church or not, will recognize at least a few of the biblical passages that talk about the singularity beginning. I've found that no matter where I travel in the world, everybody seems to have heard Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And that phrase, heavens and earth, is a reference not to the galaxies and planet Earth. It's really referring to the entire physical universe. And it says, in the beginning, God created. The Hebrew word for create is the word bara, which means to create something brand new that never existed before. It's actually speaking about the beginning of all physical reality. Hebrews 11:3, the universe that we can detect did not come from that which we can detect. In other words, the universe of matter, energy, space, and time came from something other than matter, energy, space, and time. And I haven't included the Bible passages here, but especially in Timothy and Titus, we have Paul speaking about an actual beginning to space and time and God's activities before space and time existed. 2 Timothy 1:9, the grace of God that we now experience was put into effect before the beginning of time, and how space and time began when the universe began. Now, ever since 1970, we've had mathematical theorems that confirm what the Bible's been teaching for thousands of years. These are referred to as the space-time theorems. And these space-time theorems state that if the universe contains mass, and if general relativity reliably describes the dynamics of the universe, that means the movement of different celestial bodies, then space and time must be created by a causal agent who transcends space and time. Now, the power of these mathematical theorems is that they're based on only two assumptions. Assumption number one, the universe contains mass. Now, if we have any skeptics in the audience, I would guess a bathroom scale would suffice to prove that there must be mass in the universe. Or maybe the lunch you ate today would be enough to convince you that the universe contains mass. No one disputes that assumption. It's the second assumption that for several years was disputed. Does general relativity reliably describe the dynamics of celestial bodies? Now, when the first of these theorems was produced, I was a graduate student here in Toronto. And at that time, we could only prove through experiments that general relativity was reliable to 2 places of the decimal, 1% precision. But today, we have a great number of experimental proofs for the reliability of general relativity. And it's such that today, we can demonstrate that general relativity reliably describes cosmic dynamics to 15 places of the decimal, to better than 0.1% precision. In fact, today, general relativity ranks as the most exhaustively tested and best proven principle in all of physics. There's nothing in physics that is more certain today than the reliability of general relativity. And incidentally, there's this Gravity B satellite that's orbiting the Earth right now, and it is going to be subjecting general relativity to a further test. Because of all the tests we have of the theory of general relativity, the most difficult one to perform is something called the Lense-Thirring effect, which is the twisting of the space-time fabric by the rotation of the Earth. This Gravity B probe is going to be able to measure that to about 4 or 5 places of the decimal. The best we've had up till this point is confirmation to 2 places of the decimal. So we're predicting that general relativity will pass that test too. The other thing that's happened since 1970 is that these space-time theorems have become far more generally applicable than they were back in the 20th century. And it is such that the space-time theorems have been put to the test by a group of theoretical physicists, primarily Arvind Borde and Alexander Vilenkin. For a 10-year period, they sought for some loophole. They recognized the power of these theorems, proving that there must be an agent beyond space and time that created the universe. And they said, is there any way we can avoid that conclusion? Over the course of 10 years, they did find some theoretical ways that we could structure the universe so there wouldn't be this God beyond space and time that brings the universe into existence. But they discovered these were models of the universe that would not permit the existence of life. And in their final paper, they concluded that any universe that expands on average must have a beginning in the finite past, whether it be general relativistic or otherwise. Any model that expands on average must have a beginning of matter, energy, space, and time. And therefore, there must be this agent beyond space and time that creates it. Or another way they put it, all reasonable expanding universe models, namely those that would permit the existence of life, are subject to the relentless grip of the space-time theorems. Now, our model, it reasons to believe, is a predictive model. And so these are some predictions we're making based on what we discovered about the origin of the universe. 6 predictions. We predict that evidence for a single cosmic beginning, as opposed to no beginning or multiple beginnings, will grow. And that evidence that time is finite will increase. That evidence that general relativity reliably describes cosmic dynamics will get stronger, and hence that the grip of the space-time theorems will become even more relentless than it is today, and thus the case for a transcendent causal agent will grow. Now, perhaps most importantly, this evidence establishes that other miraculous acts will be found. Because what I've reviewed for you here in a few minutes is rigorous proof that at least one miracle has taken place. Because often you hear in these creation-evolution debates, we can only do scientific research from a naturalistic perspective. We're only going to look for natural causes. Well, here we have an example where no one can deny that a miraculous act has taken place. There is some entity out there that has performed a miracle, the biggest miracle we could ever possibly scientifically establish, the coming into existence of all physical reality. What bigger miracle could any scientist ever demand? Now, given that this agent has intervened once, there's obviously the possibility that he has chosen to intervene on other occasions, which means from now on, science must be open-minded. We have to be ready to consider both supernatural causation as well as natural causation. No longer can the scientific community be so closed-minded as to say only natural causes happen. Clearly, one has taken place, and obviously others could take place as well. Now, as much as the Bible says about the beginning of the universe, it actually says more about the expansion of the universe. The problem is you're not going to find it in any of the books of Moses. It's not in the book of Genesis. Genesis is silent on the expansion of the universe. However, 6 other Old Testament authors speak extensively about cosmic expansion. Now, most English translations put it this way: the stretching out of the universe. But the verb that's translated stretching out, the Hebrew verb, is the verb natah, and it has as its base definition the continuous expansion of whatever's being described. And in these passages, it's in 3 different verb forms. The cal participle form, which means God on an ongoing basis is continuously expanding the universe. Some are in the cal perfect form, which means that God in the beginning, when he created the universe, created it with a physics that would guarantee ongoing continuous expansion. And we'll also see it in the cal imperfect form. Now, the fact that it uses these 3 different verb forms means that these passages are not metaphorical. You know, we debated Michael Shermer at the University of Texas 4 days ago. He just simply dismissed all these passages by saying these are just metaphors. But the fact that we see them in 3 different verb forms means they cannot be taken metaphorically. They are literal. Now, the reason why Michael Shermer was disturbed by this, because no book of science, no book of philosophy, no book of theology outside of the Bible ever even hinted at the idea of a continuously expanding universe until the 20th century. Which means these Bible authors for thousands of years had made a statement about the universe that was unique. And today we can prove that what these Bible authors said thousands of years ago indeed is correct. This is one of the most dramatic examples of the Bible accurately predicting a detailed scientific discovery. Now, in my book, The Creator and the Cosmos, I lay out several chapters of evidence of this continuously expanding universe. Because if we can prove experimentally this is the case, we're really proving that the Bible is not merely a work of man, it must be inspired by the one that created the universe. Now, I'm not going to take the time to take you through all these evidences that they're in the book, and I'm not going to give you the most compelling proofs either, but I am going to show you what I think is the most visual demonstration that we do live in a continuously expanding universe, and it's thanks to the Hubble Space Telescope. And so what we see in the image on the left is what the universe looked like when we're observing 12 billion light years away. Now, remember what I said last night? In astronomy, we only see the past. And so if you're looking 12 billion light years away, you're seeing the universe as it was 12 billion years ago. Contrasted with an image where we're looking back only 2 billion light years away, which means we're seeing the universe as it was 2 billion years ago. Now, everything here is to scale. What you see 12 billion years ago is the galaxies are jammed so tightly together they're literally ripping spiral arms off one another. We call these tadpole galaxies. But when you get over to the right, we don't see tadpole galaxies. Moreover, you see that the galaxies have now spread apart. So you can actually see the galaxies spreading apart as the universe gets older and older, a visual demonstration that it indeed is continuously expanding. Now, the Bible also declares that we live in a universe with constant laws of physics. This is one of the more specific passages, Jeremiah 33:25, where God says, I have established the fixed laws of heaven and earth. And then in Romans 8, 20 to 22, I quoted this one yesterday as well, the entire creation groans, subject as it is to its bondage to decay. And here it's referring to the second law of thermodynamics, what some of you might know as Murphy's Law, how things tend to decay all by themselves. The entire universe is progressing towards decay. Matter of fact, all of us in this room are progressing towards decay. So it's something we see pervades all of physical reality. Well, this leads to a very specific prediction about the universe based on these Bible passages. If the entire universe is continuously expanding, if the laws of physics are constant, if they don't change, and if it's dominated by this pervasive law of decay, that's a universe that must get colder and colder by a very predictable amount. It's the same principle by which a car engine works. When the piston chamber expands, the temperature inside the chamber goes down. When the piston chamber compresses, the temperature goes up. That's the second law of thermodynamics. Consequently, as the universe gets older and older and gets bigger and bigger as it expands, it cools down. But taking these four biblical statements and knowing the age of the universe, the moment of creation, we can produce a temperature curve. So what you see here in this slide, the solid curve is what the Bible predicts about the cooling down of the universe. And overlapping that curve, there are now 11 measurements taken at different points in the past history of the universe of the temperature of the universe. And you can see that the measurements, by the way, there's about 5 measurements right here with very tiny error bars, and then there's a couple of measurements here. And as you get farther and farther back in time, the error bars get a little bit bigger. Nonetheless, I think you can all see that the actual temperature measurements match the biblically predicted curve. No other holy book makes such a detailed statements about the features of the universe and the history of the universe, and no other book is true in everything it says about the origin and structure of the universe. And again, Bible authors said this thousands of years ago before any scientists even had a hint or a clue about these features of the universe in which we live. Now, because of a satellite, the WMAP satellite that's been orbiting the Earth, this satellite is actually capable of measuring the geometry of the universe. What the WMAP does is it measures the universe in the very distant past when light first separates from darkness. And if the universe has a closed geometry, the hot and cold spots will be big. If it has an open geometry, the hot spots and cold spots will be smaller. If it's flat, it's going to be somewhere in between. Now, currently, the best measurements we have on the geometry of the universe tells us that it's flat, but it's slightly leaning towards being closed. Now, the significant point there, it's been true of all the measurements, they all reveal very slight departure from flatness in the direction of being closed. If that is the case, then atheistic multiverse models are eliminated from possibility. We had a question about that last night. And the comment I made in the Q&A time is the multiverse, the idea there's an infinite number of universes, all with different characteristics, and our universe by pure chance has all the characteristics that makes possible the existence of advanced life. That model requires an open universe, and the evidence is now slightly favoring a closed universe. And this year, they're going to be sending up the Planck satellite, which will be able to measure this radiation from the cosmic creation event with 10 times more precision than the WMAP, and will give us a definitive measure on the geometry of the universe. At the same time, I want to remind you, not all open universe models support the possibility of an atheistic multiverse concept. So this is an area where testing is still going on. Now, dark energy, as I mentioned last night, is now recognized to be the dominant component of the universe. What is dark energy? Dark energy is the energy that's embedded in the space surface of the universe, and it acts like a gigantic anti-elastic band. And I remember to bring my elastic band with me today. It has a property that the more you stretch it, the more energy it gains to force contraction. The space surface of the universe is the opposite. The more you stretch the surface, the more energy it gains to spring forward even more rapid expansion of the universe. But it actually adds up to 72% of all the content, all the stuff of the universe. And it's the dominant factor that governs cosmic expansion. If you were to make the dark energy slightly more dense than what we observe, then the space surface of the universe would expand so rapidly that stars would never form. If it expands too rapidly, gas and dust will be so dispersed that gravity won't be able to collapse any of it to make stars. And if that's the case, then life has no place to live. On the other hand, if the dark energy density is very slightly less, then the universe will expand so slowly that gravity will collect everything into neutron stars and black holes. And in neutron stars and black holes, the density of matter is so extreme that molecules can't exist, atoms can't exist, not even protons and electrons can exist, and of course, life would be impossible. Now, I mentioned Lawrence Krauss last night, the leader of the fight against intelligent design and creationism within the United States and in Europe as well. And he is an astrophysicist. But he wrote an article in the Astrophysical Journal back in 1998 when he said, this is before dark energy was discovered, but he was predicting that dark energy would be discovered, and he said its discovery would involve the most extreme fine-tuning problem known in physics. Now he's coming from an atheistic perspective. I see it as an opportunity, he sees it as a problem. And what he defined in the paper is how much this dark energy would need to be fine-tuned in order to get the stars and planets that would allow life to exist in the universe. And the answer is it would have to be fine-tuned by 10 to the 97 times greater than the best example we can give you of human engineering design. As I explained last night, that would be these gravity wave telescopes. And we're looking at a factor of 10 to the 97 times, meaning that the one that created matter, energy, space, and time at a minimum would have to be 10 to the 97 times more intelligent and better educated than the Caltech and MIT physicists that designed these gravity wave telescopes, and at least that many times better funded than the US government that made the construction of these telescopes possible. And as I mentioned last night, this is significant because so many of my peers in physics and astronomy say all our science tells us is that there's an agent beyond space and time that created the universe. Who says it must be a personal being? Well, this says it must be a personal being, because only a personal being can manifest the attributes of intellect, knowledge, creativity, and power, and the fact that it's manifested at a level so much greater than anything we human beings can achieve tells us this is not a distant, disinterested, uninvolved creator. He's very involved. And this really helps us distinguish the God of the Bible, say, from the God of the Eastern religions that are out there. Now, this is not just Hugh Ross, the president of Reasons to Believe, that is spouting these kinds of conclusions. I have with me here a research paper published a number of years ago, and the title is Disturbing Implications of a Cosmological Constant. Cosmological constant, that's another word for dark energy. This paper was written by 3 atheist theoretical physicists. And what I'm going to do is just pull some quotes from their research. One is this quote: "Arranging the universe as we think it is arranged would have required a miracle." Philip Ball, the editor of Nature, interviewed the 3 authors and solicited this quote from them that was published in the British journal Nature. And he pulled out another quote from them based on this paper: "An external agent, external to space and time, intervened in cosmic history for reasons of its own." Now, what these 3 authors are pointing out is this: if dark energy is real, then there must be this agent beyond space and time that is performing miracles for reasons of his own. Hence the title of the paper, Disturbing Implications. They found this so utterly disturbing that what they said in the last sentence of their paper, the only reasonable conclusion is we do not live in a world that is a universe with a true cosmological constant. They concluded their paper by saying dark energy must be wrong. Because if dark energy exists, then we're stuck with this agent beyond space and time, performing miracles for reasons of his own. Now, the irony of this paper is it was posted as a preprint on the Los Alamos website for papers in theoretical physics just a few months before astronomers developed 9 independent observational proofs that dark energy is not only real, it's the dominant component of the universe. And these are all featured on our reasons.org website. We've got articles on each one of these discoveries, but very quickly, here's the list. Galaxy cluster X-rays, the WMAP, Type 1a supernova gravitational lenses, radio galaxy distributions, the Sloan Digital Sky Survey. I won't bore you with all the technical details. If you're interested, we have an article on each one of these on our website. Now, dark energy is not the only factor that indicates the supernatural design of the universe for the benefit of life and human beings in particular. It's simply the most spectacular piece of evidence we can give you. But virtually every feature of the laws of physics and of the universe reveals evidence for supernatural design. And here's an abbreviated list. For example, all the forces of physics must be fine-tuned to make life possible. For example, if you were to change the ratio of the strength of the electromagnetic force compared to the gravitational force by as little as 1 part in 10,000 trillion, there would be no possibility for stable burning stars. And without stable burning stars, there'd be no possibility for life. And the list goes on. The velocity of light must be held to a very particular value. The ratio of the electron and proton mass. The number of protons compared to the number of neutrons, for example, you have to fine-tune that to within 1 part in a trillion, or life is not possible anywhere. Now, if the design indeed is supernatural, we would expect that this list would grow as we learn more and more about the universe. And at Reasons to Believe, we started to publish research on this for the first time back in 1991. And at that time, we knew of 17 different features of the universe that had to be fine-tuned to an extraordinary degree to make life possible. But over the years in our publications, we have updated the design evidence in response to new discoveries. And the last time we did that was the end of 2006. And by that time, we're now looking at 140 different features of the universe that must be exquisitely fine-tuned to make the existence of life possible. And if you want to see the citations and the features, they're posted on our website. But it's making the point that the more we learn about the universe, the more compelling and the more extensive the evidence for supernatural design becomes. Now, this is often where my peers in astronomy stop looking for design. Simply on the largest possible scale, the universe as a whole. What we've done at Reasons to Believe is say, let's look at smaller size scales and see if we see the same signature for supernatural design. And what we discover, for example, is not any old galaxy will do. It takes a highly fine-tuned galaxy for light to be possible, and a just right star, a just right set of gas giant planets like Jupiter and Saturn, a just right planet Earth, and a just right moon. At all size scales, we're seeing this evidence for supernatural design. Now, when we were at the University of Texas, the atheist panel there was saying, okay, show us something that is testable. Give us some tests. Well, this is what we're looking at here, the galaxy, the star, the planets, etc. We're now looking at things astronomically that are a little bit closer to our telescopes, which means we can measure them in much more detail than we can measure the universe. And this has led to a number of tests. Because in the case of the universe, we have a sample size of 1. But in the case of our star, the sun, we have a sample size of trillions. Likewise with planets, we've now seen 346 planets outside of our solar system. So this allows us to develop tests that are not possible in the case of the entire universe. So I'm going to take you through a few of these tests. Let's presume that there's no creator at all. If there's no creator behind any of these evidences, we would anticipate that as we learn more about the universe, the evidence for design will decrease, both in the number of characteristics showing design and the degree of fine-tuning that's being manifested, and consequently the evidence for the biblical God as a designer would get progressively weaker and weaker as we learn more and more. However, if there is the creator, the God of the Bible behind all of this, we would predict the opposite, that the design evidences would increase in strength and number, and the evidence of the biblical God as a designer would get progressively stronger. Now, we began doing this kind of research for the first time in a published format back in 1995, January of 1995. And accounting for the dependency factors and the maximum number of planets, we found that the probability was less than 1 chance in 10 to the 31 that all 41 features that were known at that time and needed to be fine-tuned would be met in a miracle-free body. And what I have following that is a table that shows you how that evidence has accumulated since 1995. And you can see that instead of 41 known features that require fine-tuning, we now have 676. And instead of a probability of less than 1 chance in 10 to the 31, the probability is now less than 1 chance in 10 to the 556. And in all cases, we take into account the dependency factors, and again, you can see all that listed at reasons.org. And what you're really seeing there is that the evidence is getting roughly 1 million times stronger every month of research that goes by in favor of a creator. Here's another test. If there's no creator, we would anticipate that these design evidences would be for life in general, not human beings in particular. I mean, if you're going to claim this is all by some natural chance feature, why all the focus on human beings? But if it's the God of the Bible tells us that the design is there for the specific benefit of human beings. God wanted us to have the benefit of all other life forms, but the real goal was humanity. Therefore, we would expect from a biblical perspective that the design evidences would be much more impressive for human beings than for life in general. And again, we've taken our database and broken it down. And what we found, for example, if all you demand is a planet that can support bacteria for 90 days or less, you don't need any mechanisms to recycle nutrients. And therefore, it's much easier to find a planet that would have the capability of supporting bacteria. And this explains why so many astronomers are saying that Earth is the only planet that has advanced life on it, but there are all kinds of planets out there with bacteria on it. And it's based on these kinds of calculations. However, they're not looking at the complete database. We find that 501 different features of the galaxy and the planet and the planetary system must be fine-tuned even to allow for the existence of bacteria for 90 days or less. And the probability, as you can see, is very remote. But notice when you go to the requirement of a planet that can sustain bacteria for 3 billion years, now you need recycling mechanisms. And the degree of fine-tuning is enormously greater. And now you have 676 different features, and last of all, human beings. 824 known features so far, and now the probability is less than 1 chance in 10 to the 1,050. Do they have lotteries here in Canada trying to raise money for education, all that kind of stuff, and they try to sucker people into buying lots of tickets? Well, we have one of those in California, and last time I looked, California had a population that was about 4 million greater than all of Canada. And they have this lottery where they try to fund the education system by getting tens of millions of people to buy hundreds of millions of tickets every time. To give you an idea what that probability, 1 chance in 10 to the 1,050 is like, it's equivalent to the probability of someone winning the California State Lottery 150 consecutive times where they buy just 1 ticket each time. Or as one mathematician friend told me, it's the same probability of winning the California lottery 150 consecutive times where you don't buy any tickets at all. The probabilities are indistinguishable. Or to put it another way, to give you an idea how tiny that probability is, there's only 10 to the 79 protons and neutrons in the entire observable universe. So this probability is even more remote that blindfolded, you could pick out a specially marked proton out of all the protons that exist in the entire universe. Now here's another test. If there's no creator, we would expect that the design evidences would be seen on very few, if any, size scales. But if there's the biblical creator, we would predict that design would be seen on all size scales. The Bible tells us that God has designed everything in creation for the benefit of humanity. And therefore, here's a table showing you the data. We discover, for example, you need a very special cluster of galaxies. So our local group has 99 different features that must be fine-tuned to make life possible in a galaxy in that local group. In terms of our Milky Way galaxy, 200 different features must be fine-tuned. The planetary system, we now know, for example, that all 8 of the planets in our solar system must be fine-tuned to make life possible on planet Earth. Now that Pluto's been demoted, we recognize that all 8 of them play a critical role in making life possible here on planet Earth. The star, our sun, must be fine-tuned. We see at the level of the moon, the planet, the planetary surface, and planetary life. No matter what size scale we choose to observe, we find overwhelming evidence for the supernatural design of the natural realm for the benefit of life and human beings in particular. Another test. If there's no creator, by the way, when we do these things on university campuses, to say, can you make really risky predictions? Well, here's a risky prediction. This one's a risky prediction for atheists. If there's no creator, then astronomers are going to find many systems that are just like the Milky Way galaxy, the sun, moon, and Earth, and their capacity to support life. In fact, that's the mission of NASA right now, is to find planets just like the Earth that would allow for the existence of life on that planet. Whereas from a biblical perspective, I don't really see any need for God to make more than one human species in the vastness of the universe, given that his primary purpose in creating the universe is to bring about the end of all evil and suffering. An obvious question is, how many planets do you need with life on it? How many planets do you need with the equivalent of human life on it? And from my reading of the Bible, one is all you need. And as I read the Bible, God doesn't waste miracles. He performs as few miracles as possible to achieve his purpose. That being the case, we would anticipate that the Milky Way galaxy, the sun, the moon, the Earth, and Earth's planetary partners would prove unique in their capacity to permit advanced life. So that's a really risky prediction coming from the Christian side. Risky because we haven't done the research yet, at least not to any great extent. Well, we have done it to a little bit of an extent, so here's what that evidence looks like so far. There are billions of galaxies in the universe, hundreds of billions of galaxies in the universe. But there's only a few thousand that are close enough that we can compare their features with our Milky Way galaxy and ask the question, are they close enough to the Milky Way that they could also be a candidate to support advanced life? And the answer is, of the thousands that we can measure to that degree of precision, the answer is 0. None of them are enough like the Milky Way galaxy that they could be a candidate. What's unusual about our Milky Way galaxy, it has highly symmetrical, undisturbed spiral arms where the galaxy is of the right size that you can get a planet in the sufficient distance from the center of the galaxy where advanced life would be possible. We see no other spiral galaxy manifesting those features. Now, in the case of our star, there we can come up with a lot of comparisons because stars are very bright. And there's 200 billion stars in our galaxy, and they're close by. So this is where we can put this to the test most rigorously. There are literally millions of stars that we can measure with adequate precision to ask the question, are any of them a twin of our sun? Matter of fact, there's been a team of astronomers that have been searching for 50 years to find a true twin of the sun, one close enough to the sun that it could possibly have a planet orbiting about it over which advanced life could exist. And the answer is, after 50 years of research, it's still 0. We don't have a single twin. Now, I don't know what it's like here in Canada, but in the United States, my tax money is going to fund the search for extraterrestrial intelligent life. Disturbing enough, but as an astronomer, it's more disturbing because valuable telescope time is being gobbled up to look for this extraterrestrial intelligent life. And I argue that's completely unnecessary because so far we don't have a single stellar candidate. If you can't point out a star to me that could conceivably have a planet orbiting about it over which advanced life could exist, why waste the telescope time and why waste the taxpayers' money? It's much cheaper to see if you can find the right kind of star. Forget about the planets, let's just see if we can find the right kind of star. But we are discovering planets outside of our solar system. 346 have been found so far. Now, mostly they're gas giant planets like Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. But one of the things we now know is that Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune act as giant gravitational shields protecting planet Earth from taking too many hits from asteroids and comets. And so one question we can ask, do we see anywhere else out there in our galaxy a system of gas giant planets that would also act like Jupiter and Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune in a manner to allow advanced life to exist on a smaller planet in the same system? Well, what we observe instead is that these gas giants we're discovering either orbit very close into their stars or have eccentric orbits, elliptically shaped orbits. And the problem with these elliptically shaped orbits, that means a planet at one point is close to the star and another point far away, and such an elliptical orbit would gravitationally disturb the orbit of a planet like Earth in the same system. Or if that planet is close to the star, you'll get the same destructive gravitational disturbance. So we ask the question, how many planets have we found outside of our solar system that would allow for the possibility of a planet in the same system over which on which advanced life could possibly exist? The answer so far is 0. Well, again, a risky prediction because within the next 3 years, we're bound to discover at least 10,000 more planets orbiting other stellar systems. We're on record at Reasons to Believe of predicting the answer will still be 0. The atheists on record is saying we're going to find hundreds. Well, we can wait a few years and see who's right and who's wrong. Okay. You may be curious how these panels of atheist scientists respond after they hear 30 minutes of this material. They respond by saying it's the God of the gaps. That's all you're doing. You're fitting God in where we don't know anything. Well, the truth is there's gaps on both sides. There's gaps on the creation side, there's gaps on the evolution side. We always will have regions of ignorance, but we can use these gaps to test the different models. You say, how do you do that? Well, if your model is right, the gaps of ignorance will get smaller from your model's perspective, and they'll get less numerous from your model's perspective. But if your model is wrong, it'll be the opposite. So in addition to the God of the gaps, you got the nature of the gaps. Do the naturalistic explanatory gaps get bigger or smaller, more or less problematic, as scientists learn more and more? Well, you can look at our books that are out there on the table. They document that for the origin of the universe, Earth, and life, and humanity, and the cosmic fine-tuning, the gaps from the naturalistic perspective are getting dramatically larger with respect to time. With respect to the origin of life, for example, gaps are far bigger today than they were 50 years ago. Well, I was going to introduce you to another risky prediction, which was this idea that we're going to find the remains of Earth's first life on the moon, but I notice I'm out of time here, so I'm just going to jump ahead and finish off our talk. But really, we've been speaking to NASA and letting them know that, the fossils of Earth's first life will never be found on planet Earth because the geology of the Earth has destroyed all those fossils. But meteors transported a lot of Earth material to the surface of the moon. In fact, we calculate that there's about 30,000 tons of Earth material on every 100 square kilometers of the moon's surface. And 1 ton of Earth's soil contains 10 to the 17 bacteria. We predict that the first life forms formed by God on Earth were as complex as the simplest bacteria on the planet today. We also predict that it's a diverse ecological system, not just a single life form. Atheists predict it's one life form and is orders of magnitude simpler than the simplest life we see here on planet Earth. Moreover, they predict that it's not going to be at a very abundant level. We're predicting a very high level of abundance because God is aggressively preparing the planet for the entry of human beings. We can go to the moon and figure out who's right and who's wrong. And as I said to my friends at NASA, if you were to fund this, I think the public would really back it. If you could settle one of the biggest creation evolution disputes of our past several generations, the public, the tax-paying public, will reward you. But if you keep promising people you're going to find life on Mars and you never find it, they're going to get disappointed and cut off your funding. So let's put Mars in the background and let's go to the moon and settle this big issue of creation and evolution. I've got a 1-minute video clip here just to introduce this particular lecture. Okay, what Darwin didn't know. Well, a lot he didn't know was about planet Earth. And this is something that's just brand new from the research of Reasons to Believe, literally just days old. We've been posting an article on the anomalous abundances of planet Earth. And one of the things we note is that Earth is incredibly carbon poor. Now everybody says life is carbon-based. You would think the more carbon you got, the better. Well, carbon is one of the most abundant elements in the universe. And really the real issue in terms of trying to find a planet that can support life is finding a planet that doesn't have too much carbon. The problem with a planet with too much carbon is you're going to get a thick atmosphere of carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide, which will suffocate life and make the operation of lungs impossible. And one of the more amazing features of planet Earth, it's got 500 times less carbon than we would anticipate a planet of its size would retain. And planet Earth is not only exceptionally carbon poor, it's also very water poor. Now, recently, physicists have figured out planets the size of Earth at the appropriate distance that Earth is from the sun should be composed of a minimum of 5% water. Instead, our planet Earth has only 0.02% water, and it can go up to above 10% water. And so our planet Earth has 250 times less water minimum than we would expect for a planet of its size. And very recently, NASA came back with a discovery that Mars has a huge amount of sulfur. And when you compare it with Earth, it's 50 times less. And we now recognize that Mars is the norm, Earth is the exception. Is that Mars is reflecting the sulfur abundance we would expect for planets everywhere in the universe. Earth, for some reason, has 50 times less sulfur. Now, this is also critical for life, because with 50 times more sulfur, like you see on Venus, like you see in Mars, means that you have sulfates and sulfides, and you'd have sulfuric acids that would make the environment of the planet so acidic there'd be no possibility for advanced life. In fact, there's no possibility even for bacterial life unless it's an extreme acidophile, and the origin of life cannot happen under acidic conditions. The other thing we note is that Earth is 4 times as abundant in phosphorus as any other body that we would expect of its size. And phosphorus is the backbone for DNA and RNA. In fact, an article was submitted to Science magazine several years ago called The Miracle of Phosphorus. How it is that planet Earth is so exceptionally phosphorus rich compared to anything we would see elsewhere in the universe. Now, scientists today do have a good understanding for why Earth is so carbon poor, so water poor, and so sulfur poor. And it has to do with collision events that took place in the early history of our solar system, one of which I described in this DVD, Journey Toward Creation. This is a DVD where we take you on a journey from the surface of the Earth to the very greatest distances we can observe through our telescopes. We call it Journey Toward Creation because the farther away you go, the closer you're getting to the creation event. And at the very end of the DVD, you do encounter the Creator. So you can look at that, but in there we have a little video clip that shows you where a Mars-sized planet was on the same orbital path of the Earth. We now know from the past physics of the solar system that in the orbital path of the Earth about the Sun, there is a second planet. A planet the size of Mars is what's called the Lagrange point. There are 3 points along the orbit where you could have planets sharing the same orbit in a stable fashion. However, it's only stable if there are no other planets in the planetary system. And of course, we got Jupiter, Uranus, Saturn, and Neptune. And so it's simply a matter of time before those planets destabilize the smaller of the two planets and cause the Mars-sized body to slowly creep towards planet Earth. And at that time, Earth had 250 times more water than it has today, maybe even 500 times more water. So there was this deep ocean encompassing the whole Earth. The Mars-sized body hit that deep ocean at a low velocity, high attack angle, and that caused all the water to be turned into steam. Now, if it wasn't for the water, Earth would have been destroyed by the collision. But because of the water, the collision was such that all the heavy element material of the Mars-sized body sunk into the core of the Earth. The light element material was obliterated to outer space. Most of it was scattered throughout the solar system and absorbed into the sun and escaped the solar system. A small amount of it coalesced to make our moon. So it really solved the problem where our moon came from. And if you look at our moon, compared to the mass of our planet, it's 50 times bigger than any other moon in our solar system. And that enormous size compared to the planet told us that our moon could not have formed in an ordinary way. It must have formed as a result of a collision event. We've now been able to determine exactly how it formed. But because of that collision event, Earth lost almost all of its water and lost almost all of its carbon, retaining just enough water and just enough carbon to make life and advanced life possible for billions of years thereafter. And also gave the Earth enough additional mass that it had the gravity now to retain water over billions of years. If it didn't gain that extra mass, water would eventually dissipate and the planet would have become quite dry. Now, that explains how we got rid of all the water and the carbon that would have been deadly for life. It doesn't explain the sulfur problem, although it explains it in part. But most of the sulfur that the Earth had on its surface was brought into the core of the Earth by what's called the late heavy bombardment. And this event took place when the solar system, by the way, the Mars-sized body collided with the Earth between 30 and 45 million years after the formation of the Earth. The late heavy bombardment happened 3.9 billion years ago when the Earth was about 650 million years old. And that late heavy bombardment caused the sulfur on the surface of the Earth to sink down into the core. You say, what's the late heavy bombardment? It's about 17,000 asteroids bigger than 100 kilometers striking the Earth in a short period of time. It's a direct result of the huge belt of asteroids and comets, the Kuiper belt, being destabilized by Mars and Jupiter hitting a 1-2 resonance. A lot of technical stuff here. That means where Jupiter is making exactly 2 orbits about the Sun for every single orbit of Saturn. And that means that every second orbit of Jupiter, the planets are going to line up and put a gravitational tug on these Kuiper Belt comets and caused them to be scattered. And this led to the sulfur sinking into the core of the Earth, which had two effects. It got rid of the poisonous stuff from the surface of the Earth, and it also put enough sulfur into the core of the Earth that we could have a strong magnetic field persisting for billions of years and just the right plate tectonic activity so that we can get the continental land masses together with the oceans. Now, I think if Charles Darwin had been aware of some of them, and by the way, I'm just giving you the tip of the iceberg of all the supernatural design of the past history of our solar system and planet Earth in particular. But none of this was aware to scientists at the time of Charles Darwin. If it was, they would have recognized that irrespective of the history of life on planet Earth, you need exquisite, intimate, miraculous intervention just to explain the physical features of the Earth. And the point there is, if we have all this evidence for the supernatural intervention of the Creator just to get the physical components correct, how much more would you demand miraculous intervention for something orders of magnitude more complicated, the origin of life and the history of life on planet Earth? So we argue that if Charles Darwin had been aware of this evidence for the physical history of the Earth and the solar system, that may have made him a little more temperate in drawing some of the conclusions he did about life. But really the rationale behind Charles Darwin's origin of species was what they knew about the fossil record at that time. But when he finished his book off, he made the note that at that time there was very little known about the fossil record. He says, what we really need to do to test my theory of the origin of species is we need a near complete record of the fossil history of the Earth. And at the time he wrote his book, they only had a few of those fossils. Today, we have a much more complete fossil record. It's still not 100% complete, but it's complete enough that we can put to the test different theories of the origin and history of life here on planet Earth. So why the fossil record is the way it is. Now, Charles Darwin's response to the fossil record that was known at that time was to draw this conclusion. He says, the clumsy, wasteful, blundering, low, and horribly cruel works of nature could not be God's creation. Therefore, he blamed it on natural process. He says, God is simply not involved. He basically adopted a deistic perspective of life on planet Earth. I think it's wrong to refer to him as an atheist. Everything I've read about Charles Darwin tells me he did believe in God. It's just that he didn't think that God took any action in shaping the history of life on planet Earth, because he says if he did, he wouldn't have been so cruel and blundering in the way he put the history of life together. That was his understanding of the fossil record at that time. Well, the fossil record we now know is not a gradual, continuous, whoops, let me pull this back here. What happened? Let me get it back. Here we go. The fossil record is not a gradual, continuous progression that Charles Darwin presumed in his day. We now know it's filled with quantum jumps and interruptions. What we basically see are forms of life that remain static for long periods of time in the fossil record, then they disappear. And then there's a radical new introduction of life forms that again persists for long periods of time and disappears. So it's like quantum mechanics. We see this constancy, and then we get these quantum jumps where things appear in a very different form and different ecological relationships, and we have difficulty trying to make the connections. Now, these jumps and interruptions do defy a naturalistic explanation. And Charles Darwin himself was aware of at least a few of those jumps, but presumed that they were mistakes and that there was this gradual progression. We now know the jumps and interruptions are real and they're numerous. There are dozens, if not hundreds of them that we see in the fossil record, but it's such that they mystify many leading theistic biologists who are doing work on the history of life on planet Earth. In fact, there was a book published just a few months ago by Kenneth Miller, one of the nation's leading evolutionary biologists, a Roman Catholic, a sincere believer in God, And in his book, Only a Theory, he says, we cannot give God the credit for the entire history of life on planet Earth, because if that's the case, the designer apparently is never satisfied, or perhaps can never get it quite right. He doesn't just design, he does it again and again, and his designs don't last. In other words, what Kenneth Miller is saying, if we're going to give God the credit for all the life we see in the past history of the earth, it seems like what this God is doing is he's creating life, and then sometime later he removes that life and replaces it with different life forms. It seems like a God that doesn't know what he's doing, or a God that's creating by trial and error, the same complaint that Charles Darwin said, and the reason Charles Darwin said he couldn't give credit to God for the past history of life. Whales, for example, that I got pictured here, is probably the most dramatic example. If you look on the fossil record, we can see 20 or more different interruptions of the history of whales here on planet Earth. They exist for a period of time, they go extinct, they're replaced, they exist, there's just this constant repetition going on. Now, what both Kenneth Miller and Charles Darwin seem to fail to appreciate is that the Bible actually claims that God interrupts, that he creates, he removes life, he recreates, he removes life again, he recreates, he removes life again. It seems like a blundering, wasteful way to create. It seems like it's God creating by trial and error, but according to the psalmist, Psalm 104, this is exactly what God has done, and God is doing it to reveal his glory in creation and to prepare the planet as quickly and as efficiently as possible for the entry of the human species. Psalm 104, you'll see this in verses 29 and 30, referring to the past life on planet Earth. It says, they die and return to the dust. When you send your spirit, they are created, and you renew the face of the earth. Now, the Bible actually says this is how God does it. He creates life. Life is just as subject to the laws of thermodynamics as everything else is. And so life undergoes decay, it disappears, it goes extinct, but God replaces the life that goes extinct. He renews the face of the earth. Now, what is missing in research biology is any attempt to figure out why, from a biblical perspective, an all-powerful, all-loving God would choose this methodology for creating, removing, and replacing life over and over again. And I would argue that the problem is all they're looking at are the complex sciences of zoology, botany, and anthropology. They're failing to step back and get the big picture from geology, geophysics, and astronomy. And in one sense, it's the astronomical data that answers the question why the fossil record is the way it is. So why would a loving creator choose such a seemingly torturous, unending process of extinction and speciation? Well, all it has to do is something called the faint sun paradox. So let me just talk a little bit about the faint sun paradox. I showed you this last night, that number one, we have the sun changing dramatically in its flaring activity with respect to time. So when the sun is young, it's sending out all kinds of destructive solar flares and X-ray radiation. Well, if you're a bacterium, you can handle a fair amount of radiation. And so during this era, God can create all kinds of bacterial species, and they can handle this solar radiation just fine. But if you want advanced life, you have to wait till the sun reaches this phase where the solar flaring activity is low enough where advanced life could conceivably survive. Now, that's only part of the picture. What I didn't show you last night is, in addition to the sun dramatically changing in its flaring activity over its history, it also changes dramatically in terms of its luminosity. The problem with Kenneth Miller and Charles Darwin is they both presumed that the sun provided us with a constant environment for the surface of the earth. And the Creator knew that that was not the case. All stars change dramatically in their brightness over their burning time. And so in the case of the sun, it gets brighter when it's first born because it's accumulating mass. Then it stops accumulating mass, and then it begins to lose a fair amount of mass. So during this phase here, the sun loses about 7% of the original mass that it accumulated. Now, as an astronomer, I can tell you that the luminosity of a star depends on the 4th power of its mass. So if it loses 7% of its mass, that means it loses almost half of its brightness. So it's going to have a continual drop. But notice it doesn't drop down to 1/2. It only drops down to about 84, 85%. Because at the same time, during this phase, the sun ignites nuclear fusion. It's basically the hydrogen bomb process, where hydrogen is being fused into helium. That's what gives off the light and the heat of the sun. You can think of the sun as a gigantic permanent hydrogen bomb, converting hydrogen into helium. But as it converts hydrogen into helium, that increases the density of the core furnace of the sun. And as the density goes up, the sun burns hotter and hotter with respect to time. And so once the sun stops losing mass, then the sun begins to get brighter and brighter with respect to time. So over the past 3 to 3.5 billion years, the sun has been getting brighter and brighter as it's converting more and more of its hydrogen into helium in its core furnace. Now, the problem for life here on planet Earth is as follows. A solar luminosity drop of just 2% would cause a runaway glaciation of Earth's surface. So, for example, if you've got less heat falling upon the Earth's surface because of a dimmer sun, that means you're going to get more snow and ice accumulating on the surface of the Earth. And snow and ice reflect solar radiation more efficiently than the dirt does or the plant material that would be covering the face of the Earth, which means even less heat gets absorbed by the Earth, so more snow forms, and it's a runaway situation where over a short period of time, the entire planet becomes an ice ball or a snowball, and therefore life becomes permanently impossible on the face of the Earth. Now, on the other hand, if you got the sun getting brighter and therefore more heat falling upon the surface of the Earth, then you get the opposite effect. A solar luminosity increase of just 4% would cause a runaway evaporation of Earth's surface water. So as you got more heat falling on the sun, it's going to cause more water, liquid water, to be evaporated as water vapor, but water vapor is a greenhouse gas. It traps heat from the sun, which is going to cause the planet to get even warmer, which is going to evaporate even more water, and eventually there's no snow, ice, or liquid water on the face of the Earth. It's all in vapor form, and life again would be permanently exterminated. Now, the Creator, of course, knows exactly what the future physics of the sun holds, and therefore what the Creator does is create life and remove life and recreate life so that we have exactly just the right life on the planet at just the right times to perfectly compensate for all the changes taking place in the flaring of the sun and the brightness of the sun. Now, that's only part of the problem. Another problem is that the Earth is changing. It's not just the sun that's changing, the Earth is changing. For example, that collision event which resulted in the formation of the moon gave the Earth a rotation period of less than 2 hours a day. And ever since then, the gravity of the moon has been interacting with the Earth to slow down the Earth's rotation rate. When God created the first life on planet Earth, the rotation rate was about 4 hours a day. Now it's 24 hours. Well, it's critical that you have just the right life on the planet, just the right time, so it can survive under the differing rotation conditions of the Earth. It's also important that we take into account the radiation. 2 billion years ago, the planet was filled with natural nuclear reactors. As I mentioned yesterday, planet Earth is super enriched with uranium and thorium, which is critical to get continents and oceans together. But because of that uranium, in the past, Earth had so much uranium on its surface that it actually ignited natural reactors. And so we see evidence in Africa, for example, that 2 billion years ago, there were these reactors that were running naturally. Well, some life forms can handle that. It's not good if you're a human being to be near these natural reactors. Today, the radiation output that we see in the crust of the Earth is only 20% of what it was when God created the first life. Again, what the Creator can do is intervene supernaturally to make sure we have just the right life on the planet to compensate for the changed physics of the Earth and the Moon. The Moon is changing too. It's migrating away from the Earth, which is affecting the strength of the tides on the Earth. And there again, different life forms can handle different tidal strengths being inputted by the physics of the Moon. Now, in addition to that, God has a plan to use all this past life history to step by step prepare the Earth for humans and human civilization. A lot of people ask me, why did God create so aggressively for 3.8 billion years? He packed the planet, as it says in Psalm 104, with the maximum abundance of life and the maximum diversity over this entire past period of time. Why was God doing that? His goal was that when He created us human beings, the planet's crust would be pre-endowed with all the biodeposits we would need to launch and sustain global high-technology civilization. So a question I want to ask is, how is it that the past life of planet Earth prepared our planet for global high-technology civilization? Well, one of the mysteries of the fossil record is that for the first 3 billion years, all you see are bacteria. So why only bacteria for 3 billion years if God's goal is to get human beings here as quickly as possible? It's because God is using the bacteria to make the planet chemically safe for human beings. Now, planet Earth started off like all planets where it had its abundance of metals evenly distributed throughout the terrestrial environment, primarily in soluble form. Now, that would have been deadly for advanced life. So God's goal was to take all of the metals on the surface of the Earth that are primarily in soluble form, transform them into insoluble form, then to concentrate them in ore pockets where they would no longer be deadly for advanced life. How did He do this? He created bacteria that would feed on different metal species. So for example, He made bacteria that would eat zinc. He made bacteria that would eat lead. He made bacteria that would eat arsenic. He even made bacteria that eat uranium. So He had all these different species of sulfate-reducing bacteria that fed on iron, that fed on molybdenum, that fed on copper, zinc, etc. And it works this way. If you've got too much of this sulfate bacterial reduction going on, advanced life will lack the mineral nutrients it needs. I mean, you can go to the health food store and you can get these chromium pills that you can take to, give you a healthier immune system. But I got news for you. Don't take too many of those chromium pills. If you take too many, it will kill you. If you don't take enough chromium in your diet, it will also kill you. In the chart of elements, there are 22 elements that we identify as vital poisons. We call them vital poisons because if you have too few in your body, you will die. If you have too many, you will also die. They must be at the just right levels to maintain health for advanced life. So too much sulfate reduction means we won't have enough of these mineral nutrients, and too little sulfate reduction means that we'll be poisoned and also means we'll lack the exploitable metal ores. See, there's two things these sulfate bacteria do. They chemically transform our environment to make the planet safe for advanced life. At the same time, they salt the crust of the Earth with these concentrated insoluble metal ores. Some of these ores have a 50% concentration. Canada is a nation, for example, is well endowed with lots of metal ores that have been concentrated by bacterial activity. So we can come along and mine that stuff and launch human civilization. Now, what if none of those bacteria ever existed? Those metals would exist in a form that would be impossible for us to mine, at least at any economic level. And we certainly wouldn't have been able to launch metallurgy and to gain the civilization necessary to be able to harvest the less concentrated ores. So that really explains why you have bacterial activity for 3 billion years. One of the reasons. Of course, another reason is God created photosynthetic bacteria, which give us the oxygen that we need to breathe. And actually, we can calculate that 1 million years of photosynthetic activity will give you the oxygen you need for advanced life. You say, how come 3 billion years? Because the Earth had these huge oxygen sinks. The mantle of the Earth, for example, was a huge sop of oxygen. So before you could get enough oxygen to support advanced life, you have to fill all the oxygen sinks in the crust of the Earth. You have to fill the oxygen sinks in the mantle of the Earth, and whereas it only takes 1 million years to produce the oxygen that we need, it takes billions of years to fill all the oxygen sinks in the crust of the Earth. And of course, you're not going to get any buildup of oxygen in the atmosphere until you first saturate with oxygen the mantle of the Earth and the crust of the Earth. So again, it's not just the sulfate-reducing bacteria. You need a whole suite of bacterial species that can all work together simultaneously to prepare the Earth for the entry of advanced life. So again, it explains why you got 3 billion years of bacterial life and then immediately advanced life comes upon the scene. Well, that's part of it. Another part is that nutrients have to be built up and recycled. It's critical that we have phosphates, for example, being built up and recycled throughout the Earth, as well as several other nutrient cycles being established. And again, that takes significant time. And in the Canadian prairie, for example, you've got 6 feet of topsoil. That didn't happen overnight. It took hundreds of millions of years to build up the topsoil that we have in the prairies. And because of that very rich and deep topsoil, Canada is able to produce a huge abundance of food, not only for itself, but other nations of the world. And fourth, we need to recognize that because of life, we now have enormous quantities of sand and carbonates as well as biofuels. You don't think of sand as a biodeposit, but it is. I'll explain that to you in a minute. But of course, the obvious biodeposit is coal, oil, natural gas, and kerogen tars, of which Alberta is so abundantly blessed. And so a huge diverse store of biodeposits is crucial for launching and sustaining global high technology society. And just to give you some kind of a number, right now, the nations of the world are consuming about 1 million years worth of biodeposits every year in terms of the metals we mine and in terms of the fuels we're taking out of the crust of the Earth. But let me address the second question. How can life possibly compensate for the enormous changes taking place in the physics of the sun? Well, it does it in several different ways. Life impacts the erosion and carbon burial rates, the chemistry of the atmosphere, the chemistry of the soil and the crust, and the reflectivity of the planet's reflectivity. The most significant factor of all is the erosion of exposed silicates. So it's the first compensator going on. And I took this photograph in the Canadian Rockies, which is one of the more dramatic examples we have of silicate erosion going on. And what's taking place here is you've got rain falling from the sky on exposed silicates. Another reason why you need to have continents. If you don't have continents, if all you've got is ocean, there's going to be no erosion of these silicate these silicates taking place. So it's got to be above sea level. Rain falls on these exposed silicates, and the erosion of the silicates is regulated by the plant cover. So, for example, you see here in the Canadian Rockies that even in this pile of a scree at the bottom of the mountains, you've got plants that are surviving there and breaking up the stones there and turning them into sand. And here's a chemical reaction for all of you chemists in the audience. I'm doing this in the case of calcium silicate, but this would work for any metal, sodium silicate or whatever you care to choose. Potassium silicate, it doesn't matter. They all work the same way. What's taking place here is that you've got water falling on these exposed silicates, which causes the carbon dioxide to react with the calcium silicate, and it makes this calcium ion plus hydrogen carbonate and silicon dioxide, which is sand. And then the reaction continues because calcium is highly reactive, and the net reaction is calcium silicate plus carbon dioxide is transformed into calcium carbonate, kind of a fancy term for limestone, and sand. So what's taking place here is water acts as a catalyst. Water comes in, water leaves, but the net reaction is you're pulling carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. And carbon dioxide, as we all know, is a greenhouse gas. So as you remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere is now less efficient in its capacity to trap heat from the sun. So as the sun gets brighter and brighter, Earth's atmosphere by this process becomes progressively less and less efficient in its capacity to trap heat, keeping the temperature on the surface of the Earth at the ideal level to maintain a maximum biomass and a maximum biodiversity. But notice we get two important byproducts. Not only are we removing carbon dioxide and keeping the temperature on the surface of the Earth ideal for all life, we also get calcium carbonate and we get sand. You say, what's so important about that? This is what makes freeways possible. If we didn't have sand, if we didn't have carbonates, we wouldn't have freeways, we wouldn't have skyscrapers. Look at the city of Toronto. How much of the city of Toronto is based on carbonates and sand? Well, I would guess at least 80% can be attributed to those products. So thanks to this process, we have sand, we have carbonates, and we have carbon dioxide being pulled out of the atmosphere. And in this particular photograph, you can see how certain plants are much more aggressive at promoting the erosion of silicates than other plants. Here we have a solid granite mountain in Yosemite National Park, but what you notice here is you got trees growing right out of the granite. I mean, you think, where's the soil? But see, God has designed certain plants. We call them, it's plants that have xylem and phloem. I'm trying to think of the technical name for it. All you biologists will know what the term I'm searching for. But the whole point is because of the way these plants are designed with capillaries that allow for flow going up and down the tree stalk, it is possible for these plants to grow under highly granitic conditions and therefore break up the granite and allow for a much more efficient erosion than would otherwise take place. The point is that by God controlling what kinds of plants exist on the planet at different times, He can make for a more aggressive or less aggressive erosion of these continental silicate rocks, and therefore properly regulate the removal of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So rain falls on these exposed silicates, and it rushes down streams and gets buried by floods and the plate tectonics, and you get carbon dioxide being removed. And likewise, we have the burial of organic carbon. Life itself plays a role in this directly, because what life does, plant life, is it takes greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere, carbon dioxide and water, and converts it through photosynthesis into sugars, starches, and fats. Now, if those plants simply die where they were formed, then the carbon dioxide and water gets replaced back into the atmosphere. When plants decay, that's what happens. The sugars, starches, and fats get broken down and the gases get released. But if you bury this stuff through floods, through river flows, through volcanic activity and plate tectonics, then you're removing carbon dioxide and water from the surface of the Earth and burying it, and that will cause the greenhouse effect in the Earth's atmosphere to become less efficient and compensate for the increasing luminosity of the sun. Now, the ratios of the erosion of silicates and the burial of organic carbon has varied over the history of the Earth. Today it stands at a ratio of 80% to 20%. 80% of the compensation is through the erosion of silicates, 20% is through the burial of organic carbon. And in this particular set of photos, I'm showing you a rainforest in British Columbia where you don't even need any tectonic activity. There's so much rain falling and such a steep slope in the mountains there that you get efficient burial of organic carbon going on a continuous basis. But in most parts of the world, the silicate erosion and organic carbon burial requires enduring aggressive plate tectonic activity. So most of the world, this is only going to work if you've got earthquakes and volcanoes that are efficiently burying lots of organic material. Now, to get plate tectonics, it requires incredible fine-tuning of the geology of the planet. And this is something that a number of atheistic scholars have written about in their books, concluding, therefore, that Earth is probably the only body in the entire universe that has long-lasting plate tectonic activity going on because of the enormous fine-tuning required. You need, for example, abundant dense water at plate boundaries. Actually, geologists have a technical term for it. In order to make this tectonic activity efficient enough, you need to have what's called class 6 water at the junctions of two plates where the plates are flowing under one another. That's a reference to water at a particular density and temperature, and requires the ocean water to be a few miles deep. So if it's too deep or not deep enough, it's not going to work. You need this class 6 water to make it work. And what that does is it allows for a chemical reaction to go on amongst the basalts at the bottom of the ocean floor and produce talc. And talc acts as a lubricant to hasten the movement of one tectonic plate over the other. And we also need powerful, enduring radioactivity. You need a strong heat source in the core of the Earth to drive this plate tectonics, and you need a powerful, enduring dynamo in Earth's interior. Now, in this book, More Than a Theory, I list all the features that must be fine-tuned to give you each of 3. In each case, there's more than 7 or 8 different features that have to be exquisitely fine-tuned to give you each of these 3 properties for the planet. And that's the primary reason why even agnostic and atheist geologists and geophysicists are concluding Earth must be the only body in the universe that has all of these features at the necessary fine-tuned level. Well, something a little more obvious in terms of the compensation is that different life forms will change the atmospheric chemistry and cloud cover. You know, we all know that plants, for example, will pull carbon dioxide and water to the atmosphere and pump oxygen back into the atmosphere. Well, over time, that leads to a dramatic change, for example, in the cloud cover. Genesis chapter 1, which I'll speak about tomorrow morning, tells us that the planet begins with an atmosphere that is permanently overcast. And the breaking of that atmosphere, where you now have transparent conditions taking place, at least on occasion, is a direct result of the careful way God introduced life at different times and in different types at different over the history of the Earth. And so here we have an example of how different plant life can change the reflectivity and the cloud cover of the planet. You know, clearly when it's completely clear, you're going to have a different reflectivity of the planet than you would if you got lots of cloud cover. And then plants actually directly affect the reflectivity. So here's a rainforest example where we notice that you have a very dark plant cover which absorbs most of the heat and light coming in from the sun, but different plant features on the planet will reflect light at a different rate. So in this little sequence here, we can see how you can go from plants that absorb a lot of light to plants that reflect a lot of light. And the more light that it reflects, the cooler the surface of the planet will become. So different types of vegetation will reflect sunlight more or less efficiently. And therefore, we draw the conclusion that the only explanation for why life has been present on the planet for so many billions of years is that someone who knows the future physics of the sun, the earth, and the moon must remove no longer compensating life and replace it with just right life forms at just right times in just right amounts in the just right locations. And this is what Psalm 104 is telling us, that God is intimately involved at every step of the history of life on planet Earth, guaranteeing that the right life is there at the right time and the wrong life is removed at the appropriate times. If you want kind of a prosaic example, think of some family that owns a 1,500 square foot home where they have a lot of disposable income, and usually it's the wife that gets all this furniture into the house, and then once every year or two decides, hey, I don't like it anymore, and removes all the furniture and replaces it with new furniture. Sometimes rather frustrating for the husbands, but we have to recognize that the living space of the house is finite. It's only 1,500 square feet. Well, likewise, we notice that with planet Earth, it has a finite size. And given that God wants to keep the planet habitable for a long period of time, and given that He wants all this life to prepare for the coming of human beings and human civilization, we need to house clean at appropriate intervals. Once again, Psalm 104, they die and return to the dust. When you send your spirit, they are created, and you renew the face of the earth. Now, I said in my first lecture today that God has actually designed Uranus, Neptune, Saturn, and Jupiter so that our planet Earth does not take too many collision events from asteroids and comets. If that were the case, life would be exterminated on the face of the Earth. But it turns out you don't want the collision rate to drop to zero. If it drops to zero, then you don't have a mechanism for regularly removing the inappropriate life from the planet. And so we notice when we look on the fossil record, we see lots of evidence that the timing, extent, and the type of mass extinction and mass speciation events are not coincidental. I mean, for example, we could ask the question, how frequently would God need to intervene to remove life from the planet and replace it with completely different life forms? The answer is you want that to happen about every 20 to 25 million years. When we look at the astronomical record, that's exactly what we see, is that we have major collision events about once every 25 million years. And this is just what you need to keep things on an even keel. So these mass extinction events, basically asteroids and comets colliding with the Earth. Now there's some debate in the scientific community whether it's asteroids and comets or is it wholesale volcanic eruptions. Well, we now understand that a big enough collision event will ignite volcanic eruptions over the whole of the planet. So the biggest extinction event of all is called the Permian extinction, 251 million years ago, where 95% of all the species of life on the planet were exterminated. And it was caused by a gigantic collider hitting the Earth and igniting a whole bunch of volcanoes in Siberia that erupted so much lava, it was enough to pave the entire planet 20 feet thick. Huge event. But it was a necessary event because now it was just before the great oxygenation took place, which means that the planet was now ready for advanced life in a completely different form than what was the case with the Cambrian explosion, which took place about 300 million years previous to that. This was the event that led to the introduction of the first large-bodied animals on the face of the Earth. So again, house cleaning, making the way for the dinosaurs. And what we notice about the dinosaurs, they show up right after the Permian extinction event. And that's what we see in the fossil record. We see life being removed at a rate of 50 to 95% of all species. But within an incredibly brief period of time, we see the re-emergence of life in radically different forms. And it's such that it challenges any evolutionary explanation, and especially in the case of the dinosaurs. The dinosaur mass extinctions and subsequent speciation radiations occur far too quickly and involve body sizes far too large for any conceivable naturalistic explanation. Now, every grade school child knows that there's 3 generations of dinosaurs. The first are the Triassic dinosaurs, the second are the Jurassic, and the third are the Cretaceous. Now, the Triassic dinosaurs show up right after the Permian extinction. But what we observe is that for 70 million years, you see these Triassic dinosaurs and they don't change. There's no evolution. The ones that you see at the end of the Triassic are identical to the ones you see at the beginning of the Triassic. Now we know why. In the last 18 months, 5 papers have been published in the scientific literature making the point, based on field observations, that any species of life that has a body size bigger than 3 kilograms will never evolve. It will go extinct before it changes in any significant way. Now, that obviously includes the dinosaurs. They're all bigger than 3 kilograms. And as I'll talk about in my lecture this evening, it also includes all the bipedal primates. They're all bigger than 3 kilograms. It explains why for Neanderthals we see no evolution, why we see no evolution for Homo erectus, why we don't see any significant evolution for human beings. We're all bigger than 3 kilograms. So for 70 million years, these creatures don't change. And then 5 giant comets hit across the North American continent and wipe out all the Triassic dinosaurs. And in less than 10,000 years, according to several core drills, we have the appearance of the Jurassic dinosaurs. So here we have the Creator removing all the Triassic dinosaurs, and in less than 10,000 years, he replaces all of them with Jurassic dinosaurs that are radically different. Now, no evolutionary model can explain how you can go from tiny creatures, because what that collision event did across North America is it wiped out every species of animal life that was bigger than 1 centimeter across. So how do you explain getting these giant dinosaurs from something that's less than 1 centimeter across and less than 10,000 years through some naturalistic evolutionary mechanism? There is no explanation. But Psalm 104 provides the explanation. God recreates. He renews the face of the earth. And then we have these Jurassic dinosaurs upon the face of the earth. And they exist for over 50 million years. But once again, the ones you see at the end of the line are identical to the ones you see at the beginning. They don't evolve. Then they're wiped out by another extraterrestrial collision event, replaced by the Cretaceous dinosaurs. Same story. They're here for over 50 million years, radically different than the Jurassic dinosaurs, and no change. The earliest are the same as the latest. And now everybody knows that 65 million years ago, an asteroid hit the Yucatan Peninsula and wiped out all the dinosaurs, and at the same time wiped out all animals bigger than about 1 centimeter across. But we also have a core drill that documents that the radiation of birds and mammals that took place after the Cretaceous extinction, that happened less than 10,000 years after the destruction of all the dinosaurs and other large-bodied creatures upon the face of the earth. So 2 profound challenges to the evolutionary model. 2 instances where you can document that you've got this rapid replacement event. Moreover, what we notice about the replacements is that the replacements always come with optimal ecological relationships. In other words, the very first Jurassic dinosaur ecological system, we have optimized relationships amongst the predators, the herbivores, and the parasites. Now, from an evolutionary perspective, if you're starting from ground zero, it's going to take tens of millions of years before the ecological relationships reach optimal levels. We don't see that in the fossil record. Throughout the entire fossil record, we see nothing but optimal ecological relationships, which is what you'd expect of the hand of the Creator is responsible for all this. If it's evolution, it's going to take a long time, or maybe even never, for the ecological relationships to reach optimal levels. Now, let's actually examine what it takes for a creature to possibly produce a new species of life. Speciation predictors. Well, our field experiments tell us that the bigger the population, the higher the probability for evolutionary change. I mean, that's kind of common sense. If you've got more individuals in the population, you've got more opportunities for mutations and natural selection to produce change. It's also going to help if you've got brief generation times. The shorter the generation time, the greater the probability. Now, we human beings have a generation time of 20 years. We're not going to be able to evolve. That's way too much time to produce offspring. But bacteria can do it in 20 minutes. So with bacteria, there's a higher probability. Numerous progeny per adult. If you have only 1 or 2 progeny per couple, that's going to make for slow evolutionary change. But if you got thousands, you're in a better situation. Biocomplexity. What limits the human species from evolving, for example, is that we're incredibly complex in terms of our biochemistry. And I've already indicated the body size is a documented factor. You need to have a small body size. The smaller, the better. And the less specialized your food supply is, the better. That's where cockroaches have it over us. They can eat almost anything. a cockroach can stay alive for an entire week on the paste on the back of a postage stamp. That doesn't work for a dinosaur. And then some other predictors. If you can exist in a big habitat space, that will help. And if you're in a place where there's lots of ecological diversity, that helps. It also helps if you don't have a sophisticated culture. The more culture you have, the more difficult it is to be able to respond to changes in your environment. Now, if this is all true, that means that anything that's big with a small population size and a long generation time will not be able to evolve. And that's exactly what we see in field observations. These kinds of species don't evolve. In fact, in field observations, the only place where we see any possibility for evolution taking place on a short or long time scale would be bacteria and a few insect species, ants and termites. You basically need, at a minimum, a quadrillion individuals in the species. The body size must be less than 1 centimeter, and you need a generation time briefer than 3 months. Well, that eliminates all the fun stuff that we see on the face of the earth. Bacteria and a couple of insect species are in the game, but nothing else. But what do you do to explain the transitional forms from a creation perspective? Well, what's interesting about transitional forms, they do exist, but what we see is that they're always fully functional. You don't see a true transitional form where you've got a species with, say, a crippled wing. Whatever you see is always fully functional, and it's always ecologically optimal. Again, defying a naturalistic explanation. And what's particularly interesting, these transitional forms that you see in the fossil record are far more frequent for the advanced animals and much more frequent for the large-bodied animals. In other words, you see them for horses and whales. We don't see them for cockroaches. And we also see what are called Lazarus taxa. A Lazarus taxa is a species of life that exists upon the face of the earth for a period of time, goes extinct, then shows up later in the identical form. So it's like they can actually use the term Lazarus. Often they use these biblical terms when they fit. And it's much more frequent for long generation time species. Now, and it's more frequent for species with small population sizes and often directed towards habitat expansion. Now, what I've pointed out here, based on our speciation model, the creatures that should exhibit the fewest transitional forms will be those with the biggest body sizes, the largest, probably the smallest populations, and the longest generation times. That's where we should see the fewest transitional forms. The fossil record tells us exactly the opposite. The fossil record is telling us that we don't see transitions for the bacteria, we don't see them for the insects, we only see them for these big mammal species, which is exactly the opposite of what any naturalistic model would predict. But a creation model would predict exactly what we see in the fossil record. I often make the point when I'm debating atheists to say the reason why we see these transitions, God likes horses and God likes whales. And because they have such huge body sizes and such small populations and such long generation times and so few progeny per adult, they go extinct rapidly. You know, the typical whale species is only good for about 500,000 years. Typical horse species only for about 1 million years. But because God likes whales, he keeps making new ones. In the case of the cockroach is good for 250 million years. God doesn't have to intervene very frequently to make new cockroaches, but for horses and whales he does. Now, of all life on the face of the earth, the species that manifests as the highest probability for any naturalistic evolution would be bacteria. Nothing beats a bacteria. In fact, they're ahead of the viruses, if you want to call viruses life. They have the highest probability, which has led to a very interesting test of the history of life. And there's a debate that's been running now for more than 20 years between two of the world's leading evolutionary biologists. On the one side, we've got Stephen Gould, and he wrote 20 years ago, quote, "Evolution is fundamentally unpredictable. If the tape of life were replayed from some point in the distant past, the outcome would be far different than the one we see today. Now, contrast that with Simon Conway Morris. He writes, repeated evolutionary outcomes for species in different habitats and survival stresses occur hundreds of times. Now, being an evolutionist, he says this is not the creator's hand. There's some hidden law of physics that explains these repetitions of these creatures, these evolutionary outcomes. And he gives several examples. Here's one of the chameleon, a reptile, and the sand lance, a fish. And what he points out is that the chameleon and the sand lance have the identical eye structures, eyes that can independently move with respect to one another, eyes that focus with the cornea and not the lens, and eyes with identical structures. One lives in the air, one lives in the ocean. We also notice they have the identical tongue structures. They both have spring-loaded tongues, and both creatures will lie quiet in the environment, wait for some unsuspecting small prey to come by, and then its spring-loaded tongue launches out and grabs that prey and sucks it in, and it's able to target it appropriately because of the way the eyes can independently move. And his point is, two completely different environments, obviously unrelated from any evolutionary perspective, but they got the identical design features. And he says this happens hundreds of times. And in his book, he documents these examples, and my colleague Fuz Rana, our staff biochemist, has documented 100 others at the biochemical level. Now, what a group of evolutionary biologists did at Michigan State University more than 20 years ago was to design an experiment to prove whether Simon Conway Morris is right or if Stephen Gould is right. They ran an experiment with 12 populations of E. coli bacteria. And what's happening here? I lost my program. Okay, this will come up very quickly. I'm trying to get more memory for my computer so this doesn't happen so frequently. Happens when you're running these presentation programs that got several 100 megabytes in it. So let me pull you back here, and we're almost done. Here we go. They ran an experiment with 12 populations of E. coli bacteria. Why did they pick E. coli? It's the best understood bacterial species that we can get our hands on. They ran the experiment for more than 44,000 generations. And what they did is they grew these E. coli bacteria in an environment that was at a starvation level for glucose, but was loaded with all kinds of citrate. And what they already observed is that E. coli bacteria had all the biochemical machinery to metabolize both glucose and citrate, but it had the pore structures in its membrane to receive glucose, but not to receive citrate at a very efficient level. And what they were trying to do was force these E. coli bacteria to evolve pore structures that would receive citrate. And so they purposely kept these different populations at a starvation level for glucose and a very rich citrate environment. And they waited. They were rather surprised to discover they had to wait 31,600 generations before one of the populations developed the capacity to feed on citrate, but in so doing, it lost its capacity to feed on glucose. So it's really not a positive result. But they were able to get the outcome they were desiring. But what they were really testing was this: can we get that outcome to repeat? And so they watched the other 11 populations. After 44,000 generations, none of them repeated. So they went back to the one, quote, successful population. And what was elegant about the experiment, every 500 generations, they would take a sample from each population and put it in cold storage, suspended animation. Excuse me. So that meant that they could go back to the 31,000th generation in the one, quote, successful population, take that and start over and see if they could get it to repeat. And what they discovered is if they went back very far at all, even a few thousand generations, they could never get it to repeat. So they published this just a few months ago in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, and concluded that Stephen Gould is right. Evolution will never repeat itself under any natural conditions. Nevertheless, we're stuck. because Simon Conway Morris has documented hundreds of examples of repeated outcomes. We know the repetition happens, but this experiment proved, excuse me, it can't happen under natural conditions. Basically, it proved that Conway Morris was wrong when he said there's a hidden law of physics that makes things repeat. There is no hidden law of physics. Therefore, something beyond natural means must be responsible for the hundreds of examples of repeated evolutionary outcomes. And in closing, I want to point out that the reason why we have this debate lasting as long as it does is that we have a number of researchers in biology who do all of their studies in real time. This is a real-time experiment. And what does it say in the Bible? For 6 days, God creates. On the 7th day, he stops creating. If you do your research on day 7, you're not going to see the miraculous interventions of the Creator. He is in a state of rest. And the Bible tells us that rest state will continue until God conquers and removes evil. So currently, we are in the day of rest. And so if a biologist is only doing research in the present era, or any scientist is only doing research in the present era, they will find no evidence for the supernatural. That explains why so many of them are so insistent as saying, we see no evidence for God. They're only doing research on day 7. Those of us who spend all of our time doing research in the 6 days, we see the handiwork of God everywhere. That explains why you have so many astronomers believing in God and so few field biologists believing.
Thank you, Dr. Ross, for your presentation. You mentioned that extinction events occur by asteroids about every 25 to 30 million years. I read that there's a scientist, I can't remember his name, who said that he had looked at all the extinctions in the past and found a period of about 62 million years. Is there some kind of discrepancy here?
No, not really. It depends what you mean by a mass extinction event. Some of these mass extinction events wipe out 65% or more of all the species of animal life on the planet. Some wipe out only 40%. And so if your criteria is 35% or greater, you're going to get more extinction events than if your criteria is 50% or greater. Also, I didn't mean to imply that the only extinction events are asteroids and comets. We have some things that we see in the fossil record which appear to only affect one hemisphere and leave the other hemisphere alone. And that would be explained by a gamma ray burst event. If you get a gamma ray burst event, they last about 10 to 15 seconds long. And it's such that they blast one side of the Earth with radiation and leave the other side alone. And so in some cases, we see fossil record events that indicate a distinction of that nature. There's one that took place about 400 million years ago that seems to be attributable to a gamma ray burst. And likewise, there are times when the volcanic eruptions, which may be stimulated by an asteroid collision, are more responsible than the asteroid itself. So there are different collision types, and yeah, the statistics will vary a little bit depending how you define the mass extinction event.
Okay.
Hello, Dr. Ross. My question is more a familiar topic about the current state of the Earth. Is global warming and global dimming subject to the bondage of decay, or man-induced by environment pollution, or a combination of both?
Well, you answered it. It's a combination of the two. The question that's been plaguing research scientists is how much of the global warming crisis do we blame on human activity, and how much is attributable to normal cycles. For example, we recognize in astronomy that as the Earth orbits about the Sun, the shape of its orbit changes over the course of about 100,000 years, becomes less elliptical or more elliptical with about a 100,000-year cycle. Also, the tilt of the Earth's orbit relative to the solar system plane varies over a cycle of 41,000 years. Then you got the wobble in the Earth's rotation axis. That changes with a 26,000-year cycle. So you got these three cycles that can work together or against one another to impact the climate of the Earth. And so, for example, we notice as a direct result of the variation in the elliptical shape of the Earth's orbit that currently we're seeing a 100,000-year ice age cycle. And for the last several million years, it's been 90,000 years of an ice age interspersed by 10,000 years of warm. Well, it's been 15,000 years since the end of the last ice age. And we now recognize that the reason why we waited so long for the next ice age is human activity. When humans launched civilization 10,000 years ago, we cut down a lot of trees and converted forest to pasture land. Well, that meant that less carbon dioxide was being pulled out of the atmosphere, so it had the effect of warming the planet. Likewise, we domesticated cows, and the cows belch lots of methane into the atmosphere, and that's a powerful greenhouse gas. And then we began to irrigate rice fields. While decaying irrigated rice fields also release a lot of methane. Rice and cows together have nearly doubled the amount of methane in the Earth's atmosphere. Bottom line, we've been able to put off the advent of the ice age. We should be 5,000 years into the ice age now, but it hasn't happened because we humans have artificially warmed the planet. But there's a concern today that through the burning of fossil fuels, we're warming it at a much faster rate than is necessary to stave off the advent of the next ice age. In fact, some models indicate if you warm the planet too radically, that will stimulate an ice age, because you wind up melting the ice in the Arctic, and this causes the more rain and snow to fall over Canada and Siberia, and because they're land masses, you can get a rapid accumulation of ice there. So warming the planet can actually lead to an ice age. So these are some of the concerns that are going on. We're actually writing a book right now in part that deals with global warming, making the point, I think I made some mention of this last night in the Q&A time, that the book of Job actually gives us some advice on how to manage the planet to avoid global warming and to avoid global cooling at the same time. And basically what the book of Job tells us in terms of trying to fulfill the command that God gave to Adam and Eve to manage the planet for the benefit of all life. I mean, if you read Genesis 1, you've got one sentence. God never tells Adam and Eve how to manage the planet for the benefit of all life. Well, I believe that Genesis is not the oldest book in the Bible, that Job actually predates the book of Genesis. And Job tells you how to manage the planet for the benefit of all life. And one of the things it says most pointedly and repeatedly is manage the rainfall patterns. And I would argue that the best thing we can do to keep the climate of the earth at the level God intended so that we don't have adverse global warming or adverse global cooling is to restore the rainfall patterns before humans abuse them. Now, I'll give you a couple of examples. Because of human abuse, the Sahara Desert is now 10 times bigger than it was during the days of the Romans. And the Gobi Desert is 3 times bigger. Both of those regions were bread baskets for Europe and Asia 2,000 years ago. They no longer are. And so we're suffering a lack of food, and we're also suffering a global warming problem because these areas used to suck up a lot of carbon dioxide and water because of the plant growth there. That's not happening anymore. Well, the Israelis have shown us how we can replant deserts. And they were able to replant their deserts in the course of just 1 generation. And it doubled the rainfall in what used to be desert regions of the nation of Israel. The same thing can be done in the Sahara and the Gobi. In fact, one radical idea is this. Let's give the sub-Saharan nations all the petroleum they want, free of charge, on the condition they work with us to replant the Sahara Desert. That would be a very good way to use the petroleum resources we have available. But Job said it first.
Thank you, Dr. Ross. As a believer, I understand my position that everything written in the Holy Bible is the true word of the God. So I'm not in a position to ask any question about it. But for better understanding and a clear view, I would like to have your comments regarding the Father as a Father, God as a Father, Jesus as the Son, and Holy Spirit as He combined together as a God whom we live on it? Thank you.
Okay. That's a tough question. Explain in a couple of minutes the doctrine of the Trinity to the satisfaction of all skeptics and atheists. I presume that's what you're wanting from me. But no, you're on to a right point. I mean, my mother, for example, didn't become a Christian until her late 70s, and her primary barrier was she said the Trinity is a mathematical impossibility. Therefore, I can't believe in this Christian God. And so, for years, I tried to give her the answer, and she always interrupted me. I got a call from my father. He came to become a Christian also in his late 70s, but he became a Christian about a year before my mother. And he called me one day and said, "Your mother has finally got it all figured out." And she said, "You know those videos you sent us?" She couldn't interrupt you. And the funny thing is, she was watching these videos and said, "Why didn't Hugh tell us this 30 years ago?" My dad kept saying, "He kept trying, you just wouldn't let him." But what she wasn't understanding is that, God is so much bigger than we are. He's not confined by our space-time dimensionality. He's not confined by our laws of physics. And so where it's impossible for us to conceive of a Trinity in the context of the laws of physics and space-time dimensions, it's no problem if we allow God to be as big as what the physics tells us He must be and what the Bible's also always taught that He is. One demonstration I give in my book, Beyond the Cosmos, is to think of a flatland world where there's only two dimensions, length and width. And you have these beings in this flatland world. And I can put my hand 1/10 of a millimeter above their plane. They can't see me, they can't touch me, but notice I'm physically closer to them than they are to one another. That's what the Bible says about God. He's physically closer to each one of us than we are to one another, but it's impossible for us to see Him or touch Him. We're like those two-dimensional beings. We're confined to a plane. We can't see anything above our plane. So there could be this creature that's very close to us physically, and we can make no contact. The only way we could make a contact is if that trans-dimensional being came into our dimensional realm, which is exactly what happened in the Incarnation. Jesus, the second person of the Trinity, entered our dimensional realm and purposely lowered Himself and took a human form. But something else you can visualize in this two-dimensional realm. Let's say we got Mr. and Mrs. Flat in this two-dimensional realm on this flat sheet. I can come along as a three-dimensional being and stick a finger through their plane. Mr. Flat would come over and investigate, and he would discern that Hugh Ross is a small circle, because my finger in his plane would look like a small circle. And he would run home to his wife and declare his discovery, but what I could do the next day is I could reveal myself to Mrs. Flat, only this time I'm going to put 3 fingers through the plane. She comes over to investigate and sees 3 small circles. She runs home to her husband and said, "My dear, you are wrong. I had a revelation, and it's 3 small circles, not 1 small circle." He, of course, being the appropriate husband that he is, would insist that he's right. They have a long theological debate. Saturday night, Sunday morning, she goes to the church of the 1 circle. She goes to the church of the 3 circles. He goes to the church of the 1 circle. See, what they couldn't understand from their limited dimensional perspective is how these 3 fingers and this 1 finger can all be part of a single 3-dimensional closed surface. Only being able to see 2 dimensions, they can only pick up 1 side of the paradox. What is the doctrine of the Trinity? 3 persons, 1 essence. 3 persons capable of interacting with one another. In that context, God did not need to create. God had complete fellowship and communion as the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit independently related to one another. But what does the Bible tell us? If you've seen one, you've seen the whole lot. The Holy Spirit has the identical character attributes, the identical purposes and goals as the Father and the Son. 1 essence, 3 persons. Notice that the Bible is the only holy book that teaches that doctrine. We have lots of Christian cults. Every Christian cult I've run into denies the doctrine of the Trinity. What do cults do? What do false religions do? They try to put God in a human box. Try to visualize God in a way that we human beings can conceive. No human being can conceptualize the Trinity, which is why you don't see it in any humanly invented religion. You only find it in the Bible. Now, I recognized that at age 18. That was one piece of evidence for me that the Bible was supernaturally inspired and it was not of mere human origin, because it contained doctrines that are impossible to visualize in the context of the physics that we human beings experience. And it's not just the Trinity. Notice that the Bible tells us that God has given us free will, and at the same time, He predestinates every thought I think, every word I speak, every action I perform. In fact, the Bible tells us it was all preordained before He created the universe. Even before I was born, it was all preordained. Divine predestination and human free choice and human responsibility are an utter contradiction if all you got is length, width, height, and time. However, we're talking about a creator that transcends his creation, who can create and remove space-time dimensions at will. There's no problem having human free choice simultaneously true with divine predestination. And if you want to see a proof of that, in my book, Beyond the Cosmos, I show you 3 independent ways you can do it if you got access to 3 different dimensions of time. And by the way, all 3 of my solutions might be wrong. I simply put them there to show there are possible solutions if we allow God to be as big and as powerful as the new physics proves He must be, and as the Bible has always taught. And I count about 8 different doctrines in the Bible that defy the limits of human visualization. So it's 8 separate proofs that this is a book that comes from a being that transcends space and time.
Thank you, Dr. Heroes.
Okay.
Hi.
I'll give you the $20 later.
Okay.
Go ahead.
When reading through Genesis, I read it as a syndicmatic relationship in the sense that you have day, evening, and that's day 1, evening and night. So you have 6 of those days, and on the 7th day, you said that God is still resting.
Right.
So I tried to find some references in that in the Bible. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to find any. I actually found quite the opposite. In Genesis 2:3, chapter 2, verse 3, it says, "And God blessed the 7th day and sanctified it, because that in it He had rested from all His work which He had created and made." Also, in Exodus 20:11, it's always in past tense. He says, "For in 6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth, the sea, and all that is in them, and rested on the 7th day." I'm not able to find anything about a resting period. It's always past tense. And also, if you could comment on why He divides it evening, night, because God doesn't work within time. He created time at creation.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, first of all, there are no past tenses in the Hebrew language. That's an artifact of the English translation. What you have in the Hebrew language are 3 verb forms. There's a verb form for action that's not yet finished, a verb form for action that has been completed, and a verb form that would attribute commands, do this, do that. You asked me for passages where it talks about God's ongoing rest. 2 would be Psalm 95 and Hebrews 4. And what's interesting about that is one is in Greek and one is in Hebrew, and therefore it eliminates these language nuances that you have when you're just going from one language to the other. Hebrews 4, for example, we're exhorted to live our lives in such a way that we will be worthy of entering into God's 7th day, His 7th creation day, His day of rest. You also see John 5, where Jesus heals someone on the Sabbath day, and He is challenged for healing on the Sabbath day, and He makes the point, well, you feed your children on the Sabbath, you take care of your animals on the Sabbath. The Sabbath is that period where you rest from your work of employment. It doesn't mean you don't do anything at all. And He made reference how He and His Father were at rest, but were still active in performing miracles in people's lives. And even though God is resting from His physical creation work, He is active in transforming the lives of His creatures at a spiritual level. And in that context, Jesus said, I have the right to heal on the Sabbath, just like you've got the responsibility to feed your children on the Sabbath. But the fact is, He made reference to the fact that He and His Father are at rest. They're resting from the work of creation. Moreover, we note that in Genesis chapter 1, there is no closure on day 7. there's no evening and morning for the seventh day. And if the seventh day was actually finished in the past, we would expect there to be an evening and morning for day 7. There isn't. And also, it's that period of time in which God brings about the end of all evil and suffering. And clearly, evil and suffering are still here. And in Revelation 21, you will bump into the 8th day when God creates. Some people think the period of rest is infinitely long. But if you look in the book of Revelation, you do see that after God conquers evil, he creates again. So the 8th day is coming. In fact, one thing I've speculated about, I wonder how many creation weeks God's got planned on his eternal calendar. We've been through the first week. Maybe there's a whole bunch of weeks coming on into the future. It'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. In terms of the evening morning references, there are some young earth creationists, for example, who make the claim that everywhere else in the Bible where you see evening and morning attached to the word day, it's always 24 hours. Well, it's a little bit of deception because actually there's nowhere else in the Bible except Genesis 1 where evening and morning are attached to the word day. The closest you come to that outside of Genesis 1 is Psalm 51:17, where King David says, I'll pray unto the Lord in the morning, in the evening, and noontime. But it's not quite the same as what you get in Genesis 1. And when young earth creationists make this reference to there's 350 places in the Bible where evening and morning attached to the word day means 24 hours. If you actually look them all up, which I have done, what you notice is it's evening separated from morning. In other words, evening is attached to the word day, morning is attached to the word day, but not the two together. So it's apples and oranges. Moreover, all those instances outside of Genesis, we see evening and morning in reference to human history, never natural history. Genesis 1 is the only place where that phrase is used for natural history. And as a number of Bible scholars have pointed out, if Moses intended 24-hour days, he would have said evening to evening and morning to morning. He would not have said morning was and evening was, or evening was and morning was. Notice that you've got 2 verbs and 2 subject complements, not the evening and morning word, as you see in the King James. The King James is a mistranslation of that phrase. I don't fault the King James translators. They're trying to simplify it, but in one sense, I think Moses on purpose was using a complex grammatical structure to clue us into the fact that we need to carefully look at the different literal definitions of the word day. And again, all Bible scholars agree that you get at least 3 different definitions for the word day in Genesis chapter 1. So I mentioned last night, the 4 definitions are part of the daylight hours, all of the daylight hours, a 24-hour period, or a long but finite period of time. Okay, next question.
In Joshua 10:13 and 14, in the NIV version, it says that the sun stood still, the sun stopped in the middle of the sky, and delayed going down about a full day. I was just wondering if you know if there's any scientific historical records of that event, just so that it's we can use it to tell atheists, like as more of a support for Christianity.
Well, that has been rumored now for over 35 years, that NASA scientists in one version, another version says JPL scientists proved Joshua's long day. And NASA has actually contacted us to do what we can to get rid of this rumor within the Christian community. The reason why the rumor has persisted for so long is that technically it could be done. I mean, if you take a solar eclipse measurement in some time in the past few years, you can use that one solar eclipse measurement to predict when solar eclipses would have happened in the past. And if you got a solar eclipse measurement before the day of before Joshua's long day, you could take that single solar system solar eclipse measurement and predict future solar eclipses. By that means, you should be able to ferret out a discrepancy of about a day. That shouldn't be that difficult to do. For that matter, you should be able to establish the movement of Hezekiah's sundial backward by 40 minutes. Now, the reason why that's not possible is in the days before Joshua's long day, astronomers did not record their solar eclipses with any great precision. A good example we see in the Egyptian records, a solar eclipse took place today in the Egyptian Empire. Well, the Egyptian Empire went from Lake Victoria all the way up into Mesopotamia. It was a large region of land. And it took place today. That's plus or minus 12-hour precision. That's not adequate to prove or disprove Joshua's long day. Now, by the time you get to Hezekiah's sundial, astronomers are now recording their solar eclipses with much greater precision. But it is such that the timing is about plus or 5-minute accuracy. And actually, there's a set of 3 papers in the monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society where an astronomer by the name of Fotheringham came tantalizingly close to confirming Hezekiah's sundial. But it wasn't quite good enough. The error bars were just too big to make a positive identification to either prove or disprove it. So the bottom line is we can't prove it, we can't disprove it. If you go to our website at reasons.org, you'll see that we have a 2-hour television special as well as a 16-page written article where we actually address exactly what kind of miracles did God perform to bring about both Joshua's long day and Hezekiah's sundial. What's interesting about those 2 pieces is we established that of the 2 miracles, the most outstanding miracle is Hezekiah's sundial going back 40 minutes rather than Joshua's missing day. Because in the case of Hezekiah's sundial, the miracle was seen in 2 different cities, Jerusalem and Babylon. And when the Babylonians saw it, they right away knew this isn't our God. This must be the real God, the God of the Jews, and they sent a delegation to Hezekiah's court to inquire of the miracle. Now that establishes that the miracle took place over a diameter of at least 1,000 kilometers. I got to remember, this is Canada. I can't use miles. I got to use kilometers. Whereas in the case of Joshua's long day, it's the valley of Ajalon, which is a rather tiny valley ringed by hills.
First of all, thank you very much for coming to Toronto. It's been a great pleasure. It's probably easier to bring you here than all of us out to where you are. And my hope is that you come back. Well, you're welcome to come. I mean, my hope is that you come back very soon. You had mentioned briefly about 2 very specific areas where evolution is even remotely possible, and that was bacteria and I believe some insects. That you said it was.
Okay,
that would be the only place where it was possible.
What I'm saying is, from an evolutionary perspective, bacteria and very high population species of insects, and the only 2 that are high enough are ants and termites.
Okay.
All the other species don't have high enough population. But that's just to give you a conceivable possibility for evolutionary change. We can't actually document that that's actually going on under real-time observations.
Okay.
And as I mentioned, bacteria are better than insects by a huge factor. So if we're going to see any real-time proof of evolution, the best place to look for it would be bacteria. But in this long-term evolution experiment, this 20-year experiment on E. coli bacteria, they couldn't see any significant evolutionary change, and they couldn't get the evolution that they did see to repeat. They observed microevolution, actually at a level below what we've observed naturally with gonorrhea. Okay. It wasn't as significant as what we saw with the gonorrhea bacteria. But bottom line is they couldn't get it to repeat.
My question really is, sorry to interrupt you there, but my question really was related to something we're seeing in the news right now with the H1N1. And I think the indications are that 2 viruses have actually come together in that we're seeing a virus we haven't seen before. Now, I'm not sure if viruses fall into the category. Is that just a mutation, or is that possibly what we're seeing there, evolution occurring in that virus?
Okay,
or
well,
viruses?
Most biologists would argue that viruses are not life forms. They're basically pieces of DNA. And they need to have life forms in order to be able to survive. So they're really not true life forms. They don't operate like bacteria. They can't really move like bacteria, and they need life in order to survive at all. At best, it's a very limited parasite, but it's not anywhere near the level of bacterial parasites, which also lack a lot of DNA for reproduction. But they have functional proteins, which the viruses do not. Viruses are basically just a chunk of DNA or RNA, that's it. And because of that, they're capable of rapid mutation. And that's what has us get the common cold every year. You get the cold and you can get some kind of defense against a particular strain of a virus, but if it mutates, now you got another battle on your hand. And how you get an epidemic is where you get a virus that has 3 mutations. If you get 3 mutations, that really overwhelms the immune system. The immune system can handle a single mutation, sometimes 2 mutations. It's very challenging to handle 3. So if you get that, then the virus can take over. So in that sense, you can say viruses are very efficient evolvers, but in one sense, no. This bacterial experiment I was referring to, they were getting 3 specific mutations happening at the same time in order for the pore structure to be restructured so that citrate could come through. That's much more dramatic than what we see at the viral level. By the way, viruses are critical for advanced life on planet Earth. Without viruses, you wouldn't be able to feed the benthic life at the bottom of the ocean because these viruses break down the bacterial detritus that the creatures at the bottom of the ocean feed on. And without the viruses, you wouldn't have that taking place. And viruses are also critical in terms of our rainfall patterns because they make up a lot of the aerosol particles in the atmosphere. Some bacteria play a role in that too. So next time you get a viral infection, thank God for the fact that we have perfectly designed viruses here on the face of the earth to make conditions ideal for all of us. And there's actually some evidence that exposure to viral infections provides some defense against cancer invasion. So in other words, it may be good to get the cold once in a while. Now this research is still ongoing. Don't take my word for it and get sick all the time. That's still being studied, but I'm just saying there is some evidence indicating that people who never catch colds actually have a higher incidence of cancer infection than those who get colds on a fairly regular basis.
I know you regularly try to challenge atheists to critically examine the evidence and what they currently believe. But the biggest criticism I hear against Christians, and in particular creationists, is that they're not willing to critically examine the evidence against their cause. And I hear that a lot. So my question to you is there any evidence or future discovery from the natural world that would cause you to doubt or even abandon your faith?
Yes. Well, this actually happened at the University of Texas 4 days ago, because what I notice is these atheists have this mindset that we who are Christians have an utterly dogmatic model that's inflexible, we're never going to change it, and nothing can possibly disturb our position. In fact, Michael Shermer said, well, you and Fuzz, you were raised in Christian homes, you're just simply defending what you've been taught. He did not know our testimonies. I didn't meet Christians till I was 27. Fuzz, our staff biochemist, had an Islamic physicist for a father. And so he was taught the Islamic faith, but it was his biochemistry that led him to recognize that Jesus Christ was the creator. So he misidentified both of our testimonies, but eventually put out the challenge, okay, is there anything that would cause you to abandon your Christian faith? He was expecting us to say no. We didn't say that. We said, if you can show that the universe never had a beginning, that would be catastrophic to the Christian faith. If you can show that the human species is not descended from a single man and a single woman, that would be catastrophic to the Christian faith. If you can show that we human beings have no particularly unique attributes with respect to the other animals, only attributes by degree, that would be catastrophic to the Christian faith. And one thing you'll see in this book, More Than a Theory, we make a point of documenting discoveries that could be catastrophic to a model. I'm not just talking about our model, because my response back to Michael was, okay, we've given you a list of discoveries that would be catastrophic to our faith. How about if you volunteer some discoveries that would be catastrophic to your atheistic worldview? And he wasn't very forthcoming at that point. So, I mean, it works both ways. And the whole point is there should be discoveries that are catastrophic to your model, and if you're going to present a model, you need to list some discoveries that would be catastrophic. At the other hand, I can also think of discoveries that would be merely corrosive, extremely damaging to our biblical creation model, but wouldn't destroy it. For example, if we were to discover that the universe is not continuously expanding, that would force me to revise my biblical interpretations of saying, you know, I was wrong in taking all these passages literally. There must be some metaphorical implication in all these passages, and I got to rethink the whole way I interpret the Bible. Well, I'll tell you this, it would be corrosive to our whole model. It would radically change about 90% of our biblical model if that were the case. It wouldn't be the end of Christianity, but it would be highly corrosive. And then there are discoveries that are not corrosive, they're not catastrophic, they're revisionist discoveries. And so I was able to document how my booklet, Genesis 1, A Scientific Perspective, I first published it in 1973. And there's been 5 revisions of that booklet since. And what I said about the moon in the first edition has been radically changed in the 4th and 5th editions of the book, in fact, in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th editions of the book. So that's an example where I made a revision in the model that was not corrosive, it was not destructive or catastrophic, and in fact it gave us additional detailed verification that God the Creator was involved. It simply revealed something that was hidden from view or understanding. I also would argue that in presenting a creation model, you want to stick your neck out a little bit. In other words, if I'm not proposing some radical new ideas on how to understand creation, probably I'm not going to learn a whole lot. And I'm not going to be able to build a more detailed, more comprehensive model. It's important to take risks. But the risks we're taking in Reasons to Believe are at the adjustment end, the revision end. They're not at the catastrophic end or the corrosive end. We've never been obligated to make a corrosive adjustment of our model. It's always been a refinement. And also a mark of a good model is this. Are the refinements getting smaller and smaller with respect to time? If they're getting bigger and bigger, you probably have got the wrong model, or you've got a model that needs major readjustment. But I can also say this, if you're making no refinements at all, you either have a static model and therefore something that's not very useful for guiding scientific research, or you got a model that's way too dogmatic. So it's important that you do be making some revisions. And a good testimony of that, and I said this to Michael Shermer, is, 2.5 years ago, I published Creationist Science, which gave a survey of our whole testable creation model. 6 weeks ago, we came out with this book, More Than a Theory. You can see the changes between the 2 volumes. So it indicates the revisions that we're making in the model, but the bottom line is we have a more comprehensive and stronger model today than we had 2.5 years ago. Okay, in this lecture, I'm going to try to cover our testable creation model in the context of the origins of life and the origin of humanity. But I think we can get it all done in less than the 45 minutes that are allotted. And if you want more details, we have an entire book on the origins of life. That's its title. We also have another book called Who is Adam? I think they're sold out of them here, but you can get them from our office either in Canada or in the United States. Who is Adam? Which tells about our testable creation model in terms of human origins. And in both cases, more has been discovered about the origin of life and the origin of humanity in the last 15 years than the rest of human history combined. And in both cases, there's been a paradigm shift in the textbook model for the origin of life and the origin of humanity. So I want to reveal to you the new paradigms that have taken place in both situations. So first, the origins of life. Okay, there we go. That's a slow build. We build our biblical creation model for the origin of life in several passages, but Genesis 1:2, where it says the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. Some English translations will say the Spirit of God was brooding over the surface of the waters. Now, the word rahap here in the Hebrew is used only one other time in the Old Testament. You'll find it in the book of Deuteronomy, where it describes this female eagle who is brooding over her eggs and hatchlings. And given the metaphor that's used there, we believe that the same metaphor is being applied here. The Spirit of God is bringing to life, vivifying the waters. And this is taking place when the waters cover the whole face of the earth. This is before creation day 1, and for the first 3 creation days, we have water over the whole face of the earth. It's not until the 3rd creation day that we have the continental land masses taking place. Now, using this passage and several other passages of Scripture, we build a biblical model for the origin of life. And based on that model, we make a series of predictions about what the origin of life should look like. Number 1, we would expect that it would occur early in the history of the earth. According to Genesis 1:2, it's before the 6 creation days. So we would expect that life is going to show up very early in Earth's history, and that it will show up under hostile conditions. Because it says the Spirit of God was brooding over the surface of the waters, and it tells us that the world was formless and void. There was water over the whole face of the earth. It was dark on the surface of the waters, but it also tells us it was formless and void. And the Hebrew phrase there is speaking about a hostile condition. So origin of life took place under conditions that were hostile for the existence of life. The earth was empty of life, and it was hostile for life when God created. The other aspect of our model is we would anticipate that the origin of life would be complex. The first life forms would be complex, not simple. It would be many different species of life and in great abundance. Based on Psalm 104, which makes the point that God aggressively creates life over the history of the earth, making sure that the planet is maximally abundant with earth, maximum biomass, maximum biodiversity. So we would see that taking place right from the beginning, because God's goal is to fill the earth with as many biodeposits as possible to launch human civilization. We would also expect that the origin of life would be miraculous and instantaneous. It'd be an immediate origin of life, and it would be marine species only. Because after all, the primordial earth, there are no continents, it's water everywhere. So the first life forms we would predict would be marine life forms. Now, in contrast, these are the predictions that you would derive from an atheistic perspective, where there is no God. We would anticipate that the origin of life would be late after enormous time. I told you last night that when I was a graduate student here at the University of Toronto, I took a course from Carl Sagan. And in that course, he laid out the atheistic model for the origin of life, that there was this vast primordial soup that percolated over the entire face of the earth, a vast concentrated primordial soup, and how it percolated for 1 billion years. And over the process of that 1 billion years, life spontaneously arose by chance chemical interactions. Likewise, Carl Sagan said, benign conditions, not hostile conditions, but conditions that are benign for all these chemical reactions to occur over that huge amount of time, and a huge concentrated soup filled with prebiotic molecules, that the first life would be very simple, and it would be one species only. In the atheistic literature on the history of life, they talk about Luca, L-U-C-A, meaning that all life on planet Earth is descended from what they call the last universal common ancestor, that the origin of life was a single species from which all life on planet Earth has evolved. So we would predict many diverse species at the base of the origin of life. They predict one only, and that first life form would be orders of magnitude simpler than the simplest life we see on the planet today. Okay, so you can see that we have two very different sets of predictions. What I want to talk now is what have scientists discovered in the last 10 years about the origin of life? Well, they've uncovered a number of paradoxes. The first paradox that they've uncovered is that apparently the origin of life happened in an instant, not over 1 billion years. In a geologic instant, we see life appearing, and apparently it appears without the benefit of a primordial soup. We can actually show now that planet Earth never had a primordial soup. We also have something called the oxygen ultraviolet crisis, where oxygen would prevent prebiotic chemistry from happening, but the lack of oxygen would mean that ultraviolet radiation would come in from the sun, and that ultraviolet radiation likewise would put a stop to prebiotic chemistry. So we can prove from the chemical signatures on the early Earth that the planet never had prebiotics. We know from the oxygen ultraviolet paradox why there can't be prebiotics. Because if the Earth's atmosphere had oxygen, that would be toxic to the origin of life. But if it didn't have oxygen, ultraviolet radiation would come in from the sun, and ultraviolet radiation behaves just like oxygen. It immediately brings to a halt any kind of prebiotic chemistry. Notice it's a lose-lose proposition for the atheist. If you got oxygen, it can't happen. If you don't have oxygen, it can't happen. And you got one of two choices, oxygen or no oxygen. Either way, no prebiotic soup is possible. You say, how do we prove that there's no prebiotic soup? Well, prebiotics will have a different signature than postbiotics. Postbiotics are carbonaceous molecules that are the decay products of once living organisms. And the thing about life is it prefers carbon-12 to carbon-13. And therefore, if the carbonaceous molecules are the byproducts of once living systems, it's going to have a higher ratio of carbon-12 relative to carbon-13 than the same molecules that were not part of a biological system. And when we look at the carbonaceous molecules in the early record of the Earth's crust, it's 100% postbiotic. None of it is prebiotic. And likewise, it's not just the carbon-12 to carbon-13 signature. We got a way of testing it by looking at the sulfur isotope ratios, sulfur-32 to sulfur-33. And all these isotope ratios that we're looking at tell us Earth never had a prebiotic soup. And by the way, we now know what it is, oxygen or no oxygen. We know it's oxygen. Why? This is actually discovered by a Romanian physicist. He made the point that the early Earth had this universal ocean, and the early Earth had 5 times the radioactive activity that the planet has today, with much higher concentrations of uranium and thorium, and that uranium and thorium decay by itself, along with potassium-40 decay, would cause energy to flow through the world's oceans, and that energy would cause the breakup of some of the water into hydrogen and oxygen. Therefore, the early Earth's ocean was oxygenated by the radioactive decay of uranium, thorium, and potassium, and likewise the atmosphere. And so there would have been plenty of oxygen in the atmosphere and the ocean to put a halt to any kind of prebiotic chemistry. The other problem is what's called the homochirality crisis. What is homochirality? It's a feature that we notice that you cannot join together the nucleotides that make up RNA and DNA unless the sugars that join them together all are right-handed. And likewise, you can't join together the amino acids that make up the proteins unless they're all left-handed. Now, actually, you could have all the amino acids right-handed and you could have all the sugars left-handed, but the problem is they all have to have the same handedness. If you mix them up so that some of them are right and some of them are left, you simply can't join together the nucleotides, and the RNA and DNA, and you can't join together the amino acids. In order for them to link together, they all have to have the same handedness. And the problem there is we can't find any natural pathway to make the amino acids all of one-handedness or all the sugars that make up the backbone of RNA and DNA. We can't see any way to make them all of one-handedness. In fact, I describe in our book, Origins of Life, how Robert Bonner, a researcher, spent 25 years searching for a natural pathway. And he could not find any in the context of the physics or the chemistry of the Earth. In fact, it proved that there couldn't be any. And this is really what launched the new scientific discipline called astrobiology. Now, astrobiology is a unique scientific discipline in that it's the only scientific discipline that's data-free. We have no evidence of life beyond our planet Earth. But the reason why that discipline was launched because of the failure to solve the homochirality problem here on planet Earth, also the failure to find a prebiotic soup. Therefore, they said there must be a soup somewhere in outer space, and there must be a process in outer space whereby we can produce that homochirale. I'll say a little bit more about that in a minute, but let me first identify why there can't be any time for the origin of life. And it has to do with this late heavy bombardment that I mentioned earlier today, how the movement of Jupiter and Saturn outward in our solar system led to a resonance of the two orbits that destabilized the Kuiper belt of asteroids and comets. That's a giant belt of asteroids that exists just beyond the orbit of Uranus. We now know that Pluto is a Kuiper belt asteroid. So we've demoted it from being a planet to being an asteroid. And incidentally, it's all the misfortune of the discoverer of Pluto grossly overestimating its size. He thought it was 10 times bigger than it actually was. So we now know it's simply an asteroid. But that Kuiper belt at one time was 100 times bigger than it is today. And when Jupiter and Saturn hit this resonance, it destabilized the whole system and caused this rush of asteroids and comets to move into the inner solar system. Now, if you look at the moon, all those craters were formed, 99% of them, during the late heavy bombardment. Virtually every crater on the moon is between 3.8 and 3.9 billion years old. We can tell that because we can see a little bit of erosion on the craters, because the moon has a small atmosphere of argon gas, and it's enough to erode those craters very slightly, and it tells us that they all formed at the same time during this late heavy bombardment. But guess what? Earth has 30 times the gravitational signature of the moon, which means we took 30 times more damage than the moon took. So you look at the moon and see all those giant craters on the moon, multiply that by 30, that's what happened to the Earth. In fact, scientists estimate that planet Earth took 17,000 hits during that period of asteroids bigger than 100 kilometers across. Enough to turn the surface of the Earth into molten lava, a minimum of 200 kilometers deep. Most astronomers think it was at least 500 kilometers deep at a temperature of 3,000 degrees centigrade. Now, whatever you believe about the origin of life previous to that event certainly sterilized the planet. And so there's no way you can have life under those very hot conditions. Now, what we do observe, however, as soon as the late heavy bombardment is finished, we have the origin of life. The moment that you've got liquid water reappearing on the surface of the Earth, the moment that you have rocks on the surface of the Earth instead of molten lava, you've got life in great abundance. 3.8 billion years ago is now the established date for the origin of life. We have no fossils, as I mentioned earlier, but what we do have is a chemical signature, namely the carbon-12 to carbon-13 ratios, the sulfur isotope ratios, the nitrogen isotope ratios that tell us that life was abundant throughout the Earth 3.8 billion years ago. But this late heavy bombardment peaked at 3.85 billion years ago. It took 50 million years for it to subside adequately before you could have rocks and liquid water, and you can all do the math. What's 3.85 billion minus 50 million? It's 3.80 billion years, which is the same date we have for life being abundant on the face of the Earth, which means the origin of life took place in 0 time. So for the origin of life, we have no time, we have no soup, we've got the ultraviolet oxygen paradox, which rules out the possibility of prebiotic chemistry, and then we have no solution to the homochirality problem in the face of the Earth. Now, astronomers have identified one and only one astrophysical source for possible homochirality, and it's circularly polarized ultraviolet radiation. They've done experiments in the lab where if you have 100% circularly polarized ultraviolet radiation, you can get a small preference for one-handedness against the other. However, for the origin of light to be viable, it's not enough to have, say, 60% of the molecules left-handed and 40% right-handed. You need 100% left-handed or 100% right-handed. And circularly polarized ultraviolet light at any intensity will not do that. Basically, what's happening with circularly polarized ultraviolet light is it favors the destruction of one-handedness against the other. It's not making a handedness, it's simply preferentially destroying right versus the left or left versus the right. And so if you make the process too efficient, it wipes out all the amino acids or all the sugars. And actually, the best we can observe in a lab is about a 35% excess of one-handedness against the other. Not good enough. Now, what we see in the natural realm is an ultraviolet circularly polarized ultraviolet radiation that's adequate to produce 2% excess of left-handed to right-handed. Nothing like what we see in the lab. But to me, the real mark against this proposal of circularly polarized ultraviolet light, it only can be found adjacent to neutron stars and black holes. And we all know that the environment of neutron stars and black holes is loaded with deadly gamma radiation, which would break up the molecules anyway. So the bottom line is, we can't make it happen on planet Earth, neither can we make it happen anywhere in the universe. So if there's no source of homochirality, there's no natural pathway for the origin of life. So on these four issues, the time, the soup, the paradox, the homochirality, the naturalistic model loses on all four counts. And that, again, is what launched the science of astrobiology. And as you're probably aware, what happened when origin of life researchers ruled out the origin of life on planet Earth, they said, well, it must have happened on Mars. And then meteors transported life from Mars to the Earth. And so the question is it possible to have the origin of life take place on the early Martian surface? Well, the problem is Mars is subject to the late heavy bombardment just the same way the Earth is. So just like with planet Earth, on Mars, there's no time. And on Mars, you've got what's called a carbonate crisis. Some people speculate that there might have been a time early in Martian history when it had a warm and fairly wet environment. The problem is, because of the Martian chemical environment, if it ever had a warm, wet environment, the carbon dioxide would react to make carbonates, and it would be permanently put into the crust of the Earth, and then no longer would you have those chemicals available for the origin of life. It didn't happen on planet Earth because planet Earth has aggressive plate tectonic activity. So indeed, you would have that wetness working to make carbonates in the crust of the Earth, but because of volcanic and plate tectonic activity, much of those carbonates get restored to the atmosphere as carbon dioxide and water. And likewise, Mars has the same oxygen ultraviolet paradox. By the way, because of the carbonate crisis, if Mars ever was warm and wet, the conversion of the carbon dioxide to carbonates means that Mars would very quickly become cold and dry. Indeed, we have evidence that Mars has been cold and dry for at least the past 4 billion years, which takes you back before the late heavy bombardment. So in that sense, and likewise, there's no homochirality solution on Mars. Mars has been ruled out as a site for the origin of life. Now, basically what I'm recounting to you is the experience that our staff biochemist Fuz Rana and myself had as we attended the International Origin of Life conferences. It was interesting going to those conferences because we were the only Christians there, and they all knew who we were, but I remember the first lecture was by Leslie Orgel, kind of the great father of origin of life research. And he was promoting the RNA world hypothesis for the origin of life, but the first thing he said in the opening lecture is, I hope there are no creationists in the audience for what I'm going to say next. It would take a miracle for RNA to form under natural conditions, either in the Earth or anywhere else in the universe. And therefore, there's really no RNA. But then, he later found out we were in the audience. So we actually had reasons to believe on our name tags, so they quickly figured out who we were. But what we observed at that conference was the first day they ruled out planet Earth as a possible site for the origin of life. Then the second day was devoted to Mars. And by the end of that day, they had ruled out Mars. And in fact, during that day, they had ruled out all the solar system bodies as a spot for life. There was speculation that maybe the moons of Jupiter, with their deep internal oceans, could possibly be a site for the origin of life. But then they realized that the chemicals couldn't get down to the deep ocean that were necessary, so the solar system got ruled out. Then they speculated, well, maybe an interstellar cloud. Now, the reason they went to the interstellar clouds is these interstellar molecular clouds where we see over 100 specimens of carbonaceous molecules. At last count, it's 123 different carbon molecule species have been identified in these interstellar molecular clouds. And they're not finding amino acids. They're not finding, by the way, they don't even find ammonia. If you don't have ammonia, it's very difficult to drive the chemical pathways to make the necessary nucleotides that make up the components of RNA and DNA. Now, they did find glycoaldehyde, a 3-carbon alcohol, but they're not finding any of the 5 or 6 carbon sugars. We don't see any sugars anywhere except in organic systems. We do see 3 carbon molecules, but none of the 5 or 6 carbon molecules that are critical for the RNA and the DNA. And we see no nucleobases. None of the nucleotides are found, not even the nucleobases have been seen, and no amino acids. Now, I need to make a clarification here. About 10 years ago, a group of radio astronomers announced that they had discovered glycine, the simplest amino acid, in a molecular cloud. But in the Astrophysical Journal about 18 months ago, that team withdrew their claim. And they now said we misidentified the spectral lines. Glycine is the simplest of the amino acids, but not even that has been found. And likewise, the claim that they had found a nucleobase likewise has been withdrawn as a misidentification. Now, it's possible that some astronomer in the future is going to announce the discovery of an amino acid or a nucleotide in one of these interstellar gas clouds. But it's going to be at parts per billion or less, not parts per million. And actually, to make any kind of origin of life scenario viable, you need it above parts per thousand. So we're already about a factor of 1,000,000 times too low in concentration to make any kind of origin of life scenario work. And likewise, no homochirality. Now, there have been those who have speculated, well, we have no understanding how this life could form in an interstellar cloud. Maybe it forms in some other part of the universe where we just simply don't know what's going on. That's difficult to imagine because one of the requirements for life in the universe is that the universe must be extremely homogeneous and uniform, which means that there can't be some exotic place where the chemistry is working differently than what we see. But what I noticed at this Origin of Life conference, they said, well, let's just forget the difficulties. Is it possible that if there is life somewhere out there in interstellar space, that it could get to planet Earth? And so the question is, what about the transport of interstellar dust to planet Earth, where that dust would have embedded within it some simple life form, or at least the building blocks of life, like proteins perhaps, or some RNA and DNA. Well, one thing we've discovered is that in interstellar space, you get a huge exposure to X-ray and ultraviolet radiation, and in addition to that, gamma ray radiation, and that radiation will break down any proteins or RNA or DNA. In fact, it'll even break down the amino acids, any possible sugars that might be out there. Moreover, the calculated transport times are in the millions of years and greater. And during that time, these molecules will break down even in the absence of radiation. These are not stable molecules. And some of these molecules will break down in the order of minutes in interstellar space, And the longest ones take a few years to break down, but the fastest transport time we can conceive of is about 1 million years. Then, of course, it's got to get through the Earth's atmosphere. And when it passes through the Earth's atmosphere, it gets heated up to 500 to 1,000 degrees centigrade, and that will break down the molecules. So the bottom line is it's impossible for anything in interstellar space or beyond or in some exotic site of the universe to ever be transported here to the surface of the Earth. In fact, there was an astronomer at that conference that said, if there is for some reason some bacterium way out there, the only way it's going to survive getting to planet Earth is as if it's embedded in a rock that's at least 2 meters in diameter, where there's no cracks or holes in the rock, where the bacterium is a dead center of that 2-meter diameter rock. Then maybe it can survive the trip to planet Earth. And so this raised a question. Is it possible that a rock could be transported from some other planetary system? And they had abandoned the interstellar cloud. The thinking now was maybe there's another planetary system out there, like our solar system, with life on it, and a rock from that planet with life in it got ejected, and now it travels across interstellar space and lands here on planet Earth. Well, Jay Milosh at that conference performed a thought experiment. He says, let's presume that our Milky Way galaxy is filled with planets, tens of millions of planets. And on every one of those planets is a huge abundance of bacterial life, as abundant as planet Earth ever manifested. Let's also assume there's very efficient bombardment of those planets by asteroids, and therefore there's all these rocks being thrown into interstellar space. Let's calculate the probability that one of those rocks will land on planet Earth. So this is, the most extreme thought experiment you can imagine. Every planet out there filled with bacterial life. What he demonstrated is that best planet Earth would get one such interstellar rock, not one 2 meters across. He said, let's just see if we can get one the size of a human fist. So the size of a human fist or bigger. He determined planet Earth gets one such rock every 10 to the 16 years. Well, the problem there is the universe is only 10 to the 10 years old. The universe would have to be 1 million times older before you would get even one rock brought to planet Earth from some other planetary system. At the end of that conference, a scientist went up to the Q&A microphone and said, during this 4-day event, we've ruled out the Earth, we've ruled out every planetary body and moon in our solar system, we've ruled out interstellar clouds, we've ruled out another planet out there somewhere in our galaxy or a galaxy far, far away that's throwing rocks in our direction. The only thing we haven't ruled out, he said, is directed panspermia. That there is some planet way out there with intelligent life on it that has sent spaceships to planet Earth and purposely planted life on planet Earth 3.8 billion years ago. And then he also added this would solve the Cambrian explosion. 543 million years ago, we see this sudden burst of all these advanced life forms here on planet Earth. All the large-bodied animals that ever existed, the basic body plans all show up once. And he says, maybe these aliens came back several times. That would explain all the mass speciation events we see in the fossil record. And everybody was saying, yeah, maybe we're onto something here. And actually, this was seriously proposed by none other than Leslie Orgel himself, who was at that conference, and Francis Crick, who has, sometime died. But he was the one who shared the Nobel Prize for the DNA structure. And back in 1981, he wrote a book where he said there is no possibility for a naturalistic origin of life on planet Earth. He actually went down the same pathway 20 years ago, 25 years ago, and said the only possibility left is spaceships came here and planted life on a planet. Now, the problem with that is, how do you explain the origin of the aliens? Now, this is a big issue because, as you heard me say last night, you cannot get advanced life on the cosmic scene in anything less than about 14 billion years. So you can't give credit to some intelligent species of life on another planet because 3.8 billion years ago, there wasn't the physics to allow their existence. So they can't be the ones that have brought life here. And, again, it begs the question, if the origin of life is impossible here on planet Earth, impossible in interstellar cloud, impossible on some other planet, then where did these aliens come from? Okay? And then how could they possibly get here? I don't think we got the book here, but one book I wrote a few years back is called Lights in the Sky and Little Green Men, where we talk about UFOs and we talk about extraterrestrials, but make the point that this UFO phenomena that seems to be a concern all over the world cannot be explained by intelligent aliens visiting us in spacecraft because the laws of physics will not permit interstellar space travel. That's one reason why I have a hard time watching Star Trek. Every time I watch one of those episodes, they're violating the laws of physics everywhere you go. You simply can't move through interstellar space at anywhere near the velocities they claim. I mean, most of you know it's impossible to go faster than the velocity of light, but you can't even go 1% the velocity of light without destroying your craft. The faster you move, the more damage you're going to do to your craft, and it's kind of like an automobile. I mean, we all know the basic physics. The damage you're going to do in an automobile crash goes up with a square of the velocity at which you're traveling. And so if you were to move 1,000 times faster than the fastest NASA spacecraft, you're going to do 1,000,000 times more damage to your spaceship. And so we calculate that at best you might be able to go 1% the velocity of light. If you go 1% the velocity of light, the travel time from a planetary system way out there to our planetary system exceeds the maximum longevity of any possible intelligent species. And therefore they would go extinct before they could possibly get here. So directed panspermia is not an option. And the one option that was never considered at this Origin of Life conference was an option that was proposed by an atheist think tank called the Santa Fe Institute. And the Santa Fe Institute scholars a long time ago was able to realize that all these things have been ruled out. And so they said, given that we've ruled out all these things and given that we don't believe in God, what are our options? And so what they came up with is the fact that the only thing possible to explain this is a hidden law of physics. Stuart Kaufman's written several books promoting the idea of a fourth law of thermodynamics. What he's been saying in his books is that there must be places within the universe where you got such severe departures from thermodynamic equilibrium that instead of things tending towards decay, they tend towards greater and greater organization and complexity. Now, I heard him give a lecture on this at Caltech, and what's interesting about that lecture, as an atheist, for the first 30 minutes of his lecture, he destroyed the Darwinian model, one of the best scientific demonstrations I've ever heard on why the Darwinian model cannot explain either the origin or the history of life. Instead, he proposes hidden law of physics, a fourth law of thermodynamics. Now, as an astronomer listening to that, I recognize, no, wait a minute, the fourth law is really an anti-second law. It says the exact opposite of the second law of thermodynamics. Moreover, one of the conditions we know that's necessary for life to exist anywhere in the universe is that the universe be extremely uniform and homogeneous. That would rule out the possibility that there could be an exotic site somewhere in the universe where you get such radical departures from thermodynamic equilibrium that Stuart Kaufman was arguing for. Now, what is possible within physics is that you can get a large departure from thermodynamic equilibrium as long as it's very, very brief. The problem is if you want a departure from thermodynamic equilibrium that's adequate to explain the origin of a protein or an RNA or a DNA molecule. Forget a bacterium. Let's just see if we can get one of the molecules as a result of one of these departures. The snapback time is briefer than 10 to the minus 120 seconds. In other words, if you were to get that departure, it's got to return to thermodynamic equilibrium that fast, which means you don't get to keep the protein, you don't get to keep the RNA or the DNA. Now, since we've ruled out a hidden law of physics, what's really left? What's really left is the Spirit of God was hovering over the surface of the waters and supernaturally created the first life forms independent of any of the physics or chemistry of the universe. He was the one that put the molecules together. He was the one that gave it life. every other possibility that's conceivable within a naturalistic paradigm has been ruled out. And this is not the God of the gaps. I mean, we've exhaustively ruled out every possible naturalistic explanation. And in that case, you are justified in appealing to God if you have indeed exhaustively ruled out every possible naturalistic explanation. Well, you'll find all this in the book Origins of Life. And what's interesting is that one of the atheist Origin of Life researchers that was present at the same conference we were, when he found out that we had published this book, called us and said, "I've read your book. I think you guys have done a very good job at describing this paradigm shift that's taken place. But as an atheist, I want to write a critical review. Will you give me permission?" I said, "No problem. We would like to get some critical review of this." So he wound up writing a review of our book that was published in the Origins of Life and the Biosphere, and basically was very complimentary of our reporting of the scientific paradigm shift. But he says, they didn't convince me that Jesus Christ was the author of all this. They simply convinced me that all of our naturalistic explanations are bankrupt. And, but what he told us privately was, you know, I've got children, and down deep, I hope you guys are right. So we'll see how it all plays out. So, but the fact that we got reviewed in that journal, I think, is significant. Okay, human evolution. Well, you know the story. You begin with a primitive bipedal primate species, and the claim is that it step by step evolves through natural selection and mutations into the upright, intelligent primate that we are today. So did we humans really evolve from a knuckle-walking primate, or did we evolve from something even more primitive? And now, when I travel around the world giving this lecture, when I'm in Japan, this becomes a sumo wrestler, okay? And in Europe, the golfer becomes a soccer player. But you know, whatever your sports bias is, feel free to adjust this as you see fit. So, but the real claim is that we started off as bacteria, and somehow we became human beings. You know, when we debate evolutionary biologists on this and bring up the origin of life, it's interesting. Almost every one of them will say pass. We don't want to talk about the origin of life. We realize we got no answers for the origin of life. What we want to talk about is what happens after you get the origin of life. And so the real question is it even possible to think of the human species and all species of life evolving from bacteria? Well, this problem was actually taken up by Francisco Ayala, one of the world's leading evolutionary biologists at the University of California, Irvine. And what he did is he took bacteria and said, let's presume that evolution is maximally efficient. We're going to take the most optimistic Darwinian model that's in the scientific literature and see if it's possible to wind up with human beings. And the point he made in his article is that evolution prefers simplicity to complexity, that it's much more challenging to evolve something more complex than it is to evolve something simpler through natural selection, gene exchange, and mutations. And wound up calculating that the probability that you could begin with bacteria and wind up with human beings or the functional equivalent was less than 1 chance in 10 to the 1 millionth power. Now, Francisco Ayala's motivation was to come up with a demonstration that the search for extraterrestrial intelligent life was a worthless enterprise. And his whole point is, that with a probability that low, we must be alone in the universe. There is no possibility that it could have ever happened again, given how remote that probability is. Well, actually, he was conservative. Francisco Ayala presumed that the Earth presented a constant ideal environment for life throughout its history. And you heard in my last lecture, that's not true. The sun changes, the Earth changes, the moon changes. And if you take into account all the changes that are going on in the solar system, and this was actually done by 3 physicists, Brandon Carter and John Barrow and Frank Tipler took this problem on, and it said it reduces the probability to 1 chance in 10 to the 24 millionth power. And likewise, it joined Francisco Ayala in concluding that there can't be any intelligent life elsewhere in the universe. These probabilities are way too remote. And again, if you want me to give you an example, this would be equivalent to winning the California lottery 3 million consecutive times, where you buy one ticket each time. Again, indistinguishable from zero. Now, Francisco Ayala, John Barrow, Brandon Carter, and Frank Tipler failed to draw the next philosophical step. Given that it's impossible with these remote probabilities to conclude that there could be another intelligent civilization somewhere else in the universe, these probabilities also apply to our own species. We are impossible. We should not exist by any naturalistic calculation, given how remote these probabilities are. Therefore, we human beings must be a miracle by this simple calculation. There is no naturalistic explanation for why we're here. So it's not just extraterrestrials that are ruled out, we are ruled out by the same calculation. Okay, something else we notice about human beings. We were created with tremendous over-endowments from a Darwinian perspective. From a Darwinian perspective, if you are born with something that is useless for your survival, you will not survive, or you'll be weeded out, or that characteristic will be weeded out. Well, notice this. We human beings were endowed from the beginning with an amazing capacity for mathematical analysis. And for 50,000 years, it really had no use or purpose. Now you say, well, maybe that didn't cost anything, but it did. Our capacity to be able to do higher mathematics required a lot of brain matter. And we had to sacrifice our ability to have a good sense of smell, a good sense of taste and eyesight and hearing. We had to have very little musculature on our bodies because we simply didn't have the brain capacity to devote to bigger muscles. So if you look at Neanderthal, for example, Neanderthal had a brain the same size as ours, but the brain was structured very differently. Neanderthal had a very good sense of smell, much stronger muscles, able to run faster, stronger, probably a better sense of hearing than we had, all because the brain was supporting that. And that helped Neanderthal to survive. Well, early humanity had the same challenges that Neanderthal had. We couldn't run very fast. There were a lot of animals out there stronger than we were. We couldn't hear that well. We couldn't see that well. We couldn't smell danger coming our way. But we had all this brain matter devoted to higher mathematics. And it wasn't just higher mathematics. We also had a lot of brain matter that was devoted to helping us type very fast. Well, again, for 50,000 years, nobody had to type very fast. I go into our office, there's all kinds of our employees that are typing 60 to 100 words a minute. And I had relatives who were able to do that kind of speed on a typewriter when they didn't have a computer to fix the errors. They were able to type 100 words a minute without making any mistakes. That takes tremendous dexterity in the fingers to do that, and that dexterity really doesn't have any other purpose except perhaps to play a Liszt piano concerto. But again, that doesn't really help you fight off the saber-toothed tigers. That's something that really has only benefit in our day and age. Likewise, we have a capacity for prayer. Now, you say, why didn't we just have a bigger brain? Then we could have the best of all worlds. The problem is this: the human brain is already at the maximum size. 35% of your blood flow goes to support your brain. And you say, why not just a bigger brain and more blood going to the brain? Then the brain would cook itself to death. In fact, that's one of the concerns we parents have with our children. If your child gets a fever and it gets up to 105 degrees Fahrenheit, you can convert that to centigrade, then that child is in danger of losing a good chunk of its brain. The brain will start to cook itself to death. And so it's important that we don't have the brain so big that it cooks itself to death, and the human brain is really at the maximum size. We can't make it any bigger. So in order to allow us to do all these things, the Creator had to take away our sense of smell. A lot of our sense of smell had to take away our capacity to be able to lift heavy objects and to run fast. We couldn't do any of all that because God knew that 50,000 years later, this was going to be very beneficial to helping us fulfill our God-given purposes. Now, as you can see in the background here, there's all that higher mathematics. If you're curious about that, Those are the equations for the Higgs field, and I just wanted you to see that because of its incredible beauty and elegance. What could be more beautiful than equations and laws of the physics? Okay, so that's probably the most beautiful thing you're going to see this weekend. Not to mention my dear wife there who's in the background, but anyway. What about the bipedal primates? Well, when we look at the bipedal primates, we see that the fossil record is not a tree. Rather, the fossil record is a hedge. And what I mean by that, we see nearly a dozen different species of bipedal primates that precede us human beings. But each one is disconnected from every other species of bipedal primate. It doesn't manifest itself as some kind of a fossil tree. It really is a hedge, distinct species that exists with no change, and we can't see any relationship between one species and the other. And every time we find a new species of a bipedal primate, it adds chaos to the naturalistic model. It makes the naturalistic model worse, not better. Now let me get into some of the characters. One of them is Homo sapiens. Now this produces a problem because Homo sapiens is not human. We human beings here are not Homo sapiens. We are Homo sapiens sapiens. So there's two distinct terms. 30 years ago we were called Homo sapiens, but now in the scientific literature we are now called Homo sapiens sapiens. Thinking man as opposed to just thinking man. I don't know how they come up with that, but Homo sapiens is a species of bipedal primates that basically are tropical Neanderthal types. So you've got the Neanderthals that live in the cold climate, you've got creatures that are similar to them that are designed to live in a warm climate. But they have a lot of anatomical similarities. And they lived about 80,000 to 170,000 years ago. Well, what about the Neanderthal? Who is this Neanderthal creature? Well, what's interesting about the Neanderthal is that we've now recovered mitochondrial DNA from 12 different specimens of Neanderthal skeletons. And as we look at that DNA over the course of the geographical range of Neanderthals, they filled Asia and a good chunk of Europe, and also existed from 130,000 years ago to 30,000 years ago. Over that period of time and that geography, we see no evolution in the DNA. The oldest DNA is the same as the most recent DNA. The Asian DNA is the same as the European DNA. Evidently, Neanderthal did not evolve. And when we compare Neanderthal DNA to human DNA, it is distinct. It's such that every specialist in the field now recognizes that Neanderthals and humans are not related. The variation in the mitochondrial DNA for Neanderthals is radically different from the variation we see in human beings. We also recognize that Neanderthals have a distinct morphology. 15 years ago, if you read the textbooks, they were saying Neanderthals were anatomically identical to human beings. They were saying the same thing about Homo sapiens. In both cases, we now recognize that that's not true. Both Homo sapiens and Neanderthals have this barrel-shaped body with short limbs. They're heavier and much more muscular than we are. In the case of the Neanderthals, we're still trying to do the study on Homo sapiens where we have less research findings. But in the case of the Neanderthals, they have this enormous nasal capacity. It is so large that they can't link Neanderthal to any other mammal species, period. Neanderthal is like a sore thumb that sticks out from everything else. Why the big nasal capacity? Neanderthals lived in a cold climate. They couldn't wear a hood like the Eskimos do. They had to have some nasal structure to warm up the air before it filled its lungs. But we see many other differences. Their jaw structure is different. The hole that receives the spinal column is different. In the case of humans, it is circular. In the case of Neanderthals, it's elliptical. Now, once scientists discovered through the DNA that Neanderthals and humans are not related, they claimed that both were descended from a common ancestor, namely Homo erectus. Well, who is this Homo erectus? Homo erectus lived between 0.2 and we now recognize 2.0 million years ago. This slide is 3 weeks out of date. In the last 3 weeks, they've been able to push the date for Neanderthals back to 2.0 million years ago. However, what we notice, first of all, there's no DNA. If it's 200,000 years old, you can get DNA, but it's too corrupted to mean anything. DNA corrupts very quickly. But we do notice that Homo erectus has a very distinct morphology. Maximum 5 feet tall, quite slender, but the cranial capacity is only half that what we see in Neanderthals and human beings. So very small cranial capacity. Its bipedal structure was different, and we see no evolution in the morphology. The Homo erectus specimens that are 2 million years old are identical to the Homo erectus specimens that are 200,000 years old. Well, I think you can see the point here. If Neanderthals don't evolve, and by the way, we have DNA from humans that now goes back 40,000 years. And when we compare human DNA that's 40,000 years old to modern human DNA, again, we can't measure a significant change. So it tells us the DNA of humans does not evolve. The morphology of humans is not evolving. The morphology of Neanderthals doesn't evolve, and the DNA of Neanderthals doesn't evolve, and the morphology of Homo erectus doesn't evolve. As I mentioned earlier today, once you get past a body size of 3 kilograms, there is no possibility of evolutionary change. Which means that God must have separately created all these different species of bipedal primates. Now, when I lay this out in front of a scientific audience, they say, well, this is all well and good, but why would your God bother to create all these useless species of bipedal primates? Well, I think we have found at least one reason why the God of the Bible would create all these species of bipedal primates before he created Adam and Eve. And it has to do with the extinctions of large mammals that we observe on different continents of the world. For example, when human beings first entered Australia about 40,000 years ago, they immediately brought about the extinction of 86% of all the large-bodied size bird and mammal species. Now, Australia is a place that never had bipedal primates. The first bipedal primates to enter Australia were human beings, and within a few centuries, they wiped out 86% of all the large-bodied bird and mammal species. In South America, 79% were driven to extinction by the initial invasion of human beings, and in North America, it was 73%. Now, just like Australia, there is no evidence for bipedal primate species in either North or South America. The extinction rate is a little bit less because the continent is bigger. You know, with a bigger continent, there's a greater opportunity for these large-bodied bird and mammal species to find a refuge where human hunters aren't around. So that explains why the extinction rate isn't as bad in North America as it is in South America or Australia. But this is a statistic for Africa, and we get the same statistic for Asia. Only 14% went extinct when humans showed up on the scene. But both Africa and Asia are continents where there were numerous species of bipedal primates that preceded Adam and Eve and their descendants. And we notice about these bipedal primates, each successive species is a little better equipped to hunt large-bodied bird and mammal species. In fact, both Homo sapiens and Neanderthals exclusively fed on nothing but large-bodied bird and mammal species. So what was going on from God's perspective, this is speculation on our part. The Bible is completely silent on this, but I would argue it's reasonable based on these statistics. That God knew ahead of time that Adam and Eve would sin and begin to abuse the very animals they needed the most to sustain their civilization. What are the creatures that are most valuable to us? The large-bodied bird and mammal species. And God knew ahead of time that this abuse would come, so what did he do? He created these bipedal primate species step by step, each a little better at hunting, so that these creatures would step by step adapt to the coming future shock of the super predator. I refer to human beings as a super predator because we can hunt anything we want, whereas that was not true of Neanderthals or Homo sapiens. They had to content themselves with the weak, the sick, and the dying. Well, let me finish off here with some insights on Adam and Eve. Whoops, I'm a little over time. I apologize for that. Let me see if I can wrap this up quickly. What the Bible says about Adam and Eve is that they are the final creation miracle. When God created Adam and Eve, he stopped creating. That's the beginning of God's seventh day of rest. They're the only spiritual beings that God created. No other species is referred to as a spiritual being. And we can come up with a biblical date for when God created Adam and Eve. We can come up with this date through looking at the genealogies in Genesis chapter 5 and 11. Those genealogies mention Abraham. He's the last man mentioned in Genesis 11. We have an excellent historical date for when God created Abraham, namely about 4,000 years ago. Halfway down the genealogy from Noah to Abraham, it mentions Peleg. Tells us the world was divided in the days of Peleg, which we believe is a reference to the breaking of all the great land bridges at the close of the last ice age. That has now been accurately dated due to radiocarbon as taking place 11,000 years ago. If Peleg lived 11,000 years ago and Abraham 4,000 years ago, and the lifespans recorded in the text are proportional to the passage of time, that gives us a crude date for God creating Adam of roughly 60,000 years ago, give or take 30,000 years. That's a large error bar because of the assumption of the passage of time being proportional to the lifespans that are being recorded. Now, this can be compared with cultural big bangs. We see a big bang of art and music. Art and music suddenly come upon the scene 33,000 years ago. No species of life ever designed or wore jewelry except for human beings. We see a jewelry big bang 40,000 years ago, a clothing big bang 40,000 years ago. The reason why we displaced Neanderthals so quickly, they didn't wear clothes. The earliest humans were able to live in a climate zone 15 degrees colder than the Neanderthals could because of clothing. There's a language big bang and there's a complex tool big bang. And one of the things we notice is that the jewelry outweighs the tools by about a factor of 10 to 1. And we could argue that maybe that same ratio holds today. Now, these dates, I would argue, are consistent with the creation of Adam and Eve 50 to 60,000 years ago, because it takes time to develop enough cultural evidence that an archaeologist can find it. Without a growth of human population, you're not going to find this evidence, so these dates are actually consistent. We have mitochondrial DNA, which we can, mitochondrial DNA. Everybody here has mitochondrial DNA, but you only get it from your mothers. So by sampling mitochondrial DNA in populations all over the world, we can test, is the human species descended from one man or one woman or many women? And the answer is, we're all descended from a single female. And we know that that single female lives somewhere near the juncture of Africa, Asia, and Europe. And the date that we can establish for that you see on PBS is 150,000 years ago. That 150,000 year date for the first woman presumes that all of us have only one set of mitochondrial DNA. But 10% of you in this audience have 2 sets. 1% of you has 3 sets. And if you take into account that heteroplasmy, you actually get a date for the first woman of about 50,000 years ago. Now, on the Y chromosome side, we can trace the origin through the male. And it tells us we're descended from one man who lived near the juncture of Africa, Asia, and Europe, and lived 42,000 to 56,000 years ago. Now, if you read the scientific literature, they refer to the first man as the Y chromosome Adam and the first woman as the mitochondrial DNA Eve, and they call this new paradigm for human origins the Garden of Eden hypothesis because of how closely it matches what the Bible teaches. And the point I'm making is you're getting the same date that the Bible teaches. But there's one thing in the literature that is yet to be resolved. It's called the younger Adam paradox. Now, the latest research that's being done on the origins of humanity critically depends on very stable human populations, and there's not very many of them left. In fact, there's only 5 population groups left on the planet that are stable enough that we can actually push the research any further. And we're referring to populations where there's very little migration or marriage in or outside of the population. The 5 examples are the Japanese, The Finns, the Estonians, the Jews, and the Armenians. They're the only populations where you can get adequate stability. And in each case, we see that you get an earlier date for the mitochondrial DNA Eve than you do the Y chromosome Adam, and the difference is several thousand years. This is called the younger Adam paradox in the scientific literature, and to this date it's unresolved. Now, how can the first woman be living thousands of years before the first man? The resolution is in the story of the flood. The story of Noah and the flood resolves the younger Adam paradox, because the flood story tells us that the Y chromosome DNA is going to stop at Noah, not at Adam. You know the story. 8 people are on board Noah's Ark. The whole human species is descended from those 8 people. But notice the difference between the men and the women. The men are all blood related to the one man, Noah. The 3 sons all got their Y chromosome from the single man, Noah. The 4 women on board the ark are not blood related, and therefore the bottleneck for the mitochondrial DNA could easily go thousands of years before the flood of Noah, but on the Y chromosome side, it stops at Noah. And therefore, from a biblical perspective, and only a biblical perspective, can you resolve the younger Adam paradox. And I'd like to close with a scripture phrase from Psalm 139, we are fearfully and wonderfully made. We're not evolved, we're fearfully and wonderfully made. And if you want to read more about this, we have a book out there called The Genesis Question, which gets into the first 11 chapters of Genesis.
Dr. Ross, the question that I have is, we were talking with some of the youth a little bit earlier, and I just wanted to get your insight on it. I have some of my opinions, but I want to see what your answer would be. And the question was, it seems to me that all of the science and everything that you discussed today, all of the facts, point toward a creator. Why is there still a debate from the science, from the field of science, if everything is pointing towards a specific creator? What is the holdup?
Okay, the holdup in a word is human pride. I mean, people often ask me, why does our generation have so much more proof than previous generations? Well, there's no other generation of humanity that has had such a high manifestation of pride as this present generation. And so previous generations didn't have the same issues of the great pride we have in our human achievements. Another way to put it is Romans chapter 1. The tendency of the human heart is to worship the creation rather than the creator. And so we take our eyes off of the one that made everything and focus on what has been made. And as the Apostle Paul said, not many of you that are wise by the world's standards are followers of God. And you know, the greater the intellect and the education of the individual, the greater the temptation to think, I'm responsible for all of my great achievements. As I tell a lot of my peers at Caltech, you cannot take credit for your IQ. Your parents are responsible for that, not you. And therefore, why take pride in simply how brilliant you are? You get nothing to do with it. And actually, God deserves the credit, not your parents. Thank you.
Hello. Two-part question. Are you not
Well, you can take 2 turns at the microphone. I'll let you go at the 2 parts. Go ahead.
Are you not presupposing that how things are now are things have always been, even before their creation? Why should we not believe, as the Bible states, that life was created this way? If we can get that.
Okay. An easy answer to that is the Bible declares repeatedly that the laws that govern the heavens and the earth are fixed. Last night I gave you Jeremiah 33:25. The laws that govern the heavens and the earth are fixed. If you look in the book of Genesis, we notice that you've got stars burning before the fall of Adam and stars burning after the fall of Adam. You've got digestion of food taking place before the fall of Adam and after the fall of Adam. Now the point there is the digestion of food and the burning of stars are extremely sensitive to the slightest change in the laws of physics. The other thing we notice is in the book of Revelation, it teaches that at the end of all evil comes a change in the physics. And you heard me say last night that God has designed the universe specifically to deal with the problem of evil. So when he created the universe, he created it with the physics so that he could rapidly, efficiently conquer and remove evil once and for all. And that would necessitate that the universe have these constant laws of physics throughout in order to guarantee that end result. So in that sense, from a physics perspective, the present is the key to the past. And moreover, as an astronomer, I can tell you that we can look back in time by looking far away. When you look far away, you're looking at a place where it takes like time to travel to get to your telescope. And as we look far away, we can measure the laws of physics. They're identical to the laws we measure today. We've been able to document that for the past 13 billion years, no change in the laws of physics. So this gives us some confidence in what we are able to discern from the record of nature. That's also a biblical statement. The record of nature is reliable and trustworthy, and that would demand constant laws of physics.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi. In regards to that last question, actually, at the end of creation, God said that it was good, meaning that I would assume that there wasn't like second law of thermodynamics, that things didn't tend towards decay. But I just have something written here. It's a little sloppy. So the Bible states that in the beginning of creation, he made them male and female.
Mm-hmm.
I assume that was at the beginning, not within the last 6,000 years. Also, and that through sin came death. Also, you stated that Romans 8:20, which states, "For creation was subject to decay, not willing for him who subjected it." Can you please explain how the Bible can be consistent if we have death and decay before the fall of Adam and Eve, if God stated after he had finished the last creation day that it was good? So how could we have death and decay before sin?
Okay, this is going to be a challenge because there's 5 questions there. And I wound up writing an entire book just on those 5 questions. It's called A Matter of Days. So you can check that out to get the details. But your first point was, just to remind my memory, at the top?
In regards to what he said, that the last day he said that God said that it was good.
Oh, the part about it being good, yes. Okay. In Genesis 1, God repeatedly says of his creation during the 6 days, it is good, and at one place he says it is very good. Now, the question is good or very good for what? Notice that God does not say it's the perfect creation. It's the very good creation, and in one sense I would argue it's the perfect creation to bring about the end of all evil and suffering. But there's a much better creation coming. The new creation will be far superior to the present creation. But the current creation is very good given the purposes for which God has made this particular universe. And I think your second point is, if it's a very good creation, how do you explain decay and death before Adam sinned? Well, as I've already pointed out, the Bible makes the claim that the laws of physics are constant. So it means that there was no change in the laws of physics. What you see in Genesis 3, when Adam and Eve sinned, it says, "Cursed is the ground because of you." It's not cursed because God changed the physics. It's cursed because human beings are now in a sinful state, and in that sinful state, they abuse their environment. And we see lots of evidence of this creation without any changed physics being abused by a human sin. And therefore, no fundamental change in the laws of physics. What about the death issue? You were quoting Romans 5. Let me actually give you the exact quote. It says of the sin, the death that Adam introduced, it's death through sin was visited upon all men. Notice the qualifications. Paul says death through sin. There's only one species that can sin. There's only one species that's capable of death through sin. It's the human species. And to make sure you get that point, he says visited upon all men. He did not say visited upon all life. He says visited upon all men. If you go back to Genesis 3, the moment that Adam sins, he immediately experiences spiritual death. He loses his relationship with God the Father. And then God, recognizing the consequences, sends 2 angels to block access to the tree of life. indicating that it would have been possible for Adam and Eve to be spiritually dead and eternally physically alive. And God recognized that that would be a prescription for eternal spiritual death. And so God visited the gift of physical death upon humanity so that through physical death we can be delivered from the far worse consequences of spiritual death. You see that in Romans 5. Romans 5:12, death through sin was visited upon all men. And as you read down to verse 19, spiritual death comes first, physical death follows, but it's not referring to the plants and the animals. The only other passage in Scripture that deals with this is 1 Corinthians 15:20-22, and there again, Paul makes it crystal clear it's human death is being referred to, not death universal. And throughout the New Testament epistles, notice the theological appeal. If you try to hang on to your life, you will lose it. The key to eternal life is death. You have to die to self in order to live. Death is a pathway to life. Now, that kind of hits the carnal mind as being the opposite of what we experience, but that really is the New Testament message. It's the key to life. Go ahead.
Sorry, just the one comment Jesus made that he said at the beginning, God created them male and female.
Mark 10, verses 29 and 30. I know the passage you're referring to. And notice the context of Mark 10 is talking about marriage and divorce. And so when it talks about how God made them male and female and a married couple from the beginning of creation, notice that Mark 10 doesn't define the creation of what. Your presumption there is that he's referring to the creation of the universe. But if you look at the context of Mark 10, it's referring to marriage and the relationship between Adam and Eve. So it's from the beginning of the union of Adam to Eve. It's not referring to the beginning of the universe. And therefore, you can't use Mark 10 as a biblical proof that the creation is only thousands of years old. It simply proves that the human species is just thousands of years old. Okay, is there any other? You had another question. I didn't quite get your fifth question. What was that? Did I cover everything?
I think so.
Okay, if you're satisfied, that's fine.
I'll go back a line, thanks.
Okay.
Yes, you referred to a book that...
yeah, can you push the microphone up a little bit? Thanks.
You referred to an author who wrote the book Finding Darwin's God, Kenneth Miller.
Yes.
And, of course, he's a person who believes in God, yet is also holds very strongly to an evolutionary view.
Right.
I think also of another example of a person perhaps you could comment on, and that's Francis Collins.
Right.
And being the head of the Human Genome Project, yet he also holds to an evolutionary view.
Right.
And yet he's a fervent born-again Christian.
Right.
Maybe you could comment on that.
Well, I know both men, and with Francis Collins, we've actually interviewed him on our Creation Update webcast, and you'll see it archived on our website. It was an hour-long interview we had with him, and I remember asking him about our desire to interview him, and he was very gracious, told me how much he appreciates our ministry, knows that he takes a very different perspective, but he says, I support what you're doing. We had a very friendly interview with him. In fact, we're hoping to engage him in future events on the campus. You're right, he is a theistic evolutionist, and he gives us his reason for being a theistic evolutionist, junk DNA. And this is kind of an historical note. It's covered in our book, Who is Adam? That the more complex the species, the greater the amount of DNA that does not code for the construction of proteins. In the case of the human genome, it's 98% of our genome that does not code for the construction of proteins. Now, the evolutionary explanation for that is because we're the last species to show up, we have the greatest accumulation of junk DNA from the previous species from whom we're descended. And that's kind of a rule of thumb. The more complex the species and the later the species shows up on the scene, the greater the amount of, quote, junk DNA. However, 15 years ago, a group of 6 physicists decided to test a computer program they had developed for measuring language complexity on DNA. And they were anticipating that they would show a much higher level of information content and language complexity in the coding DNA than in the junk DNA. Instead, their experiment showed the exact opposite. that the junk DNA had more information content and greater complexity than the coding DNA. And they concluded their paper by saying there must be hidden purpose in that junk DNA. Well, in our book, Who is Adam?, we identify 6 discovered purposes for that junk DNA. There may be more coming, but it's already such that over 90% of what geneticists identified as junk now has established purpose. A lot of it, for example, are pieces of DNA that act as on and off switches. And it especially explains why our human species has so much of this DNA, because it takes us 20 years to go from being a baby to being a full adult. And that requires a lot of development, which means you need a lot of on-off switches to control that development throughout the growth of the human youth. Whereas species like bacteria don't need all that stuff, so you don't see all that stuff in the bacteria. Now, the way we ended our interview with Francis Collins is that there's only a little bit of the DNA that is yet to be identified as having purpose. We're predicting that purpose will be found. He's predicting that the purpose we've already identified will expand to become more useless DNA. So our point is this is testable. If we're right, Francis Collins has committed himself to change his position. Likewise, we say if you wind up proving that what we identified as having purpose has no purpose at all, then we'll have to adjust our model. And that's really the way science should work.
Dr. Ross, you mentioned that the Neanderthal had about the same size of brain as we have nowadays. Is that correct? And that he existed before Adam, is that correct?
That's correct. Although there was a little bit of overlap.
Yeah.
Not much.
Would you consider him an animal?
Yes.
Neanderthal? Okay.
He'd be in the same category as, say, a chimpanzee or a gorilla. And by the way, when I said his brain was the same size as ours, what is different is that the human species has a much larger brain mass to body mass ratio than Neanderthal. Neanderthal weighed a lot more than we did, and we do. And so his brain size relative to his body size isn't as big as it is for us. Keep in mind, a lot of your brain is devoted to managing the muscles. And so one reason why we can do all this mathematics and play Liszt piano concertos and pray and do meditation and philosophy is because we don't have a lot of muscles to manage.
Okay, thank you. Just another question that just came to mind. The serpent which appeared to Eve, was that a real animal? What kind of animal?
Was a serpent a real animal? Well, one of the things the Bible tells us about angels is they can take any form they want. They can appear as your dead grandfather. They can appear as a flying saucer running through the sky. They can take any form they want. And so Satan can take the form of a serpent, he can take the form of a dragon, he can take the form of a lion. And notice throughout the Bible, Satan is called all three. He can take any animal form he wants. But he appeared to Eve as a beautiful serpent, and in that guise was able to deceive her. He was not a real snake. But as an angel, he had that capacity to temporarily take that form. You know, people I've interviewed that have had encounters with demons will say to me, often the demon will ask them the question, how good a job did I do taking on this particular form?
But what would it mean then that serpent then had to crawl on its belly afterwards?
Okay, exactly what that curse means about, you know, where God said to the serpent, from now on you'll be crawling on your belly. Some Bible scholars see that as a literal reference to snakes and speculate that snakes previous had legs and now they don't have legs. The scientific evidence tells us that that's not true. There were legless serpents before the advent of human beings. Most scholars take the point of view that this is a reference to Satan himself being degraded in some fashion. Exactly how, it's open to some levels of interpretation. You know, the references to Satan throughout the Bible tend to be loaded with a lot of metaphors. So this leads to a lot of very interesting theological debate when theologians go out to lunch.
Thank you.
And Dr. Ross, I'd like to thank you for your talk tonight.
And my question is kind of two parts. I'd just like your comments and just an expansion on the genealogies. I think it might have been in the medieval period. I think there was a monk, you'd probably know his name, but he had compiled and sort of traced the genealogies. I think it was from Adam all the way to maybe Melchizedek or something, but yeah, so, and I think that's how the young earth creationists get their 6,000. And the second part is just the length of years that Adam and the other characters in the Old Testament lived. Yeah, so just some clarification.
Okay, we had a good discussion here during the break about these genealogies. Well, it went on for almost thousands of years, but anyways. Bible scholars, both young earth and old earth, agree that there are gaps in the genealogies. The young earth creationists argue for only a few gaps. Typically, old earth creationists argue for more gaps. So the debate is over how many gaps. And the reason they draw that conclusion is, for example, there's a name mentioned in Luke about the genealogy from Adam down to Noah that doesn't show up in the Genesis 5 genealogy. Canaan is mentioned. And there is no Canaan in the book of Genesis, at least not that early. And therefore, there's got to be gaps. And when you compare the genealogies in the Bible, you notice two things. Number one, they like numbered orders. For example, it talks about the genealogy from Adam to Jesus in the book of Matthew. It mentions 3 sets of 14. But when you compare those with the genealogies in the Chronicles, you notice a whole lot of names have been dropped out. Well, the problem was the chronologer in Matthew wanted those 3 sets of 14. What you notice in Genesis is when you have the genealogy in Genesis 5 and the genealogy in Genesis 11, both have 10 names only. So for some reason, the chronologer wanted to have 2 sets of 10 and basically picked out 10 of the highlight characters from each list. Something else you notice in the genealogies is that they try to make theological points. We have a theologian on our staff, and she says, you know, for her, one of the most interesting parts of Scripture are the genealogies because of the theological lessons they teach. And she points out, for example, that one of the genealogies seems to pick out the women and omit the men, making the point that in the genealogy that leads to King David, there were women that played a critical role. And likewise, another genealogy focuses on the Gentiles as opposed to the Jews. Well, in that she claims that God in the Old Testament is making the theological point you see in the book of Galatians, that God is not a respecter of persons, that his goal is to reach Gentiles and Jews, men and women. They're all equal in position in God's sight. So you can actually go to the genealogies to make that point. But the point is every genealogy omits certain names for theological reasons. And it's kind of fun to figure out what that is. Which is why I made the point in my talk tonight, we have to make some attempt to calibrate these genealogies. And the one calibration that I have found that is workable is to go after Genesis chapter 11 and pick up the 2 names for which we've got good external dates, namely Abraham and Peleg. And those are the only 2 that I know of where we can get some kind of independent dating peg. But using those 2 dates, we can get a rough calibration of the genealogies that establishes a crude date for when Noah lived and also a crude date for when God created Adam and Eve. And my point is those dates agree with the dates we get from mitochondrial DNA analysis, Y chromosome analysis, and the cultural Big Bangs. So we're getting a consistent picture through the 2 books that God gave us, the book of nature and the book of Scripture. But to my friends who are young earth creationists, my response is we only disagree by a factor of 10. The atheists are claiming that humans go back millions of years. So they're way out of sync with us, and we should be grateful that we got it down to within a factor of 10.
Yeah, so the genealogies would, like, it's a big stretch from 6,000 years, you know, just in genealogies to, I can't remember what you were putting.
I was saying neighborhood of 50 to 60,000 years ago.
Okay, so there'd be 50 to 60.
So it's a factor of 10.
Okay, so 50,000 years in those gaps of the genealogies is unaccounted for? Is that, so I'm not sure if I quite
In other words, I'm saying certain names are omitted.
Okay.
And let's see, I think it's Norm Geisler in his book on Bible difficulties makes the point that when it talks about these genealogies, we need to keep in mind that in the Hebrew language, the word for grandson and great-grandson and great-great-grandson is identical to the word for son.
Okay.
Likewise, the word for father is identical to the word for great-great-grandfather. In English, we make distinctions. In biblical Hebrew, there are no distinctions. So, for example, the Babylonian king Belshazzar referred to Nebuchadnezzar as his father. Well, the truth is there's 4 generations between Belshazzar and Nebuchadnezzar, and they're not even blood related. And yet it uses the phrase father and son in that context. And therefore, easily there could be gaps in spite of the way Genesis 5 and 11 are genealogy. And so a certain individual could give birth to a line that ends in person X, which would allow for lots of generations in between.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Right.
Mine is actually kind of in relation to that one. It's with the genealogies. When you're talking about the mitochondrial DNA, I just wasn't entirely sure I quite understood going back to the one ancestor having one female as Eve and one male that we ended up with Noah. If you could just kind of clarify or comment further on how that works and where you ended up.
How this technique is done is that, as I mentioned, we all get mitochondrial DNA from our mothers only. Our fathers make no contribution. And therefore, we can sample people all over the planet and measure the variation in the mitochondrial DNA. And then we can sample people that have been dead for thousands of years and recover their mitochondrial DNA. That allows us to measure the natural rate of mutation in the human mitochondrial DNA. So we can take the variation in the present human population, the known rate of natural mutation propagation, and that allows you to test, are we descended from many women in many locations, which was the reigning paradigm of human origins just 15 years ago, or are we descended from one woman from one region? And the answer is one woman, one region. And with a measured rate of mutation, we can come up with a date for when that first woman lived. That's kind of the basis of what I was sharing there. Then on the male side, we can do the same thing with Y chromosome. Now, women don't have Y chromosomes, only men have it. But likewise, we can survey men all over the whole planet, and using the same research strategy, test whether we're descended from many men in many locations or one man in one location. Answer, one man, one location. But what's different about the Y chromosome is that with mitochondrial DNA, we wind up with 500 to 1,000 copies in each cell. In the case of the Y chromosome, you get just 2 sets. So we actually get greater precision with Y chromosome. Also with mitochondrial DNA, as I mentioned, some people get 2 sets and even 3 sets of mitochondrial DNA. That doesn't happen on the Y chromosome side. So that explains why you get a fairly accurate date on the Y chromosome and not such an accurate date on the mitochondrial DNA side. But as I mentioned, if you go after the stable population groups, Armenians, Jews, Japanese, Finns, and Estonians, you consistently see in all of those populations that you get a significantly earlier date for the first woman than the first man. And that's where I jumped in with the Genesis flood account, making the point that the entire human species, according to Genesis 6, 7, and 8, is descended from 8 people on board Noah's Ark, and how the 4 men are all blood related to the one man Noah, but the 4 women are not blood related. And therefore you get a bottleneck in the Y chromosome, not at Adam, but rather at Noah. But on the female side, it could easily go all the way back to Eve herself. And therefore, from a biblical perspective, we can explain the younger Adam paradox. We shouldn't be calling it the Y chromosome Adam, rather we need to call it the Y chromosome Noah. But it's still legitimate to call it the mitochondrial DNA Eve.
So can I just say then that it's kind of like there was an earlier bottleneck that we can trace through Noah where it kind of like bottlenecked in, whereas Eve, the bottleneck just is pushed further back is really what it can be said as then?
Right, exactly.
Okay. Great, thank you very much.
Sure.
Yeah, my question is just with regards to the second law, because I've observed some discussions where, as Christians, we'll sometimes employ the second law, saying, you know, things tend towards decay, therefore you need a creator to input all this information, you know, because a naturalistic theory, they're fighting uphill against, you know, the second law. But then I've observed some non-Christians who have a stronger background in science than I do come back with something about open and closed systems.
Right,
therefore, so how can I answer that?
Okay, what the atheist is saying is you can't use the second law of thermodynamics to prove there is a creator because the Earth is not a closed system. So, for example, we're getting energy flow from the sun from outside the Earth, and they're claiming that energy flow means we're dealing with an open system, not a closed system. But it is a fallacy. It would be true that you could get complexity and order out of that energy flow if the energy flow were in some way structured to flow through some kind of an engine or a machine. But the truth is the energy flow from the sun is not in that category at all. It's extremely entropic energy flow coming from the sun to planet Earth. An analogy I've used is, yeah, the energy coming externally from the sun is equivalent to someone wanting to tidy up their closet by opening the closet door, throwing a lit stick of dynamite inside the door and closing the door and hoping it's all going to get tidied up. Now, you're going to get a lot of energy flow and there'll be a lot of movement, but it's going to be movement in the opposite direction of getting greater order and complexity and information accumulation. And so energy flow from the sun or the galaxy or a quasar or a black hole, it's actually going to make things worse, not better, in terms of trying to explain things like the origin of life or the history of life.
And just one little note, what's the best resource I can point someone to because I can't articulate it quite. So what's the best resource or book that I can point an atheist
Well, we
to?
dealt with that in the context of the entire universe in our book, The Creator and the Cosmos. Because what we do is they say, okay, the whole universe definitely is a closed system. And therefore, we can come up with a rigorous response to the atheist that says thermodynamics is not an answer to why there must be a God. Well, it certainly must be in the case of the entire universe. And we also make the point in that book, yes, the atheist is right, that when even in a closed system, thermodynamics does allow for limited volumes to significantly depart from thermodynamic equilibrium. But you heard me say earlier, the greater the departure from thermodynamic equilibrium, the faster it must snap back. For example, these atheists I was referring to earlier today, who came up with this explanation that there can't be dark energy, they actually proposed a model for the universe that wouldn't require a God to explain the beginning. They appealed to something called a Poincare occurrence, and it's a thermodynamic argument. For example, this room here is loaded with air molecules, but they're all bouncing against one another through Brownian movement. Well, if you know anything about statistical mechanics, there's a small possibility that thanks to random Brownian bumping in together of the molecules, that all the molecules in this room 5 seconds from now will wander into a cubic centimeter of space at the top of that little corner of the auditorium and will all asphyxiate and die. That can happen. And so they actually argued that's what happened to the whole universe. Thermodynamics kind of randomly brought everything into one little tiny corner that was unstable, and the universe expanded from that. But they wound up calculating in their research paper statistically the probability of that happening. And as I looked at what they came up with, the improbability was the smallest improbability published in any scientific journal at any time. They looked at the improbability and said, this is obviously absurd. This is not how it could have happened. And therefore, we really are needing to conclude that dark energy is wrong in order to save our atheistic model. But hey, dark energy is here to stay, which means God's here to stay. Go ahead.
Hi, Dr. Ross. Well, my question is a little off topic from the whole creation issue and all. But as a scientist, I just want your observation on what do you think about some of the miracles that were performed in the Bible, more specifically during Christ's time. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but in one of your previous Q&A videos, you were saying that it's impossible to literally examine how Jesus was able to turn water into wine. And I guess same thing could be said about like the 5 loaves and 2 fish, right?
Right.
So I just want to know what are some of the miracles that today can be actually scientifically researched, and in short, how?
Okay. Well, the thing I noticed in reading the New Testament is that you're really hard put to deny that those miracles actually took place. I mean, for example, at one point the Sanhedrin gets together and says, Peter and John healed this man, and we cannot deny that the miracle took place. So many people have witnessed the miracle, we can't deny it. Also in the Gospel of John, you notice that the Pharisees plotted to kill Lazarus because Jesus had raised him from the dead after he'd been dead 4 days, and this is such a publicly known miracle. They said, if we don't kill this guy, this is going to be a problem for our theological paradigm. So examples like that recorded in Scripture really make it very difficult to deny that these miracles actually took place. But it's historical evidence, it's not scientific evidence. We don't have any of the loaves and fishes left over from the feast, and therefore we can't make scientific measurements on them. For all we know, it was all consumed, and therefore we can't pull that together. Likewise, the wine at the wedding feast. We got none we can test through chemistry because apparently it was all drunk, and therefore it's unavailable for testing. On the other hand, as it tells us in the epistles, 500 eyewitnesses are alive today that have seen the resurrected Christ. And keep in mind that the gospel spread rapidly in the city of Jerusalem. Half the city of Jerusalem, within a short period of time, became followers of Jesus Christ. And it's because the empty tomb was right there for everybody to see. People could not deny that these miracles took place. So the scientist is limited in what kinds of miracles can be established. One reason why I'm focusing on the Old Testament creation miracles, those are open to scientific investigation. And given that those miracles can be scientifically established to have taken place, we have really no basis to doubt the New Testament miracles that are recorded in the Gospels and the book of Acts. How else can you explain the rapid growth of the church?
All right, thank you.
Now, one other point I want to point out. You made the comment, how can we establish miracles of this sort today? Well, notice when Jesus performed miracles of physical healing, he told the person, don't tell anybody about this. Now, our church near Caltech is filled with research scientists and engineers. And so we said the Bible says that we're to pray for the sick and pray that they would be healed. And so we had a group of our elders that would offer prayer for those who are physically ill. And we saw some outstanding miracles take place through those prayers. However, we made the mistake of broadcasting it from the pulpit. Once we did that, we saw the number of miracles catastrophically drop. And we said, gee, it seems like in the New Testament, Jesus didn't want a lot of news of this to get out. Let's make a policy of keeping everything secret when the elders pray for the ill. Then we saw the numbers come back up. So to this day, we keep it a secret. Now, here's the reason why I think from a theological perspective. If we broadcast the news of these physical miracles, people will focus on that instead of the far greater spiritual miracles that take place. And the context is the book of James. If any of you are sick, call for the elders and confess your sins to the elders that you may be healed. In other words, James is making the point that it's far more critical that you be healed spiritually than you be healed physically. And one reason why we've seen such success in our church, when our elder body gets together with an individual who is sick, we ask that individual, are you prepared to allow the Holy Spirit to use us to expose sin in your life that you've been hiding from others and possibly even yourself? And if they give us that kind of permission, amazing things happen. Sin gets exposed, the person repents, and often the physical healing accompanies the spiritual healing. And that's why Jesus said to his disciples, you will do greater miracles than you've seen me do. What can be a greater miracle than someone being permanently baptized in the Holy Spirit? Jesus didn't do that. He was performing miracles before the day of Pentecost, not after the day of Pentecost. So in that sense, there's a reason why these physical miracles are to be kept secret, But God wants to broadcast the creation miracles because there no one else can work their way in and get the credit. The thing I notice about physical healing miracle services on TV, often the preacher gets the credit rather than the one that gives the healing, and often people get physically focused rather than spiritually focused. Sorry for the long answer, but I think it's a very important theological point.
That's fine. Thanks a lot.
Okay. I do have a science question. I just have one theological comment about my last answer. If you could just comment on this really quick. You said at the beginning it was referring to marriage. However, I happened to pull out the Bible and it says, at the beginning of creation, God made them fit male and female.
Right.
It specifically says of creation. Now, I'm not sure.
At the beginning of creation, he made them male and female. Obviously a reference to the creation of human beings.
Right.
It's wrong to imply it's referring to the creation of the universe. It's referring to the beginning of humanity, not the beginning of creation. By the way, there's a parallel passage to that in the book of Luke, and Luke says the same thing.
Okay.
Okay, your question?
Okay. My science question, finally. I did a little bit of research on time, and I found out that time has a bunch of factors, including velocity and gravity, and time is measured differently in different parts of the universe. As example, time is measured differently on the sun, and in black holes, time doesn't exist at all. Is it possible that it's theoretically impossible to measure the age of the universe because we're presupposing that time is a constant, as it is on Earth, it is throughout everywhere in the universe, whereas the same attributes don't apply, therefore it can't be.
Okay, what you're referring to is velocity time dilation and gravitational time dilation. Einstein's theory of special and general relativity. Special relativity predicts velocity time dilation. General relativity predicts the possibility of gravitational time dilation. And the principle is this: the faster a body moves away from me, the slower time will appear to transpire relative to me. So for example, when we look at a supernova eruption in our galaxy, it takes 7 months to go from minimum light to maximum light to minimum light. But if we look at a supernova eruption in a distant galaxy, it can take 9 months instead of 7 months. That's because that galaxy is moving at a significant fraction of the velocity of light relative to us. Einstein's theory of special relativity, E equals mc squared, predicts exactly how much time should appear to slow down relative to the velocity. Now, that means we have a complete understanding of time throughout the universe, because we can measure the velocities of these different objects and therefore calculate what the time dilation is with great precision. Now, gravitational time dilation says if you have extreme densities like you have in the center of a black hole, that extreme density can likewise cause time to slow down. And therefore, clocks will run at a different rate in the center of a black hole than they would here on Earth. But there again, if we know the density, we can calculate the dilation that's taking place in that time frame. And therefore, scientists really do have an excellent understanding of the whole history of the universe, and we always correct for the time dilation factors. In fact, it's one of the proofs that I give in my book, A Matter of Days, for why the young Earth creationist model must be wrong. The young Earth creationist model predicts not time dilation, but time compression. So for example, when I debated the young Earth astronomer Danny Faulkner, I made the point that from a young Earth perspective, a distant supernova would take 18 seconds to go through its light cycle, as opposed to 9 months in my model. Now, the universe is not expanding at all. It would be 7 months everywhere in the universe. That's the atheist model. It says the universe is infinitely old. And so we can use supernova to show that the universe cannot be infinitely old. It cannot be 1 trillion years old. It can only be billions of years old. But by the same token, we can show that the universe can't be thousands of years old, because if that's the case, these distant clocks would be running 1 million times faster than they are here on the surface of the Earth. And the truth is they run about 10 to 25% slower, as we would predict from velocity time dilation. You want to read more about it, A Matter of Days goes into this in detail and gives you citations to the scientific literature.
Hi, Dr. Ross. Thank you so much for speaking here. I've been so blessed to listen. It's been said that humans only use a small percentage of their brain capacity.
Right.
I was wondering if you could expand on that and perhaps tell me why that would be.
Well, there's a good reason why we don't use all of our brain capacity for mental functions. Our brains are kind of like hard drives. Many of you know what happens if your hard drive gets to be 80 or 90% full. It doesn't work very well. And so what you need to do is empty out a lot of stuff so that you actually have enough memory capacity to be able to efficiently do the calculations that we want our computers to do. The same thing's true of your brain, which is why I tell my wife that it's so important that I practice forgetting things. I need to erase stuff from the hard drive in my brain. And it leads to some interesting dynamics in our marriage, because I'll answer the phone and she'll say, "Who is that called?" And I say, "I have no idea. I took care of the call. I forgot about it." She says, "Well, it was only 2 minutes ago." And I says, "It's forgotten. Don't ask me who it is. All I can tell you is it was completely taken care of. We don't need to know who it is or what it was all about." It frustrates her to no end. On the other hand, people are amazed that I can read something in a book 25 years ago. I not only remember it, I can tell you where on the page it was. But the whole point is, all of us have selective memory. And we men get accused of selective memory more than women, but the truth is women have selective memory as well. We choose what to erase and what to keep. But I can tell you this, if you don't practice forgetting, you're going to have a terrible memory. You cannot store everything. And it's important that you only use no more than about 15% of your mental capability. If you try to use more than that, your brain won't function as well. On the other hand, I know a lot of people are only using 5% of their brain capacity.
And if it's okay, could I ask one more question really quickly? You said that God designed the universe to bring about the end of all evil and suffering, and I was just wondering what role the universe would have in that purpose.
Well, the role that the universe plays in bringing about the end of all evil and suffering is, number one, it provides the ideal theater for the creator of the universe to humble himself, lower himself, enter our realm, give us an example of humility, and pay the atonement price on the cross. So the physics of the universe makes that possible. Keep in mind that when Christ died on the cross, he was only there for 9 hours. But in those 9 hours, because of the physics of the universe, he was able to accomplish the atonement penalty for over 40 billion people. He suffered for all eternity on the equivalent of 40 billion independent lines of time. And I've always argued, if we appreciate what Christ suffered on the cross, it wasn't just the 9 hours that ordinary criminals suffer when they die on a cross. It was way more than that. Because he was fully God, he could suffer in the context of multiple time dimensions or the equivalent, whereas that would be impossible for, say, the robbers that died on the cross with him. His level of suffering was far greater. The second point that I made last night is the laws of physics are designed in such a way to motivate us to avoid evil. Because by practicing evil, we wind up suffering a lot of extra pain, extra work, and wasted time. And none of us really appreciates wasted time, extra pain, and extra work. Matter of fact, those of you that have been parents realize those are the ways we discipline our children. I don't care whatever discipline you come up with. It's either a combination of wasted time, go stick your head in the corner there and don't look at anything, you're just wasting the time of your child, or it's extra pain, or it's extra work, or we do all three. Whatever. I mean, the whole point is to ensure that our child suffers the consequences that the laws of physics have put on there. And if we don't do that kind of discipline, I've noticed that children are incredibly clever at transferring the consequences to their parents. So the parents wind up experiencing the extra pain, wasted time, and extra work rather than they themselves. Likewise, that's why we want to have a good police force. If you don't have a good police force, then the people that are committing the evil transfer the consequences. The police are there to make sure that the perpetrators of the evil are the ones that experience the consequences. This helps keep evil in check. Without the laws of physics, evil would completely run out of control and would overwhelm humanity. As it is, the laws of physics are working in our favor. But don't get me wrong on this. The laws of physics do not conquer evil. It's the creator of the laws of physics that brings about the end of all evil, but he does it in a very efficient way because of how he previously designed the physics of the universe. Anyway, we want to read more about it. I go into this quite exhaustively in the book, Why the Universe is the Way It Is. And by the way, it's not just thermodynamics, gravity, electromagnetism, all the laws of physics play a role in bringing about the end of evil and suffering. And incidentally, every human being plays a role. I mean, the analogy I used over lunch and discussing this with people is like we human beings are on the football field of life. We're not on the bench. We're out there in the field. We're playing the game. The angels are in the stands watching us. They observe us. We get to directly experience the grace of God and His work within us to bring about the end of all evil and suffering. The angels are spectators. And because they're spectators rather than recipients of God's grace, that's why it says that though we are lower than the angels, a time will come when we'll be rulers and educators of the angels. Because we're on the playing field, they're in the stands.
Okay, thank you very much. God bless.
Can you comment on the distinction between the length of life before the flood and after the flood?
Sure. The Bible tells us that the patriarchs at least were living 900 years. Methuselah made it to 969, and that's about a factor of 10 longer than what we're able to live today. And how can this be? Some Bible scholars have argued, well, they counted years differently in those days than they do today. We know that can't be correct, because if that is correct, then they were really living lives no longer than our lifespan, then that means you've got patriarchs having children when they're only 5 years old. So they really were living that long. Now, how can that be? This is described in our book, The Genesis Question, where we make the point that in the days before the flood, humanity was not globally distributed. And humanity was primarily living in sedimentary plains, the base of the Persian Gulf, the Mesopotamian plain, southern Arabia, and those are places where you got sedimentary rock, where you're well distanced from igneous rocks. Igneous rocks are loaded with radiometric elements. That's why people who live in Colorado and California and British Columbia don't live as long as people who live in the prairies. The difference is about 1 month. Because when you're exposed to all that granitic rock, you get a little more radiation. Matter of fact, I had to take chemical chelation to get rid of the uranium in my body. It turned out I had a very high level of uranium because I've lived near mountains almost all my life. So maybe do better here in Toronto. But given that humanity had no exposure to igneous rocks, you would not be exposed to that radiation. The other thing I noticed in that book is that 2 astronomers, the Russian astronomer Ehrlichman and the English astronomer Wolfendale, have spent 30 years researching high velocity, high atomic weight cosmic rays. And they've demonstrated that almost all of those cosmic rays come from a single supernova eruption. Moreover, they've been able to establish that that supernova exploded close to the Earth in the very recent past, just a few tens of thousands of years ago. And recently they published a paper where they said we've now identified the supernova remnant. It's 40 degrees across the sky. For the supernova remnant to be that big, the supernova must have exploded recently and quite close to the Earth. That being the case, that would mean that before Noah, no supernova. After Noah, you've got the supernova. People living before Noah wouldn't have all these high velocity, high atomic weight cosmic rays going through their body. Those are the ones that do the real damage. Which means that people before the flood physically would have the potential to live to be 900 plus years. With one more caveat, right now our chromosomes are designed to not permit us to live past 120 years. Every time our chromosomes replace themselves, the chromosome length gets shorter. It's called telomerase activity. And actually, that's a real benefit to the human species. With the chromosomes getting shorter and shorter as we live longer and longer, that protects us from an even earlier death from cancer. Because cancer is runaway reproduction of the cells, and the shortening of the chromosomes prevents cancer from getting out of control. So actually our telomerase activity lengthens our lifespan. But because of the radiation we live in, it's impossible to live beyond about 120 years. When the days before Noah, it was definitely possible for people to live that long. But God would have to supernaturally intervene to give different telomerase activity. And of course, we have humanity unexposed to granitic rock. By the way, you living here in Toronto are almost as exposed to radiation as we are in California. Why? Because you've got these freeways and these skyscrapers that contain a lot of gravel. And most of that gravel is igneous in nature. So you're getting exposed to. I was asked today to kind of do a cleanup of our conference by giving some focus on the new reasons to believe, not from the record of nature, but from the record of Scripture. So we're going to do that. And kind of the theme is harnessing the power of science for evangelism for the biblical faith. Now, this all goes back to the Reformation. And one of my favorite Reformation creeds is the Belgic Confession. Dates back to 1543. But the second article of the Belgic Confession states, "We know him, namely God, by two means. First, by the creation, preservation, and government of the universe, since that universe is before our eyes like a beautiful book, in which all creatures, great and small, are as letters to make us ponder the invisible things of God." And then it goes on to talk about the second book, the book of Scripture, and how both of these books reveal God's revelation to us reliably and in a trustworthy manner. And also makes the point that this book of nature is really a book in which it's like words and letters and paragraphs. Now you say, where did the Belgic confessors get this from? Well, primarily from Psalm 19, verses 1 through 4, where it says, "The heavens declare the glory of God," verse 1, verse 4, God has written his word upon the heavens for everyone to read. So this is really where the Belgic confessors get this article. Now what this means is that compartmentalization is not an option. You know, as I travel around the world and speak, I run into people who look at the record of nature Monday through Saturday, and then on Sunday it's the book of Scripture. And they can't put the two together, and they basically are leading double lives, where they're following the record of nature throughout the week, and then they go a different pathway on Sunday. But you know, the heart cannot rejoice in what the mind rejects. And the most common comment I get at our seminars is a sense of liberation that now they can finally put the two books together. Now this again is a biblical concept. What the Bible says about itself is that it's inspired by God. And what it says about the universe is that it's created by God. And if you go throughout the Bible, you'll find 8 different places where it says it's impossible for God to lie or deceive. Sometimes skeptics ask me, can't God do everything? Well, no, he can't do everything. He cannot violate his character. It is impossible for God to lie or deceive. And because of that, from a biblical perspective, the words of the Bible and the facts of nature must agree. However, we're all aware that there's a war going on between theology and science. But we need to recognize that theology is not the same as the words of the Bible. Theology is our human attempt to interpret the words of the Bible. And no human being could claim to have the Bible, the pure Word of God. Every one of us has an interpretation of the Word of God. Likewise, science is not the same as the record of nature. It's our attempt to interpret the facts of nature. And because of human interpretation, there's lots of possibilities for science to contradict theology. We don't know everything, and because of our human biases and because of our propensity to rebel against what we're seeing, we can make mistakes in our interpretation. Now, the Bible tells us how we can ferret out the faulty interpretations and move along the pathway towards truth where there's no compartmentalization. where the record of nature is saying the same thing as the words of the Bible. One of my favorite biblical passages is 1 Thessalonians 5:21, where Paul says, "Test everything, hold on to the good." You know, a few days ago, we were debating Michael Shermer, the executive director of the Skeptics Society at the University of Texas. And his claim was, we Christians have a blind faith, that we just simply follow what we've been taught by our parents. I didn't realize that the two of us that were speaking were not raised in Christian homes. But what the Bible tells us, there's no room for blind faith. We're not to believe anything until we first put it to the test. Everything is to be tested. Hold on to the good. Now, what encouraged me about the Bible the first time I picked it up at age 17 was to recognize that the Bible not only taught us to put everything to the test and does so repeatedly, it tells you how to put things to the test. That's the unique thing about the Bible. No other holy book does that. But the Bible lays out the means by which we should put everything to the test. Now, this biblical testing method is based on God's perspective on our human tendency to form interpretations too quickly, and when we do, to invest a lot of emotion into that interpretation and resolutely hold on to it. So the core of this biblical testing method is to slow us down in developing our interpretations. Step one of this biblical testing method is make no attempt to interpret until you first identify the frame of reference or the point of view. Now, this actually came up at Galileo's court trial. What Galileo said in his trial was the biggest mistake you can make in Bible interpretation is to fail to correctly identify the point of view or the frame of reference. And he was right. That's the biggest mistake you can ever make in interpreting the Bible. Step two, make no attempt to interpret until you determine the initial conditions. Then you want to know what happens, when it happens, where, and in what order. Then you want to note the final conditions. No interpretation through these 4 steps. You're simply disciplining yourself to identify the frame of reference, set up the initial conditions, determine what's happening, when, where, and what order, what the final conditions are, and how they differ from the initial conditions. Only at this point are you free to make an interpretation. But in terms of studying the record of nature, we scientists call this first interpretation an hypothesis. An hypothesis is kind of an initial interpretation where you make no emotional investment. And it's an hypothesis that explains both the how and the why. Again, at the University of Texas, we had this physicist on the panel of skeptics, and he said, science is only descriptive. Well, that's false. Science is much more than descriptive. And theology is not merely descriptive. You don't have good theology, you don't have good science, unless you try to explain the how and the why. Why is it set up this way? How is it taking place? That will help you form a better interpretation. Then you want to test that initial interpretation with further experiments, observations, and texts. Now, as I went through the holy books of the religions of the world in my late teenage years, trying to figure out which one was from the God that created the universe, the thing I noticed was that in other holy books, you maybe had 1 creation account, sometimes 2, at most 3. When you pick up the Bible, there are 27 chapter length or longer creation accounts. That means we have multiple opportunities to test our interpretation, say, of Genesis chapter 1. So we test our hypothesis with further experiments, observations, and texts. Then you want to revise your interpretation accordingly. Now, a lot of people think this is the end of the biblical testing method. No, it's just the beginning. We never know everything. We never understand everything. Having gone through these 7 steps, you go back to step 1 and say, in light of the 7 steps, how well did I do in identifying the frame of reference? And you may need to make adjustments. And I'll tell you this, the first time I went through Genesis chapter 1, I only found 3 initial conditions. The second time I went through it, I found 4 initial conditions. That made a big difference in how I interpreted the text. So you want to repeat this biblical testing method over and over again. And the promise of God is, as you practice this method over and over again, you will get closer and closer to the truth that he's trying to reveal to us. And it never ends. Throughout the rest of your life, you need to be practicing this biblical testing method. Now, it was just 5 days ago that Fuz Rana, our staff biochemist, and myself were at the University of Texas for one of our skeptics forums. And we had Michael Shermer from the Skeptic Society give a 30-minute response to Fuz and I laying out a really quick description of our testable biblical creation model. Then there was a panel of 3 atheist scientists who offered further critique on our model. Now, thanks to the efforts of our Reasons to Believe chapter in Austin, Texas, the event drew 3,000 people. And this is kind of what it looked like as they were walking into the auditorium. But 3,000 people packed in, and not that many of them were believers. Most of them were skeptics and unbelievers. And these were the 3 featured speakers. I spoke first, then Fuz, and then the skeptic Michael Shermer. What was interesting, we had asked Michael and the panel of professors from the University of Texas to please provide a scientific critique to the summary of the model that we had presented. But interestingly, not one of them did that. They either spoke about the philosophy of science, like the physicists saying, well, science is only descriptive. You can't get into the how, the why, or the who. Or we had what Michael Shermer did. I was rather surprised. He spent virtually his entire talk attacking the Bible and ignoring our scientific description of our model. And in attacking the Bible, almost his entire attack was focused on the first page of the Bible. And this is just the first statement he made during the debate that we had with him. He said, the Genesis 1 creation chronology is wrong in almost every respect. In fact, it gets it wrong from the very first verse. The heavens and the earth were not created at the same time. The universe shows up at 13.7 billion years ago, the earth at 4.6 billion years. How can you believe the Bible when it gets the first sentence so utterly wrong? Then he went on to talk about how we don't, on creation day 3, we have advanced plants. The fossil record tells us there's no advanced plants until relatively recently. And then he talks about how Genesis 1 says there's no sun, there's no stars, there's no moon until creation day 4, and how that's an utter contradiction with what astronomy is telling us. And then it puts the land mammals after the sea mammals. He says in every one of the 6 creation days, it gets it dead wrong with respect to the record of nature. How can anyone with any intellect or education possibly believe that this Bible could come from this God that they think exists? So it was basically 30 minutes of mocking Genesis chapter 1. Now, I want to share with you that that's not atypical. When we're on the university campus, when we're in these high-tech business firms, it's amazing how frequently people reject the Bible based on the first few sentences in the text. Genesis 1 is a primary stumbling block for people who've not been raised in the church and have not had contact with Christians. So what I want to share with you today is how we can apply this biblical testing method, also known as the scientific method. Now, I've been taught the scientific method in my public school education in British Columbia, starting in grade 1. In fact, we got it every single grade. But none of our public school teachers ever told us where the scientific method came from. It wasn't until I was 27 and began to read that 28-volume set put out by Thomas Torrance's Scottish Academic Press that I recognized this scientific method came from the pages of Scripture. So anyway, you can look up that 28-volume set if you want. You'll learn everything you want to know about the scientific method and then some. But it does come straight from the pages of Scripture. So I want to show you how you can apply that to respond to this mocking and ridicule that we're getting from skeptics today. And it's not just Michael Shermer. We're getting it from the likes of Richard Dawkins. We're getting it from Victor Stenger and others saying, how can anyone possibly believe this? And one thing that's amusing, I mean, here at the University of Texas, here I am with a PhD in astronomy. Fuz Rana's got a PhD in biochemistry. We have not been raised in Christian homes. How can you explain the fact that we became Christians if Genesis 1 is teaching such utter scientific nonsense? It just doesn't fit. But let me just kind of take you through this. Okay, His comment about Genesis 1:1, and by the way, I've explained this to Michael Shermer 4 different times now, and he keeps preaching this mantra. When I pointed out to him, the Bible does not say that the heavens and the earth were made at the same time. What you need to realize is that phrase in the Bible, heavens and earth, in the Hebrew, shamayan ares, is a compound Hebrew noun. As I mentioned yesterday, Hebrew has a very tiny vocabulary. There's only 3,000 words if you don't count the proper nouns, the names of people and cities. And therefore, nouns have to have multiple literal definitions, and in biblical Hebrew, there are lots of compound nouns. Now, what do I mean by a compound noun? Let me give you an English example. Butterfly. A butterfly has got nothing to do with butter, and it's got nothing to do with a fly. It means something very different than a fly or a butter. You put the 2 words together, it means something quite different. We have several examples of that in English. In Hebrew, you'll find many more. Likewise, shamayan ares, heavens plural and earth singular, whenever they're pulled together in the Bible, they do not mean any of the 5 literal definitions for earth or any of the 3 literal definitions for heaven. They mean something completely distinct from those 8 definitions, referring to the entire physical creation, all of matter, all of energy, and even all of space and time that accompany matter and energy. That's what was created in the beginning. It's not planet Earth. It's not the galaxies and the stars. It's referring to all of physical reality, all the matter, energy, space, and time that God brought into existence when He created the universe. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, we live in a day and an age when we can rigorously prove this through science, mainly through the rigor of what are called the space-time theorems of general relativity, and through our capacity to actually photograph that early moment in the history of the universe when light first separated from darkness. We actually have telescopes powerful enough to look so far away and therefore so far back in time, we can actually watch the universe being created. As I explained yesterday, it's that ability that gives us the most compelling and rigorous scientific evidence that there's a God beyond space and time that created the universe. That's the physical evidence. The fact that we can watch the universe being created and therefore learn something about how it came into being. But then there's theoretical evidence which tells us that if the universe, this is a mathematical theorem, if the universe contains mass and if general relativity reliably describes the movement of bodies in the universe, then there must exist a causal agent that transcends space and time and that created space and time in creating the universe. Now this, I've argued in my books, as the most theologically important theorem of mathematics that human beings have ever created. Because if you look at the other religions of the world, they say God or gods or cosmic forces create within space and time that eternally exists. And the great Western philosophers like Immanuel Kant make the same statement, that time and space are absolutes and have always existed. Notice that the Bible stands apart from all these claims by saying space and time are not absolute. They are finite. They've only existed since the universe existed. There was no space and time before God created the universe. Now, notice that these theorems of mathematics have only 2 conditions. They are true if the universe contains mass, and we could start weighing various ones of you here to prove that, but that's probably not necessary. I think you're all convinced that the universe contains mass. The second condition, does general relativity reliably describe the movements of bodies in the universe? And if you were there yesterday, you'd have heard me say that today, general relativity now ranks as the most exhaustively tested and best proven principle in all of physics. There's nothing more certain in physics than the reliability of general relativity, meaning there's nothing more certain in physics than other than the fact that there's got to be this being beyond space and time that created this universe of matter, energy, space, and time. So if you came here this afternoon wanting some piece of rigorous scientific proof that the God of the Bible is the creator, you have it in these theorems. Matter of fact, these theorems have been extended where we don't even need general relativity. Any universe that expands on average must have a beginning of matter, energy, space, and time. Therefore, there's no possibility of escaping the conclusion that such a being exists and has created the universe. Now, what Michael Shermer has failed to recognize is that when you go from Genesis 1:1 to Genesis 1:2, there's a very important shift in the frame of reference or the point of view. The point of view for the first sentence of the Bible is the entirety of the physical universe. But notice what happens in Genesis 1:2. It says the Spirit of God was hovering over the surface of the waters of planet Earth, meaning that from that point forward, we're to understand the point of view as an observer on the surface of the earth, below the cloud layer. So it's an observer looking down into the waters and up into the clouds. Now, when scientists ridicule Genesis chapter 1, frequently it's because they have failed to recognize that frame of reference change. They believe that the 6 creation days are to be understood from the perspective of an observer up in the heavens looking down on the earth. But the text says no, the Spirit of God is hovering over the surface of the waters. Then it lays out 4 initial conditions. Number 1, it says it's dark on the surface of the waters. Number 2, that the water covered the entire surface of the earth, no islands, no continents. That the earth was empty of life and it was unfit for life. And then the Spirit of God began to work and create. So those are the 4 starting conditions. It's dark everywhere on the surface of the waters. The water covers the entire surface, and it's empty of life and unfit for life. Then we move into creation day 1. And what does it say? Let there be light. I remember at the University of Texas, Michael Shermer was mocking the first creation day by saying, the text says God created light on day 1. And all of us scientists realize that that's not true. But that's not what the text says. It doesn't say that God created light on day 1. It says, let there be light. Let there be light where? On the surface of the waters. The light was there in the heavens, but it was dark on the surface of the waters. And so what happened on creation day 1, not that God created the light, rather God transformed the atmosphere of the primordial earth from an opaque condition to a translucent condition. What was really going on here is that planet Earth started off like our sister planet Venus, where the light can't pass through because of how heavy and thick the atmosphere is. And then the atmosphere got thinned out, so it became translucent, and now light could pass through. Now, we describe in detail exactly how God pulled this off in our DVD, Journey Toward Creation. This is a DVD where we take you on kind of a vacation tour from the surface of planet Earth, where I act as your travel guide, and I take you all the way out to the very limits of the universe. And the farther away you go from planet Earth, the farther back in time you're seeing, which is why we call it Journey Toward Creation, because at the end of the journey, you're right there at the cosmic creation event, face to face with the Creator. But what I want to show you in the next 3 minutes is a video clip from this DVD that explains what happened on creation day 1 and why it's such an outstanding miracle. So here we go. Moon exploration enabled us to confirm that lunar rocks differ chemically from Earth rocks. Through study of lunar rocks' radioactive decay, researchers discovered that the Moon is in fact nearly 100 million years younger than the Earth. In the 1990s, a theory explaining the Moon's existence gained wide acceptance in the scientific community. According to this theory, an object the size of Mars crashed into the newly forming Earth about 4.5 billion years ago. Most of the object's mass was absorbed by the Earth, but this collision also sent up a huge cloud of dust and rocky fragments all around the Earth. In time, gravity pulled those fragments together into one solid body, the Moon. The Earth, meanwhile, lost its entire atmosphere, and a new, much thinner one began to form from gases released by Earth's crustal material. Such a collision may seem a disaster, but it proved just the opposite. It set in motion certain alterations to Earth's features that eventually made this planet a uniquely suitable site for life.
The odds against a collision benefiting the eventual support of human life are staggering. The planet colliding with the Earth would need to be the right size, moving at the right velocity, striking at the right angle, made of the right materials, and occurring at the right time in the development of planet Earth. If any one of these factors were off by just a few %, the Earth would be barren today.
Unless that impact had occurred, Earth's atmosphere would be much heavier than it is, even heavier than that of our neighboring planet, Venus. Venus's thick carbon dioxide-filled atmosphere would mean instant death for all possible life. The extra mass Earth gained from the collision, along with its atmospheric revision, meant that water could exist on Earth in all three states: ice, liquid, and vapor. Now that's what's interesting about planet Earth. Everybody says if you got liquid water, you got the possibility for life. The truth is you need lots of liquid water, lots of solid water, and lots of water vapor, or it's not going to happen. And that's what you see in Creation Day 2, is that God put water above and water below, setting up an efficient, abundant water cycle. And so that we have water being evaporated from the oceans and rain falling from the sky, none of which is necessary for life in the oceans. But see, God's plan was to form these continental land masses, and he needed rain falling on those continental land masses so he could have abundant life on those land masses as well. And it was this remarkable collision event that not only gave Earth a thin atmosphere and gave Earth the extra mass so it wouldn't lose water to outer space. Earth has exactly the right gravity to keep the water, but also set up this stable, abundant water cycle that could last for billions of years. Then we move into Creation Day 3, where it says, let there be these land masses. And so God changed the surface of the Earth from where it was a water world to where we now have oceans and continents existing together, a theme that's picked up in 5 other creation accounts in the Bible. Now, when I was first reading this at age 17, the predominant view in the geophysical community was that the continents had already been here. But I had the good fortune of being raised in Vancouver, British Columbia. And there was a geophysicist here at the University of Toronto, Tuzo Wilson, and 2 geophysicists at the University of British Columbia, that at the same time I was reading the Bible for the first time, were launching the new scientific discipline of plate tectonics. It all happened here in Canada. And I had the good fortune of being able to take classes from university professors at the University of British Columbia while I was still in high school. It was something called the Berg Science Seminars, which is a special program for Vancouver's top 25 high school science students. So I got to hear firsthand from the inventors of the plate tectonic theory and recognize that what the Bible had been saying, that the world started off with nothing but water and then the continents developed through plate tectonics, indeed could be true. Let me share you something that's just been discovered in the past 12 months. In the past 12 months, geophysicists working on plate tectonics have been able to put together a detailed reconstruction of exactly how the continental land masses accumulated with respect to time. What I want to show you is a graph here of how these continental land masses accumulated as a percentage of the entire surface of the Earth with respect to time. What I want you to notice is that place where you get that big step function. Notice when the Earth is about 2 billion years old, you get this very aggressive period of continental landmass growth. Now, take the 6 creation days, covering the history of the Earth. Where would day 3 fall? It would fall exactly where this chart puts it. So we now recognize that the Bible indeed has been accurate all along in placing the period of aggressive continental land growth on day 3 rather than some other day. I also noticed that the University of Texas a few days ago, Michael Shermer spent quite a bit of time mocking what else happened on Creation Day 3. He says, look at this in the Bible. It says that on Creation Day 3, you got fruit trees, you got seeds, you got fruit. And everybody realizes that that didn't happen anywhere near in the distant past of the Earth. That's a recent phenomena in the fossil record. Well, he was looking only at the one translation. That's something I notice about skeptics in general. They look at the translation that best fits their skepticism and they ignore all the other translations. And what's really going on here is that the English translators see these Hebrew words that are generic to all plants, and then they struggle on how to translate this into English, where we really don't have appropriate words that would apply to the entire plant kingdom. And so they have to select. In the case of King James, we shouldn't be so critical. After all, they were writing this 400 years ago. I think today we would use very different language, and the more modern translations actually take that into account. And so when it says fruits, seeds, and trees, what the actual Hebrew words mean are plants that are capable of exhibiting some stiffness, which would apply all the way down to colonies of bacterial species. I would be under that category. When it talks about seeds, it's generic to any plant that produces an embryo. Every plant produces an embryo. And every plant that produces an embryo provides a food supply for that embryo, which is really the generic term for the Hebrew word for fruit. And so we're not talking apricots and apples. We're talking a very generic term that covers the entire plant kingdom. So it was on the third creation day, when continents first formed, that we have plants appearing on the continental land masses, and indeed the fossil record documents that the moment we have continental land masses, you've got plants proliferating on those continental land masses. Therefore, there's nothing there to ridicule or mock. So the land plants. And what does the text say? Let the land produce these land plants. Again, it doesn't use the word create. We're not told exactly how these land plants came about. By the way, when we're talking about this on a seminary campus, a lot of debate over this verb dasha that's translated produce. And as I've listened to the debate, there's three ways that word can be interpreted. That God produced the plants on the land masses through direct miraculous interventions, that God produced the plants on the land masses through some control of the natural process, or a combination of the two. Bottom line, you're not going to resolve the creation-evolution debate by doing a study of the verb dasha. Now, from a scientific perspective, what we now realize is that speciation at a plant level is orders of magnitude simpler than it is at an animal level. Therefore, I can see the wisdom of using the verb dasha rather than something much more specific. But in terms of what the science now reveals, we recognize that direct miraculous intervention is the primary means by which these plants were produced on the land masses. Now, the most controversial part of Genesis chapter 1, and really the core of the ridicule coming from Michael Shermer, was creation day 4. How can anyone in their right mind believe that plants can remain alive when you don't even have any heat or light coming from the sun? And what does the fourth day say? It doesn't say that God created the great lights. It doesn't say that God created the sun, moon, and stars. Rather, it begins in verse 14, let there be the great lights. In other words, these great lights appear for the first time to observers on the surface of the waters on day 4, which we take to be a reference to the fact that the earth now had an atmosphere that had been translucent from ever since creation day 1, and on creation day 4 for the first time becomes transparent. And I think that's clear when you go to verse 15. Let there be the great lights so that they may serve to mark seasons and years. Obvious question, for whose benefit? Well, what you notice is all the animals that are and plants that are described on creation days 1, 2, and 3 don't need to know where the sun, moon, and stars are in the sky. A bacteria really doesn't care where the sun, moon, and stars is, as long as they're getting adequate light coming from those objects. But what's interesting is when you look at all the life that God creates on creation days 5 and 6, all of those species must know the position of the sun, moon, and stars in order to be able to reproduce at the right time, to migrate at the right time, feed at the right time, and hibernate at the right time. And so let there be the great lights so that they may serve as markers, marking seasons and years for the benefit of all the life that God will create thereafter. Now, the controversial part is verse 16. Verse 16 says, so God made the sun, moon, and stars. And again, I tried to point out to Michael Shermer that in the Hebrew language, you don't have past tenses like you do in English. When it says, so God made the sun, moon, and stars, it's in the completed verb form, which simply means that by day 4, the sun, moon, and stars are already completed entities. The text is not saying that God constructed the sun, moon, and stars on the 4th day. It's simply saying they were already in a complete state by creation day 4. Now, you might say, well, couldn't God have been more specific and told us whether it was day 3, day 2, day 1, or before the 6 days? Well, in one sense, he did. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That would include the entire physical universe. We would expect that would include the development of the galaxies and stars. You say, what was God doing between Genesis 1:1 and 1:2? According to the scientific record, we got 9 billion years of history between Genesis 1:1 and 1:2. And a lot of skeptics have said, what's with this huge gap? Well, I firmly believe that the content of the book of Job predates the content of the book of Genesis. There's lots of time clues in the book of Job that indicates that. In the books of Moses, we have a priestly worship system. What you see in the book of Job is you have a patriarchal worship system. The patriarch is the one that's doing the family sacrifices, for example, not the priest. We see no reference to political events or economic events in the book of Job. All clues that this goes back to the patriarchal period, either the time of Abraham or even earlier. And notice it's written in poetry that's very easy to memorize. The Hebrew language did not exist in written form until the 15th century BC. But the book of Job, the way it's set up as poetry, would be easy for people to memorize, which is exactly what you need when people don't have a written language. Later on, it took written form, but the content predated that of the book of Genesis. Now, as you go through Genesis chapter 1, Moses leaves a lot out. But what I find fascinating, the stuff he leaves out is filled in by the creation accounts in the book of Job. Job tells us what God was doing between Genesis 1:1 and Genesis 1:2, how he was continuously expanding the universe and preparing the universe for the advent of God laying down the foundations of the earth. All that is very explicit in the book of Job, and Moses didn't have to repeat that. Job already took care of it, so he went on with other details. And likewise, this gives us an appreciation of what's taking place here in day 4. The sun, moon, and stars were already intact before the 6 creation days. But the reason for verse 16 is to give people some notice of what's taking place here. It's basically a parenthetical note. Then we move into creation day 5. And here it talks about the emergence of small sea animals. And this is, I believe, a reference to the Cambrian explosion, where we see this tremendous eruption of animals with complex body plans for the first time. For the first 3 billion years of the history of life on planet Earth, all we see are very simple life forms. But these simple life forms are preparing the planet for advanced life. They're bringing the oxygen level up. They're transforming, as I mentioned yesterday, the metals of the Earth from an insoluble form into an insoluble form. And by day 5, finally the planet, thanks to all the life that has preceded it, is now ready to receive advanced life. In fact, as we look at the fossil record, what we see is the moment that the planet has the right chemical conditions for advanced life immediately appears. And it appears with all the body plans intact, including the body plan that makes up the human species. We are part of the chordate phyla, which means our body is basically built on a design of a tube inside a tube. All the vertebrates, birds and mammals and reptiles and amphibians, are in that category of being part of the chordate phyla. And the chordate phyla was fully in place, both vertebrates and invertebrates, at the very base of the Cambrian explosion. Classic example of evolution going the wrong way. In the Cambrian explosion, we have the sudden appearance of 80 plus phyla. On planet Earth today, we have only 30. 50 or more have disappeared. And so, again, going the wrong way from an evolutionary perspective. So we have this huge eruption of these complex sea animals. And then it speaks about the creation of birds and the creation of sea mammals. Now, this is only the second time in the text that it uses the word create. And again, if I can go back to the University of Texas, I was hearing Michael Shermer using the word create all the way down for every single event in Genesis chapter 1. By the way, we never had a chance to respond to his mocking. The moderator didn't permit that, even though we had asked for it. But the whole point is the text uses the word create only 3 times. This is the second time it uses it. God creates the birds and he creates the sea mammals. In fact, what's interesting is he uses 2 verbs. It says God created the sea mammals and the birds, and he made the sea animals and the birds. It's the verb asa and the verb bara. Sorry, this frequently happens because I put all those video clips in here. My computer really needs more memory. So let me bring it back up here for you. But the reason why you have the 2 verbs, the birds and mammals were manufactured by God by material that already existed, the dust of the earth. And the reason for the bara, there's something in the birds and mammals is brand new that never existed before. The brand new part is their soulishness. The text refers to these creatures as the nephesh, the soulish animals, making the point that they're not just purely physical like all the life that have preceded them. They're both physical and soulish. Soulish in the sense that God endows them with mind, will, and emotions so that they can nurture one another and form relationships with one another. But more than that, they're designed by God to use these soulish characteristics to form relationships with human beings and to serve and please us human beings, each species in its own distinct way. A profound challenge to the evolutionary paradigm. Evolutionists try to claim that all life is related back to a common ancestor. And they're trying to point out that if you look at the horse, the zebra, and the donkey, they all have very similar physical features. But if you look at their soulish characteristics, they're radically different. The way a zebra relates to us is radically different from the way a donkey relates to us, and radically different from the way a horse relates to us. You're not going to be able to ride a donkey into battle. You can ride a horse into battle, but as soon as a donkey sees those arrows coming its way, it's heading the opposite direction. So, a horse is loyal. A horse will stay with you right to the death. And we've been able to use a horse in ways that it's impossible to use any other mammals. But donkey, if you lose your donkey, it can take care of itself. It can be out there in the wild for 2 or 3 months, perfectly able to take care of itself. Then when you find your donkey again, it immediately relates back to you. Other species of life, when they go wild, they stay wild. Not the donkey. It can go from wild to tame just like that. Amazing creature, uniquely designed by God to serve and please us. This is why we see the 2 verbs, asa, to make, and bara, to create. And then we move into Creation Day 6. And again, Michael Shermer made a big deal about saying Creation Day 6 talks about land mammals, whereas everybody knows the land mammals predated the sea mammals. Well, what he was failing to recognize is that the word nephesh doesn't show up on Creation Day 6. It's there in Creation Day 5, referring to all the birds and all the sea mammals, but you don't see the word nephesh on Creation Day 6. Rather, what it does is immediately jumps ahead to 3 very specialized kinds of land mammals that God specially created to cohabit the planet with human beings and to serve and please us in ways that would help us launch human civilization. And if you want a fuller explanation of this, Creation Day 6, Part 1, gets an entire chapter in the book of Job. Job 39 mentions 8 species of creatures that God created to launch human civilization. And here it brings it down in just one sentence and says God made short-legged land mammals, and he made 2 kinds of long-legged land mammals, those that are easy to tame and those that are difficult to tame. The short-legged land mammals is a reference to rodents. And you say, why do we need rodents? They were crucial to launching human civilization. Because the thing about these rodents, especially those that grow in colder climates like here in Canada, is most of the food they eat, or a lot of the food they eat, goes to make fur. They're the most efficient fur-producing creatures on the planet. And they're very cheap to feed, so you can have a whole bunch of these muskrats, for example. You feed them this cheap food, and they make all this fur for you, and you can cut them up, and now you've got nice fur coats. Now, today, that's kind of considered, well, not, there's a lot of people that are against that, because we got substitutes. You can make fur coats out of, non-organic material. But that was not true in the launch of civilization. And it was crucial that human beings be able to outcompete, for example, the Neanderthals. They were well designed to live in cold climates, but they couldn't make clothes. We humans were able to take advantage of these rodents, use them to make clothing, and we were able to quickly displace the Neanderthals. In fact, evidence now shows that the earliest humans were able to live in climate zones 15 degrees centigrade colder than the Neanderthals were capable of living in, even though their bodies were far better adapted for cold than our bodies. You can thank all these little rodents for that capability. Then the long-legged land mammals. The ones that are easy to tame is a reference to the herbivores that God specially created to launch our agricultural industry. Goats and sheep and cows in particular would be in this category. Very easy to tame, again cheap to feed, and they produce us with an abundance of agricultural products. But God not only wanted to give us these advanced land mammals to serve us, He wanted to give us advanced land mammals to please us. So He also created these long-legged carnivores. Difficult to tame, but they make excellent household pets. I wouldn't advise bringing a cow into your living room. No one has, cows are easy to tame, but you can't housebreak them. And you notice a cow has to eat all day, and it defecates all day, and also expels all kinds of nasty gas all day. So, not the best household pet. But we have several carnivores in our home. The thing I notice about the carnivores in our home, they can take care of their caloric needs in about 2 minutes a day. 2 minutes, they can consume all the food they need for the rest of the day. And God has also designed them that they enjoy entertaining us and has given them the capacity to be quite agile in the way they entertain us. And so that's Creation Day 6, Part 1. Creation Day 6, Part 2, we have God creating human beings. This is only the third time that the text uses the word create. But notice again we have two verbs, asa bara. God manufactures human beings and He creates human beings brand new. Why the manufacture? He made us from the dust of the earth. In other words, the physical component of the human species is all made from stuff that previously existed. In fact, one of my friends calculated that all the material that makes up the typical human body can be purchased for about $4.50. The tricky part is putting it all together. That's a little more expensive. But in addition to these, God constructing our physical bodies, He puts something in as brand new. New even with respect to the soul. We alone are spiritual beings. So we're different from all the birds and mammals. We're not just soulish, we're not just physical, we're physical, soulish, and spiritual. We're the only species that God has made that has the capacity to form a relationship with God Himself. And when He creates Adam and Eve, what does the text say? He rests from His work of creation. Now, when I read that at age 17, it answered something that had been bothering me for the previous 8 years. When I was about 9 years of age, I became aware of what we now call the fossil record enigma. And that fossil record enigma is that we see extensive speciation evidence before the arrival of the human species. As we examine the fossil record, it testifies of a rate of speciation that averages one new species appearing every single year. But after human beings, we see almost nothing. There's been some claim that we're seeing some new plant species, but no animal species. In the words of Paul and Ann Ehrlich, we've yet to document the appearance of a single animal species in the record of nature. In other words, through real-time observations, we're seeing nothing take place. Now, when I read Genesis for the first time, it gave me the answer. For 6 days, God creates. On the seventh day, He ceases His work of physical creation. He rests from His work of creation. We had some interesting discussion yesterday because people bring up the point, well, God is obviously doing things today. He's at work. But remember what Jesus said in John 5? You criticize me for healing on the Sabbath, but the truth of the matter is, on your Sabbath, you feed your children and you feed your animals. The Sabbath is where you cease from doing your normal employment work. You don't cease all work. Likewise, he says, though my Father and I are at rest, referring to his rest from creation, he says we're still at work. We're working in the spiritual arena, even though we're not working in the physical creation arena. Now this helps explain why you run into so many scientists who insist there's no scientific evidence for God. Scientists, by and large, are specialists. I remember when I was doing research at Caltech, at lunchtime, everybody in the astronomy department would go to this little place called the Burger Continental, and they'd have all these tables set up. We basically took over the whole restaurant. And there'd be a table for the X-ray astronomers, a table for the infrared astronomers, a table for the radio astronomers. And I can tell you this, if you sat at the wrong table, you couldn't follow the conversation. So even though we were all astronomers, we were so specialized that we couldn't really understand what was going on even at the next table. Well, there's far more biologists than there are astronomers or physicists. There's several million research biologists in the world. There's only a few thousand astronomers. And many research biologists focus on field research, which means they're doing present-day research of the biological arena. God's seventh day of rest explains why present-day experiments and observations only reveal strictly natural outcomes. And so you'll see scientists on TV, for example, exclaim, we see no evidence for the supernatural. Well, if their research is only on the seventh day, indeed they will find no scientific evidence for the supernatural. It also explains why so many astronomers and physicists are believers, whereas so few anthropologists and biologists are believers. Because we astronomers, almost all of our research is in the context of the 6 days. So I told the audience yesterday, I have to constantly remind my wife that because I'm an astronomer, I'm completely ignorant of the present. All of my data comes from the past. I know nothing about the present. For 6 days, God creates. On the seventh day, he rests. The thing that really caught my attention when I first read Genesis 1, there's an evening and a morning for the first day, an evening and a morning for the second day. All the way up to day 6, I expected to see an evening and a morning for the seventh day. It's not there. There's no evening and morning for the seventh day. Why? We're still in the seventh day. Which brings up a big point. Michael Shermer, in our debate with him at the University of Texas, insisted to the audience that the word for day in Hebrew, the word yom, I was surprised he actually knew what the word was, but he did, that the word translated day in Genesis 1 is the Hebrew word yom. He insisted it can only mean 24 hours. Well, I'm sure many of you are aware there's a big debate between young earth creationists and old earth creationists, but both sides agree that this word yom has multiple literal definitions. There's no debate over this issue. It can mean part of the daylight hours, all of the daylight hours, one rotation period of the earth, or it can mean a long but finite period of time. Both sides also agree that in biblical Hebrew, the only word you got for a long period of time is the word yom. Moses had no other option to describe a long period of time but to use that word yom. A bit mystifying to those of us who are speaking English, because in English we have over a dozen different words for a long period of time. In biblical Hebrew, your only option is the word yom. Now, this biblical testing method, you form an interpretation and you test it with other experiments, observations, or in this case, biblical texts. This is posted on our Reasons.org website. All the creation accounts in the Bible that contain at least a half chapter's worth or more content on creation. And you can see the 5 of them are in the book of Genesis. But the other 22 are not in the book of Genesis. They're in the book of Job. In fact, the book of Job contains more creation content than the entire book of Genesis does. And then we see that there are 5 Psalms that speak about creation, 6 Psalms actually. And then we got the book of Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, Isaiah, Romans, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, Hebrews 1 and 4, 2 Peter 3, and 2 chapters, several chapters in the book of Revelation. Now let me just give you one example, because I don't want to take all day here, of how you can use these other creation accounts to put to rest some of the most controversial aspects of what Christians and non-Christians dispute about Genesis chapter 1. Probably the most controversial thing I've said today in the context of the larger Christian community is this idea that the sun, moon, and stars were created before the 6 days and not on day 4. Well, we can go to the book of Job. Job 38 and 39 actually takes you through all 6 creation days. Psalm 104 does as well, and Proverbs 8. So, piece of advice before you latch on to an interpretation of Genesis 1, look at the other 3 creation accounts that also take you through the 6 creation days. Well, in addressing creation day 1, Job 38 says the following: I made the clouds its garment and wrapped it in thick darkness, it referring to the water that covered the whole face of the earth. So whereas Genesis 1 implies that it's dark on the face of the waters because the cloud layer is opaque to light, notice that Job 38 is explicit. It's not an implication, it's an explicit statement that it's dark because the clouds are a blanket that wrapped it in this thick darkness. Now, let me just finish this up by saying, with respect to creation day 6, it's not just creation day 7 that must be a long period of time. As I explained yesterday, the 7th day, when God rests from his work of creation, is when God goes to work to bring about the end of all evil. And there will be no evening and morning for the 7th day until evil's been conquered and removed. But if you look at day 6, it implies in Genesis chapter 1 that both the human male and the human female were made on the 6th day. He made them male and female, it says. Whereas you go to Genesis chapter 2, it tells us that God made Adam first. And what does it tell us about Adam? He wasn't made inside the Garden of Eden. He was made outside the Garden of Eden. I think that's one reason why God held Adam more responsible than Eve. All Eve saw was paradise. But Adam got to see what life was like outside of paradise. He saw the thorns and the thistles. He saw the decay. He saw the death. And then God placed him in the Garden of Eden, and it tells us that in Eden he watched the trees grow. And then God put him to work to tend the garden. And in the garden he named all the nephesh creatures, the creatures that God made to serve and please him. And God said, give a name to each of these species that's appropriate to the way these creatures serve you and please you. And so Adam took his time naming all these creatures, figuring out how they relate to him. But it says after he had related to them all and named all these creatures, the text says he was lonely. Now it takes time to become lonely. And when he recognizes loneliness, God said, come here and put him to sleep and perform surgery on him. So he undergoes surgery. He recovers from the operation, and now he sees this new creature, Eve. But what's interesting in Genesis chapter 2 is the text records a word coming out of Adam's mouth when he sees Eve. And the word is hapa'am. It's used 4 other times in the Old Testament, each case translated at long last. Therefore, the 6th day also must be a long period of time. Matter of fact, a psychologist friend of mine, a woman, interestingly, makes the point that God has designed women to automatically keep the physical, the soulish, and the spiritual part of her life in balance at all times. He has made men to specialize. We men can actually focus on nothing but the intellectual and eliminate everything else from our consideration. We can do the same thing at the physical level. We can do the same thing at the emotional level. We specialize. And therefore God recognized that for Adam to successfully relate to a woman, he can't treat her that way. He's got to learn how to keep things in balance. Keep in mind, Adam didn't have a mother to train him how to relate to a woman. God had to step in and give him a college course. So that's why my friend said it was essential that God create Adam first. He needed to be trained, whereas the woman was kind of automatically designed to keep everything in balance. She didn't need the training, but he did. And of course, that would take time. As all you mothers know, it takes time to prepare your sons to successfully relate to the opposite sex. Well, here's the bottom line. What's the score of Genesis 1? Well, if we recognize that Yom is a long time period and not just 24 hours, and the reference frame for the 6 creation days is the surface of the earth, not the universe, the scientific accuracy score we get on Genesis 1 is 4 for 4 for the initial conditions and 10 for 10 for the creation events. And in closing, let me tell you what places second. When I was 10 years old, I went through this book on the creation myths of the world. And it lists all the different creation stories, and most of them are a real laugh. But there's one that comes close to the Bible in terms of scientific accuracy. It's the Enuma Elish. It gets 2 out of 14 right. The others all score 0, but the Enuma Elish gets 2 out of 14 right. Well, when I was a professor, if a student scored 2 questions out of 14 right, that was a failing grade. Notice the Bible gets a perfect score. It's the only creation record from ancient times that gets a perfect score. And that was one of the most powerful evidences for me reading the Bible at age 17. This book was different. This book was really the inspired Word of God. And let me just finish with this. The more we learn about the Bible and the more we learn about nature's record, the more reasons we have to believe in Christ as Creator, Lord, and Savior. Okay? If you want to read more about this, we actually have a book out there called The Genesis Question, where we take you through the first 11 chapters of Genesis. It's not a commentary. We basically go after everything a skeptic complains about the first 11 chapters of Genesis and take that complaint and turn it into a proof that the Bible is the inspired, error-free Word of God. And if that book doesn't satisfy you, then we have a 7-day cruise coming up later this year. And it leaves out of Vancouver. This is actually designed by the Americans, but at my insistence, I said we're going to leave out of Vancouver and come back to Vancouver because I wanted our reasons to leave Canada to be able to participate without having to use a passport. What we're going to do in that cruise is we're going to every day focus on one day of creation. And we're not going to be looking at Genesis. We're going to be looking at the other 26 creation accounts as to what they add to what Genesis 1 says about these creation days. Well, thank you very much.